I think up to now, it is so far a very beautiful Uganda Water and Environment Week. So for today, we shall kickstart our program, just as it has been from Monday, with a dialogue. And today's theme is resilient built environment and infrastructure in urban settings. So we shall have a keynote delivered, and thereafter we shall have panelists discuss this sub-theme for today. And for today we have people who will take us through this morning session. Our moderators will be Dr. Rose Kagwa of National Water and Sewage Corporation, and Mr. James Chiseka of Aid Environment. But before I invite them over, I want to request a well-wisher to lead us through an opening prayer so that we place this day into the hands of God. So do I have anyone willing to lead us through a prayer? Okay. Since we have none, and I have the mic, then I'll take the lead in this. So may we humble ourselves and we pray. Lord God Almighty, we thank you for the gift of life, and we thank you for this new day. We thank you for our Ministry of Water and Environment. Lord, we are here to deliberate on our water and environmental resources as an input into our well-being. Lord, as we deliberate, we pray that you guide our deliberations, and may decisions that we make from here be to the goodness of the people of Uganda and the entire globe. We pray this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. So, our moderator, I see James. I think you can come and take over the session. Thank you. Nice deliberations.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this day. We will reflect on resilient built environment and infrastructure in urban settings, as has been introduced. My name is James Chiseka, the Director, Team Leader, East Africa at Aid Environment. And my co-moderator today is Dr. Please, if you could introduce yourself.
My name is Dr. Rose Christine Kagwa. I work as the Senior Director for Business and Scientific Services, National Water and Sewage Corporation.
As has been introduced already by Richard, we will open with a video, a very brief video, to put context into resilient built environment and infrastructure in urban settings. We will have a keynote presentation, which will be followed by dialogue sessions. Shall I invite the video, the technical team, please, if you could put the video on the screen. As the video comes up, I should mention that we will have 6 moderators for our dialogue sessions. Very interesting set of professionals that will be sharing their insights into resilient built environments and infrastructure in urban settings. It's a session that you will enjoy, I suppose, and I'm sure I can say that. The technical team. Right. It's coming on shortly. But in the meanwhile, as we wait for the video, if you could turn to your neighbor and your colleague or partner in water and environment, give them a hello and welcome them to this day. Just turn to your neighbor with a nice smile that you usually have. You could wave to the moderators too if you so wish. I do hope you wish to do that. Ask where they work. This is the moment to make connections. It's the moment to start a dialogue. It is a moment for you to know each other. It is a moment for us to know each other. Great, thanks.
In the heart of every thriving city lies a testament to human ingenuity and resilience. Its built environment and infrastructure. From towering skyscrapers to intricate transportation systems, urban landscapes are a testament to human progress and adaptability. The skyline is a tapestry of steel and glass, a reflection of our ability to innovate and construct structures that withstand the test of time. But beyond their aesthetic appeal, these buildings serve a crucial function in supporting the needs of a growing population. Yet, the resilience of our built environment is put to the test when faced with the forces of nature. Floods and earthquakes can wreak havoc on even the most robust structures, threatening lives and livelihoods. Cities around the world are embracing sustainable urban development practices, designing infrastructure that not only withstands environmental pressures, but also reduces their impact on the planet. Green spaces, renewable energy sources, and eco-friendly buildings are becoming staples of modern urban planning, creating more livable and resilient cities for generations to come. As our cities continue to evolve and grow, one thing remains constant: our unwavering commitment to building a resilient future. Through innovation, collaboration, and a dedication to sustainability, we can ensure that our urban environments thrive in the face of whatever challenges may come our way. This year's event, running under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda, also has 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is Resilient Built Environment and Infrastructure in Urban Settings. This sub-theme aims to establish a better understanding of how to contextualize resilience in the built environment and infrastructure through accelerating inclusive access to safely managed water and sanitation and hygiene services, increasing sanitation, wastewater treatment, infrastructure and services, improved water services and water security. The sub-theme will further explore opportunities for sustainable climate-resilient developments, mitigation and adaptation in cities and urban centres. It will also explore adaptation and mitigation initiatives, technologies, planning and regulations to bridge climate-resilient infrastructure development.
Thank you very much, James. Once again, good morning to all of you. Are you there? Are you sure? You seem rather dull. As we continue with this session, we will have a keynote presentation from Dr. Graham Alabaster, who works with the UN Habitat, has been in the field of water and sanitation for as long as I can remember, has supported Africa in taking things forward. He's very passionate about the sanitation situation, and we welcome him as our keynote speaker this morning. And I believe, since he's not on stage, that it is virtual. Over to the technical team. Please give a big round of applause to Dr. Graham Alabaster.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
Okay. I'm trying to share my presentation. Just hang on a sec. I think the screen sharing is disabled. Can somebody help me?
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Graham, who will speak to us shortly, is a public health engineer. He is the Chief of Waste Management and Sanitation. He has a very special interest in urban systems and has a wealth of experience in providing services to low-income urban populations. A very interesting profession that you will hear from. Dr. Graham, take it away.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm really sorry I can't be with you in Kampala, but to all of you, a very warm welcome and thank you to the organisers for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you this morning at this keynote. I worked for many years. I was based in Nairobi and I've done lots of work with many of you in Uganda. So in my heart, I'm with you. The topic I want to speak about this morning is something very close to my heart. The theme of this session this morning about the relationship of water and sanitation infrastructure and the urban environment. We're in an incredibly changing world. I mean, I think ever since I've been in the sector for the past 30 or so years, I've seen changes in the past 2-3 years that I would never have anticipated. Of course, from the Habitat side, we always worked very closely on sustainable urbanization, but we've seen, particularly in Africa, over the past few years, that there are many other factors influencing the change in the way of life, and of course, the provision of services. Not only are things like deforestation continuing, we've seen migration due to climate change, and unfortunately due to conflicts in some regions. The rocketing prices of energy has meant that many of us who are involved in the provision of water and sanitation services have had to hand these costs on to the consumer. But also at the same time, we've seen unprecedented levels of pollution and of course changes to much of our normal practices of producing food through agriculture and livestock management. We were ravaged a couple of years ago with the COVID pandemic, and I think we've learned a lot from that pandemic. But we are in a situation where the demand we're making of the planet is going way beyond the ability for it to cope, and we've seen, of course, lots of biodiversity loss. But perhaps one of the most important things is, of course, the fact that water, which is central to the climate debate, has been impacted in many parts of the world. Just for a minute, looking at the urbanization and the way it's been proceeding, I rather like this diagram because it shows everyone assumes that urban is just about megacities, but in actual fact, cities of all sizes and urban spaces of all types are growing. And we can see the level of expected huge numbers of cities that will exist in 2030. But perhaps the most important issue about this is that many of the cities, in fact, approximately 60% of all of the urban space that will exist in 2050 has yet to be built. So this, I would like to say, is rather an opportunity that if we can influence the way water and sanitation infrastructure goes forward in the next years as we approach 2050, we do have some hope. So it's not all doom and gloom. But generally, how are we doing as we consider the climate change? We've done quite well on things like air pollution, on the greening of cities. In many countries, including in this region, there's been huge improvements in the policy, regulation environment. I mean, the Uganda water sector has led the way. Many years, I remember the water sector reform under Honourable Mutakamba. And you're now seeing the fruits in Uganda of this amazing transformation. But, there is time that it takes to undertake this redevelopment in urban settings. perhaps not so much in this part of the world, but there is an issue, of course, with space heating in some of the cooler climates, decarbonisation. But if we come to water, water is still really being rather neglected. These days, if we go to around the world and we look, we find that unaccounted for water and losses is at least 20%, if not more, in many cities. Agricultural water efficiency still needs to be improved. And of course, as we experience these increases in population, we're going to need more food produced and we're going to produce more waste. We've seen the impact of plastics in various parts of the world, for example, entering into lakes, water resources. And also, because of the complexities of life, we're finding all sorts of things appearing in wastewater these days that weren't there before. It's the dreaded PFAS, antibiotic residues, toxic chemicals from industry. And UN Habitat, as I will talk a bit later on, was one of the custodians for the part of the water goal 631 for monitoring wastewater. And we can only account, even today, for 4% of the industrial wastewater produced by the world population. So we're still a long way to go, even to understanding the impact of this problem. So we know that water and climate change are inextricably linked. We know that we're seeing flooding and sea rise, rising sea levels because of changes in climate. We're seeing that many of our traditional sources of water in the ice caps and glaciers are rapidly decreasing. But on the other hand, we're seeing that in many areas of the world, we're yo-yoing between flooding and droughts. And of course, the impact of drought has impacts on wildfires and, of course, in triggering civil unrest and insecurity. But, you know, as this growing demand for water increases, the knock-on effect is there is a huge need for more energy-intensive management of water, pumping, the transportation, and in the treatment of wastewater, which I'll go on to talk about shortly. But really, I think, although we've now been to many of the conference of the parties for the climate change, there's still a way to go to put water at the heart of the action plan, because, you know, this really, water is so critical to the climate action plans that it really must have a much more centre stage. I think the other issue we're learning from the COPs, the climate COPs, is that, of course, there needs to be a lot more cooperation across the board. For example, in Uganda, working with the riparian countries to Lake Victoria in the basin. There's 5 of you in Kenya, Tanzania, Burundi, and Rwanda. There's a need to understand that the impact what happens in one of the countries impacts others. So there needs to be a fully integrated approach. There's always been a problem, of course, as long as I can remember, with financing the water sector. But we do need to work more closely with our investment partners and national government level allocation to make sure that sufficient resources are made available to improve water, manage water resources, and of course to ensure their protection. So what sort of solutions have there been proposed for addressing the climate crisis linked to infrastructure? The first, of course, is improving carbon storage, and we know that protecting, I think we heard yesterday about the wetland, from the wetlands experts, the importance of the natural environment in protecting and acting as a source, sink for carbon storage. We're also rapidly encroaching on many of our natural buffers, coastal mangroves, wetlands, and, you know, also we're seeing places like floodplains, river basins being built on because of the pressure to provide more space for housing and urban development. There are many regions in the world where not enough effort is made to harvest rainwater, and there are many opportunities now in water-short regions to look at more effective management, often needing an approach at the local level. Of course, I won't talk too much about agriculture here, but there are huge, our colleagues in FAO have quite a lot to do to improve on agriculture in climate smart settings. Perhaps one of the most important things, and the main subject of what I want to talk about today, is that we need to design this future urban space to use less water. So that will mean looking at water demand management more closely, smart metering, sustainable urban drainage systems, and linking that to reuse. Reuse is, of course, something which is practiced sporadically around the world, but as water scarcity increases, there will be a need for us to look more closely at sustainable wastewater management, not only to protect water resources in the environment, but also to augment the scarce water resources and reduce the stress on development of new water resources. And in many places, we've seen that, of course, we've had to look more closely at the use of groundwater to supplement surface water supplies. So I wanted to just look at some of the reasons why water demand management is so critical. And I wanted to share just two very short case studies that I've been involved in over the years in Cape Town and in Dakar, in Senegal. If we go back to the relatively recent history of the water crisis in Cape Town back in 2014, you remember the city, once they knew they had a water crisis, the first thing they had to do was they had to implement a program of reduction. So they had to change people's attitude towards the reduction in the use of water demand management. Because after this 3-year drought, the reservoirs were only 26% full. And, you know, the city made a bold step by saying that they would close off municipal supply when that capacity dropped down to below 13%. So how did they deal with this? Again, this was managed a lot at the city level. And they announced this term, the day zero, would be the day that would be when the water was shut off. At the beginning of 2017, the average city resident was using over 600 litres of water per day. So there was a sort of a sanction imposed that they had to lower the limit right down to 50 litres a day, which, as you know, most of you know, is quite a constraint. But there were strict penalties if people defaulted on this. Interestingly enough, at the time of the Cape Town water crisis, the use of water in California, which is also a water short area, was around 300 litres a day. So there were strict also regulations with regard to agricultural and commercial institutions. On reflection, though, one of the, of course, important challenges of the Cape Town crisis was that, of course, many of those most affected were from the poorest parts of community. So the inequities that existed before the water crisis meant that many of these inequities were exacerbated or got worse during the crisis because many of the wealthy residents of the city could afford to sink their own wells and buy large amounts of water at very high prices. This wasn't, of course, available to the poor, and many of them had to sacrifice buying of food in order to buy water. So if we roll forward to the more recent past, thankfully the rains came in 2018 and the immediate crisis was averted. But it made Cape Town have a very close look at how they were managing their water, with looking at desalination and groundwater. They've still actually kept some of the limits. They've been slightly loosened, but they still strictly enforce what's going on. And the final issue, of course, that they keep very close eye on the capacities available in the dam, which points to the fact that we really do need to consider the monitoring of water resources. Another quick case study I wanted to share with you was a project that I was involved in with the World Bank back in 2010, where Dakar in Senegal, the capital city of Senegal, had extremely high unaccounted for water losses, polluted sources, and the nearest new distant source was 250 kilometers away. Of course, there was a need to build a pipeline to bring that water from Lac de Guiers to Dakar. But this was an extremely expensive project. And we worked with the World Bank to initiate a program of water demand management, not only just changing people's attitudes through community awareness, but leak detection and fixing leaks. And we managed through this effort to delay the investment in the pipeline to Lac de Guiers by 5 years, which saved the government a lot of money. In those days, of course, we didn't have some of the modelling and simulation solutions that we have now, but this is a clear example of where you can lead with a demonstration project in a region to demonstrate the impact of water demand management, and you can build that into an existing programme to roll it out citywide or countrywide, as the case may be. So the conclusions that we draw from this water scarcity was that in many cases, the lack of monitoring caught people by surprise. They weren't prepared in Cape Town for this, so there needs to be an improved monitoring. Apart from saving leaks and fixing losses, there is a huge opportunity to encourage to reduce profligate use of water by encouraging people to use less. The inequities that exist in any urban setting will, of course, be exacerbated in times of water scarcity, with many of the poorest in the slums paying many times what the rich pay for water in the same city. I think also scarcity, of course, can be a physical scarcity, but there are also, and as we look around the world, we see the impact of conflicts is causing migration into urban areas and putting a huge stress onto existing systems. I did some work a few years ago in Jordan, where the Syrian migration as a result of the Gulf War reduced the available per capita water supply by 50%. The other issue, and of course this is particularly the case in the Dakar, Senegal case example, that the source water for a city is sometimes in a different administrative region from the city itself. So there needs to be cooperation within and across the countries. But in both of the crises provided, the solution was a combination of physical changes in hardware and infrastructure, but also the governance and the community sensitization to saving water. And now I want to talk a little bit about wastewater. And as I said, this is a topic that we're intimately involved in at UN Habitat, and in fact with WHO, we're the co-custodians for managing wastewater. Now, just to explain a little bit how this works, we're responsible as agencies, WHO, UN Habitat, and the Statistical Division of the UN, to guide and help governments in their quest to monitor wastewater. We've been doing this since 2012, where we work to develop the methodologies to do this. And under the current arrangement, the household wastewater production is measured, if you like, using by WHO, using the joint monitoring program results for access to sanitation. For the total wastewater, which of course includes all other types of wastewater and industrial wastewater, UN Habitat uses existing databases and information from ministries of environment and other governments to calculate to estimate the total and industrial wastewater components. So the idea being that we have a full picture of what's going on with production of wastewater. So it's actually a little bit complex when you break it down. Our monitoring doesn't so much deal, of course, with non-point sources of water pollution and wastewater production from things like agricultural runoff and rainwater, which is difficult to quantify. But we do, as best as possible, try and monitor the wastewater treatment sources from domestic sector and industrial activities. So the idea is that the wastewater production that's reported is disaggregated by different industrial sectors, and also how the wastewater is treated. So we don't accept that wastewater is adequately treated unless it's gone through at least secondary treatment in some form of treatment plant or independent treatment facilities. But we do an indicator report. In fact, there will be one due out this year. But if we just look at some of the data, we are still way behind on reporting this particular indicator. And if you can see here, these are the figures from 2015, the last reliable figures that we had. There's only a very small proportion of countries that actually report on the total wastewater flow generated and treated. And you can see that only a small proportion, in fact less than half, actually receive some form of treatment. There are a couple of African countries here in this list of countries who do report, but also note that there are many countries in Europe where there's no figures that are provided. So there's quite a long way to go. So if we look at the proportion of total wastewater treated, we can see that only about 30-odd%. So this is wastewater from all forms. If we look at domestic wastewater, it's of course a bit higher. But if we consider all of wastewater, only 30% is treated. And the proportion of industrial is also only 30%. So basically, at the moment, we still don't have enough data to provide a regional or a global estimate on the proportion of wastewater that's generated and treated. You can see there it represented the proportion of population that we have, and you can see we are still a very long way to go. Generated, yes, we're improving, but we don't have many figures on how the volumes of treated wastewater are supplied. I will add here, of course, because many of you will probably ask, water, the majority comes from domestic sources. While this might be important if we look at the volume of wastewater, in terms of the polluting load, the situation is not the same. I've got two examples, this example here from Mexico, which shows that though the volumes of wastewater, both generated and treated, are between non-domestic, municipal and non-municipal, are more or less the same. We can see that if you look at the BOD, the polluting ability of this wastewater, that the non-municipal source is way in excess. So we do need to understand the whole picture of wastewater if we are to protect water resources. And even if we just focus on domestic wastewater, we are not going to manage to protect our water resources. And also, if you look at the breakdown from BOD by economic activities, you can see here that point sources from agriculture are by far one of the largest production. There's also the production of food processing factories that produce large quantities. And in fact, wastewater and sludge from domestic wastewater is only a small fraction. Now, a lot of this is due to the fact that we don't have a large number of sewer coverage, but even nevertheless, you can see that there's a balance in the different sectors about how wastewater is produced. So basically, we only had back in 2015 data from 42 countries. We sincerely hope in the report, we're not quite there yet, but this report coming out later this year will get close. In order for us to make a global estimate, we have to have information and data from at least 50% of the world's population and 50% of all of the countries. So we're in the right direction, but as I say, the report will be out later this year. So I just wanted to share with you a little about the monitoring of wastewater and how this impacts over the last 12 years. We've now found that, of course, the national reporting of SDG is sometimes a challenge. And one of the most important ways to improve this is to support the local level actors, mainly water utilities and local authorities, to help collection of this data so it can be aggregated at national level. There are a lot of tools available which can now do this. But of course, the cause and effect of wastewater treatment and ambient water quality and measuring it at the local level is one of the biggest things that you can do to drive changes. And, we really need to focus a little more on building capacity to collect this data. So combining these two areas together as we move towards a more robust infrastructure environment, I feel that, if we could just make a little more effort, both on the water demand management side and on the resource protection side, we can go a long way to addressing some of the issues relating to climate resilience in these coming years. And if we can work on an integrated program of WDM and reuse, we can not only offset some of the losses, the scarcities that we're seeing, but we can also delay some of the investments in new water schemes and of course save our governments and of course the stakeholders more money. The idea of using demonstrations within the larger technical cooperation projects works very, very well because of course it can give you information and data that you can scale up either citywide or countrywide. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about wastewater now as I come towards the end of my presentation. Wastewater, if you like, water demand management is always quoted as being one of the most cheap and readily implementable new water resources rather than, so that's one area. But of course, wastewater still needs to be exploited more effectively because much of our wastewater goes untreated. And, you know, we need to address this very importantly. Wastewater reuse, of course, is not acceptable to some, partly because of the public's objection to reusing water, but also because of our infrastructure. In many parts of the world, we're still using combined sewer systems where we combine black water with urban runoff. And of course, this means that we have large volumes of, much larger volumes of wastewater produced. A lot of this relates to poor design of wastewater treatment systems as well, in that the flow diversion at the head of many wastewater treatment works is not properly designed to deal with extreme climate events, and as a result, the operations of wastewater treatment plants are impacted. We know that there are many opportunities for more nature-based solutions. The idea of using lagoons and reed beds, particularly for small urban centres, and indeed some larger areas, should also be further explored. But at the same time, there is also a need to look closely at many of the polluting substances that are going into wastewater and to make an effort to monitor and regulate these discharges more effectively. Back at the UN Water Conference last year, we did attempt to provide a sort of blueprint for how we address wastewater. And in fact, many of you were there at the UN Water Conference last year. And there are basically 5 areas that we feel needs pollution. We need to tackle all sources of pollution. We need to ensure that the new like wastewater infrastructure is more climate resilient, and an inclusive policy. We do, of course, focus a lot of our effort on provision of clean water, but we also need to include wastewater as part of this process and in the so-called circular economy, and look more closely at investing. And we, as UN Habitat, will play our part in aligning the international community to understand and to monitor wastewater more effectively. One tool that we do this, which I think many of you have been involved in, is through our Global Water Operators Partnership, where it's a not-for-profit arrangement where 2 utilities from the Global North and the Global South, or even in the same country, work together to share information about how we can improve services. And this has taken off quite well since this establishment. And there are many examples of WAPs also in this region where there have been many different partners working between these utilities on a not-for-profit basis. I've picked one out here between Etiquette, Bremen and Hamburg, because this particular one is on both water and sanitation. But there are many opportunities to develop this and to learn from the experience of others, and Habitat will, of course, play their role in doing that. So my final slide to you all today, as we move forward in this very impressive debate this morning. Most urban settings are going to face some form of impact from the effects of climate change and urbanization. And the 2 important areas where I think we need action to make our urban infrastructure more resilient are both on the water supply side through demand management, and also on the protection of water resources from this effect of urbanization. So we really must have an integrated program of not only source protection, water demand management and reuse, because it will make us, our systems more resilient, but also it will delay investments and save the government, our governments and the consumers lots of money in the long term. There are many cases where wastewater treatment can be adopted in nature-based solutions, which also give increased resilience to managing and protecting water resources. And many of these nature-based systems treat the water to a very high, wastewater to a very high standard, which makes it suitable for reuse and to augment fresh water. And as I'd mentioned just earlier, demonstrations are really, really useful. So as many of us engineers who are sometimes a little conservative in our ideas can be convinced of the technical, economic and social feasibility of these new schemes. So looking at the broader scale now, I've got this nice picture here from Seoul in South Korea, where they, of course, they have vast amounts of money to do these big capital investment projects. But you can see here, I think this is quite unusual. I'm imagining that they would remove this trunk infrastructure of roads and replace it with a greener, more effective water course there in the city. So there is some hope if there's sufficient investment. And on that note, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. It's been a pleasure speaking to you. I'm sorry I can't be there with you, and I look forward to being listening into the panel discussion that follows.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Dr. Alabaster. Thank you very much for that presentation, very wonderful presentation, Dr. Alabaster. He has, Dr. Alabaster has touched upon several things. He has talked about the challenges, he has given some way forward, he has talked about solutions, as well as case studies from different parts of the world, in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, and wherever you can think of. So thank you very much for that, Dr. Alabaster. We will have an award presented to Dr. Alabaster in appreciation for his contribution not only to this work, but also to the water and environment sector in the country in general. And to present that award is the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Water and Environment, who will present it to Dr. Callist on behalf of Dr. Alabaster. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause as we welcome the PS and Dr. Callist to receive the award on behalf of Dr. Alabaster.
You very soon and you deliver this, and thank you for the support you have been giving to the water and sanitation sector in this country. We look forward to further engagements with you. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Several points stand out for me from the presentation by Dr. Alabaster. He has talked about water efficiency. When we think of resilience in urban settings, he has talked about water efficiency. He has talked about data collection. He has highlighted wastewater management, that needs attention. He has talked about rainwater management. He has talked about natural buffers. He has talked about, importantly, cooperation and partnerships. And last but not least, he has talked about financing, among the very many points. To contextualize those points, we have a panel of 6 who will share their experiences. They tell us what they are doing in their fields of influence, their fields of work, and generally to share their insights about resilience in urban environments. So ladies and gentlemen, our first panelist today He is the current executive director of the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA. Before that, he was the acting commissioner for wildlife conservation at the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. He was a lecturer of forestry at Makerere University, as well as the vice president of the Conference of Parties to the Convention on Migratory Species of Wildlife. And that is in addition to other engagements. So ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's welcome to the stage Dr. Barirega Akankwasa.
Represented. Represented by Francis, he will now carry that CV on his head.
Great. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Francis. Our second panelist, ladies and gentlemen, he is an associate professor of civil engineering at Makerere University. He holds a bachelor's in civil engineering and a master's from Makerere University. He holds a PhD in environmental technology from the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. He has over 24 years of experience in research, teaching and consultancy in civil and environmental engineering. He has been involved in various research and consultancies funded locally by government and by multilateral agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelist has extensive knowledge in development of innovative practices in sanitation, improvements in liquid waste management, in grey water treatment, in application of fecal sludge in industrial kilns and boilers. And ladies and gentlemen, he is currently working on a project to develop a solid fertilizer from human urine. He has over 120 publications with nearly 5,000 citations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage Professor Charles Niwagaba. Our third panelist is the program coordinator at the Uganda Support to Municipal Infrastructure Development Program, USMID, in the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. And USMID, as you know, is a flagship program funded by the World Bank and is working in 10 cities in the country, 12 municipalities and 11 local governments. He holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Makerere. He holds a master's from IHE Delft in the Netherlands, as well as a PhD from Cranfield University in the UK. He is the chairperson of the Engineers Registration Board, a position he has held since 2020, and he has previously worked for the World Bank and as a lecturer at Chambago University. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big hand, let's welcome to the stage Dr. Isaac Mutenyo. Our fourth panelist, ladies and gentlemen, he is a registered and practicing architect in Kenya. He holds a bachelor's degree in architecture from the University of Nairobi and a Prince II professional certification. He has nearly 20 years of experience in the construction industry. He has designed and oversees several building projects in several countries in Africa. He has a lot of information with regard to the topic. He has worked in the private sector for 3 years and 13 with the United Nations Office for Project Services, UNOPS, where he currently serves as the as the lead architect in the Technical Services Unit in Kenya. He believes in equitable resilient and peaceful communities. Ladies and gentlemen, in his free time, he enjoys gardening and reading about philosophy and art. With a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage Mr. Philip Maina Gatonji. Our fifth panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a public health advocate, trainer, and mentor with nearly 15 years of experience in water sanitation and hygiene, HIV, AIDS, sexual reproductive health, and gender equality programming. He holds a master's in public health, a postgraduate diploma in project planning and management, a postgraduate diploma in policy dialogues, and a bachelor's degree in social works. Ladies and gentlemen, our fifth panelist is also an SDG champion and a fellow with the Danida Fellowship Center. He is currently the head of business development and the acting director of programs at WaterAid Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome with a big hand Mr. Charles Uwewk. Our panelist number 6, she is an associate professor of development management at UMI. She is currently the chief of Institute Research and Innovation Center. She teaches postgraduate, master's, and PhD students at UMI. She supervises graduate research, and she is an external examiner in many African universities. She is the National Gender and Equity. She is a National Gender and Equity Budgeting Trainer. She is a member of the National Monitoring and Evaluation Technical Group under the Office of the Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, she is an M&E mentor with the International Initiative for Impact Evaluation in Washington, D.C., and she is as well a member of the Uganda Evaluation Association. She has served as a member of the editorial board and reviewer of numerous journals. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage Professor Rose Namara.
Thank you very much, James. Another round of applause for our panelists. And as we start the dialogue, we will try to catch up with time to also allow you to ask questions. We want to thank Dr. Graham Alabasta for his very good presentation that has set the scene for the discussion that we're having this morning. I just want you again to look at your neighbor, because you seem to be, I'm not sure if you're there. Those online, I hope they're there. Look at your neighbor and tell them to fasten their seatbelt, because we are now going for a drive. Our panelists, I'll start by asking a general question to each one of you, and I'll ask you to respond in about 2 minutes. And thereafter, we'll have a question. The first round will be taken by James, and I'll take the second round. And if you are good students and stick to the time, we shall open up the floor for questions. I will start with Professor, my namesake. We saved the best for last. I think that's why you were introduced last. Not only being gender sensitive, but I'll ask the question to you first. What are your thoughts on the emerging concept of a resilient built environment and infrastructure in urban areas? We have seen Dr. Alabasta give us some examples, and we've seen what has happened in Korea. We have seen the challenges we had in South Africa and Senegal. How can we strike a balance between urgency of urban development and the necessity to fortify against present, and if we look in the case of Uganda, our present challenges and future ones? And all this we are discussing amidst the climate change impacts. And I think Africa right now is undergoing a heat wave. And we are all wondering at night, should we sleep outside? Because it is too hot. So Professor, what are your thoughts on that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. Is it working? Okay. Thank you so much, moderator. First and foremost, I think it is important for us to understand the word, at least, or the concept of resilience. And in this context, we are talking about being able to withstand the disasters and the stress that comes up with climate change and environmental degradation, and not only being able to withstand, but also being able to recover from whatever happens. So a resilient urban setting, in this case, we would want to see, just as the keynote speaker said, would like to see access to water and quality water and in equitable manner, whereby even the urban poor are able to access quality water. The industrialists are able to access quality water. So that means we have to be efficient in using our water. We have to use the best or improved pipes in piping our work, but also we have to look at groundwater and how to make it available, especially to the urban poor. Green cities, good air, good roads and transport systems. Our transport systems need to withstand the increase in population, increase in borders, increase in bicycles. We need to withstand, but also the institutions that give us services like hospitals need to be resilient. We have so many borders breaking their legs. We have so many accidents. We had COVID recently, we saw what happened. The hospitals were overwhelmed. So we need an infrastructure that can withstand what comes with the environment. And above all, we need survival of the businesses in our environment. For instance, when I'm walking around, I see flower gardeners, people who deal with flowers. And when it is hot like this, the garden of flowers are drying. They cannot afford to buy water to give it to the flowers. But these businesses must survive. And then resilience of the Ministry of Water and Environment, especially in terms of O&M of the infrastructure that is built to give us the services. The ministry and its agencies and its service providers need to build the resilience. They need the resources. They need the best communication. There's a lot that is going on, but what we don't know. And yet the ministry is doing a lot of work. Going forward, what do I see coming from an academic institution? I see that we need to prepare society to be resilient. Like when this heat wave came, we are not prepared for it. No one told us that it was coming. But I believe MWE and its agencies knew that the heat was coming. We need to be prepared. We need innovations in urban planning. Innovations in urban planning, it is a function that is not dealing well, and we need to have it better. We need professionalism and trust in constructing all these infrastructure, in ensuring that our environment is resilient. We need professionalism and trust with limited corruption, if any, because it is this corruption that is killing our institution. Now, we also need to know that an urban setting is not an island. We are influenced by non-urban settings, and we are also influenced by external forces.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think she deserves a clap for that. She has mentioned a couple of things. And one thing that struck out to me was this issue of when you talked about the drying up of the gardens, it just struck me that you say they should, if they are to buy water, they will end up buying, potable water, which is for drinking, and yet it has been treated purposely for drinking. So a lot of things to think about. Charles, do you want me to repeat the question? If you're okay with it, please go ahead, give us your insights. Thank you.
Let's hope this is working. Okay, thank you. For me, I think this is a timely concept. We should have started it yesterday. We have a national paradox. We are having one of the fastest growing urbanization, but at the same time, we're also having a growing vulnerability to climate change. And what we should all agree on here is that our towns and cities are so vulnerable. Most of the water and sanitation services are just one heavy rain away from breaking down. Most of the sanitation services are just one week of dryness and there's no water. I was in Mbale just last week, and healthcare facilities have very good rain water harvesting system, but just these few weeks of no rain, there's no water. So there's a very high level of vulnerability of water and sanitation services within the urban areas. But this is also happening at a time when the level of urbanization is so high. 10 years ago, my village was just a normal village. Now I go there, it's a town council. The services, the water and sanitation services were not part of that plan. They're just planning them now. The roads are now, they were not part of that plan. So this concept is so timely for us because as we are urbanizing, we need to mainstream the resilient planning within the urban planning, within the different services, because you're not going to have an effective town, an effective city, when you don't have quality and reliable water and sanitation services. All the other services are going to be driven and anchored around the water and sanitation services. So for me, this is a very timely concept. All of us need to think and support each other and work with the local leaders to make it work in reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Philip, you're an architect. And we saw some very wonderful skyscrapers during the opening video. I was wondering when those will come to Uganda, but please respond.
Okay. I think the concept of resilience should have been introduced like 100 years ago, okay? Because that's when it was needed. Right now we are trying to retrofit cities. It's expensive, it has issues left, right, and center. That being said, I would like to highlight a few things. Number one, resilience is a journey, it's a process, yeah? And it is very additive, yeah? So you do something today and tomorrow and the next day so that the community you build 10 years from now is more resilient than what is there currently. Number two, we need to look at it contextually. So resilience in a place like Karamoja or in Kampala will be totally different in terms of the built environment, in terms of water systems, sewerage systems, and that needs to be looked contextually. Number three is on the collaborative action, which is part of the theme for this Water Week, is we need to bring everyone on board, from women, youth, children, and even the people with disabilities, people from the informal settlements. Because as COVID showed us, these neglected parts of societies will be our downfall when these catastrophes strike. And the last part is to basically, I know national and local governments, they try to enforce these strategies, and sometimes they, push people, they destroy and build larger infrastructure, while government, in my view, should be more of an enabler. You need to bring people around the table, explain to them, let them understand, and let it be a collective action from down at the community level to at the national government level. But only seeing one side of it will always bring a disconnect, especially when now, as Professor Rosa said, when it comes to responding to the shock that has happened, either as Dr. Graham said, when there was water crisis in Cape Town, when you tell people to reduce water usage, you start at the household level, not at shutting off the reservoirs. Yeah. So this kind of collaborative action is needed in building the resilience in the built environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bringing everyone on board. Dr. Engineer Isaac Mutenyo, what is your perspective on this discussion?
Thank you very much, Dr. Rose. Allow me, I know normally we don't have much time, but allow me make some appreciation to the Minister of Water and Environment. I started my career here in the Ministry of Water as a young engineer, and right here where we are, I think it used to be a drilling camp with unipods, and there is a huge transformation that you've done. Really appreciations to you. But also on a personal note, I left as a young engineer, and I'm here as a panelist. So thank you for fishing me out. Now, the concept of resilience has been well explained, and I think it's all about us having things that can withstand impacts of whatever nature it is. And in engineering, I think it is very clear that we do design infrastructure in the understanding that they are resilient now and in the future. But here is the point. I think when we are talking about the urban areas, we need to look at the concept differently because of the dynamics in the urban areas. For instance, if you look in our country in Uganda here, if you look at the population, the trends of population, in the last 50 years, from 1973 to 2023, our population in the urban areas has moved from 7% of the national population to about 27%. And we are growing, the urban population is growing at about almost 6% now. That means that even when we design these systems and put them in there, if we don't conceptualize the fact that urban areas have a different dynamic, and the dynamic is that we put infrastructure there, we get population expansion, we get sprawling of the urban areas, that if we don't plan, like he said, if we don't plan very well for that, even the resilience that we are putting in our designs is negated. So I think that as we move forward in understanding and in putting into place these resilience measures, we have to understand that the population increment in the urban areas is one of the critical inputs that we must consider in everything that we handle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isaac Mutenyo. Now, Professor Nwagaba, these 5,000 citations make you almost like you should be in the Guinness Book of Records of Uganda. I think there's no doubt you're an academician, but very passionate about sanitation. And now we are talking about climate resilience, urbanization. What is your thoughts on how we can move forward?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rose, and thank you very much, my panelist members. And just like my predecessor has mentioned, I think it is worthwhile, first of all, thanking the Ministry of Water and Environment. If you look back, this is the 7th Water Week, but I think there is a lot of transformation that is happening. The number of participants that were here on the first day, I think maybe in the next few years we have to think of bigger spaces, big auditorium, and so on. So thank you very much. I think it has touched the lives of very many people, and it is growing. Now, back to the specific issue of resilience in urban areas. There's no doubt, and also according to the presentation from Dr. Graham Alabasta, that there is a limit in how we can grow unsustainably. He indicated, for example, that about 4% of the electricity in the world is actually used to produce fertilizers. And these fertilizers are not even reachable or are not even accessed by the poor farmer in a rural area. If we come now back to urban areas, and we talk about climate change and resilience, then we look at what are these factors that are responsible for causing climate change. And we hear always about greenhouse gas emissions. And for instance, the waste sector alone in Uganda contributes about 30% of the total greenhouse gas emissions that the country emits. So this is something, and therefore it calls for us to think about it. If you look at the area of sanitation, which I'm more passionate about, some recent studies have found that about 40% of the emissions in the sanitation sector are contributed by on-site sanitation facilities. Now, when we talk about a pit latrine used in urban areas, septic tank and so on, we might look at it as something very simple, but actually a pit latrine is a reactor. It is a reactor in the sense that if you build a house, and on the same day you build a pit latrine and you roof them with iron sheet, which is not protected against corrosion in both cases, then in the next 30 years, before you replace the roof of your main house, you will have replaced the roof of the toilet about 2 or 3 times. So what is causing this corrosion of the iron sheets on your roof of the pit latrine? So it's reaction inside, bring greenhouse gas emissions, causing sulfuric acid that comes in and settles, and then we get crown corrosion on the iron sheets, and then they are eaten up and we have to replace again. Now, looking at what is going out in the atmosphere, we can consider that approximately 30% or so of the population in the urban, let's say in Kampala, are actually using pit latrines, reactors, where there is no control of greenhouse gas emissions. If you look at these studies, then you find that approximately 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions from sanitation has been calculated to be coming from large wastewater treatment plants. This 30% is much less than the approximately 50% that is coming from on-site sanitation installations. And therefore, there is need for us to act at the containment stage and do something about it. Now, if you connect with the research that we are trying to do, we find that because the pit latrine is a reactor, and because we are keeping feces and anything else we put in there for a long time, there is degradation, there is a reaction. So is it possible that we can block this reaction and actually pick material as soon as it is deposited into that reactor in the same manner as sewage systems do? Because in a sewage system, we defecate and urinate in the toilet, we flush, and we are not holding them there. They go to the treatment plant. In the case of National Water, for instance, have done tremendous work by building anaerobic digestion units, where they're actually harnessing the energy from this material, which would otherwise contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. They harness it and then use it to generate electricity. In a situation, even if we are not able to generate electricity, we can actually flare it and then decrease the contribution to greenhouse gas emissions. I can give some few more examples about, especially related to the topic that Graham Albast has talked about.
But we shall stop there.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll give them, otherwise we'll not have time for other questions. I can see that we have gone through a lecture from the professor, and what he has said speaks a lot to how we are going to design these on-site facilities. I think Engineer Mutenyo and the architect there is putting us back to work. These are figures that have been researched. Francis Ogwal is representing but I think now you're here in your own capacity as the Senior Manager, Environment Planning and Coordination. What are your thoughts on the topic of climate resilience?
Thank you. I think I'm still here in the capacity of representing the ED.
Yes.
Otherwise, I would have been invited in my own capacity. But I think colleagues have said a lot. For me, there are a few points I want to say. And there is the saying that we need to walk the what? The talk. I think we've talked. It's not the first time that you are hearing us talking about being green, being resilient. In the cities, there's something.
Francis, would you like to move closer to the microphone, please?
You can't hear? Maybe I was trying to look. So in the cities, one of the things I would like us all to do is to stop environmental degradation. You're not going to destroy wetlands or forest or whatever in a city and again say you want to be resilient. Those two can't. They just don't match. But rather, what we need to do is to see how we can integrate development so that there is a kind of a win-win situation. You don't have to buy a plot and whatever trees or whatever you found there, you just erase, you put concrete, you put everything. When it is hot like this, you are trying to look for some, we want to go to Sheraton, to other places which are a bit, green, so that you can breathe better. So let's stop the attitude of environmental degradation. Then we shall be green too. Let's manage the waste properly. You are here, you've heard about the consequence of poor waste management. At the individual level, why don't you reject the use of kavera? I've ever gone to, markets or to supermarkets. Even when you buy just a toothbrush, a toothpaste, they want to give you kavera there. Put it in. I've always told them no. I will hold it directly. If you don't have another alternative for me to use to carry this material or whatever I've bought. So in terms of waste, let's use those other materials that we can actually use most of the time, other than you want to keep going on to plastics. The other one, again, I want to talk about is for us to look at having green spaces. If I already said I want to emphasize it, at your own homes. I stay in Kisasi, just come and visit me. It's a small plot, but there are trees there. Birds come there. When it is very hot, I sit under these trees and breathe nice. During actually the time of COVID, that's what I enjoyed most, because of the time I come to this city with all the noise, everything, I was missing that. Now I'm back into it. The other one, again, I want to tell you, is let's do spatial planning for areas that already we haven't built. Because you said we are thinking within what is already built. How green are we going to be within this city of Kampala that we know what it is? People are going to migrate to urban centers. We can't stop them. But I think for areas that are not yet built, let's think better there. And for these areas that are now already built, and there are small green spaces left, the law provides that we can gazette some of those areas as special conservation areas. We have to be tough. Certain areas of the city has to be green. If we are going to say, okay, there is this politics, there is the other thing, I tell you, we shall run away from Kampala. Because everything else is going to be but buildings. And then you can't stay there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. James, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Francis, as well as the panel for the first round of questions. Francis, I want to start with you. You touch upon a very interesting point, which has my interest. You talk of green spaces, you talk trees at your home and wherever they could be. Could you, from the perspective of NEMA, could you elaborate on any specific policies or regulations that you are implementing that could promote resilient infrastructure development and urban planning practices, and maybe tying that to the green spaces that you're talking about?
Yes. First and foremost, of course, we have got this law here, the National Environment Act. This is the main law that there are other regulations that are made to help us even implement this law. So this law guides a lot what NEMA does in terms of promoting green environment. But within here, when we are actually approving projects, we always, in the approval conditions, we always make mention of the need to maintain green spaces to ensure that the environment is better managed. That is always there in the approval conditions. And I think walking the talk, as I said, is from individual to actually call it developers to even higher level, but mainly starts at individual level. So that law is there. It gives us that window to promote green areas. But specifically, there is even one area that we have gazetted with the support from the ministry as well. We have gazetted as a special conservation area. This is the area in Kalagala Itanda. If those of you who have been to, Bujagali, formerly Bujagali Falls, and you come down to Itanda. So that area is now given or has been turned into a special conservation area, which becomes more of a protected area. But of course, not denying people use, but the use is better regulated. So within these cities here, this is one of the approaches we can take. It is going to be hard. I know it's going to be very hard, and it can be political. People will start telling you, where do you want people to go? But you have to think in the long term. I think every time in Uganda we are thinking about today and tomorrow. Is it today only? And the interests of today? And then when we go to other places like Rwanda, we marvel what is happening there. There is all the potential to do things here. We are just not serious.
We are just not serious. Did you hear that as well as I did? Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear that as well as I did? Great. Thank you so very much, Francis. Professor Niwagaba, you're an expert in civil engineering. How do you view the role of academia in researching and developing innovative solutions that enhance resilience in urban contexts?
Much, moderator. Well, we have a duty to play as academics, and we're actually doing that. Right now, we are doing some research to investigate the interlinkages between water, sanitation, and solid waste management, and how these could interlink to contribute towards climate change, and therefore what we can do to avert that. Maybe just my research partners from Switzerland, you can just stand up to be seen so that the team that we actually collaborate with, they have been here for us for a whole week, with us for a whole week. So we are actually continuously thinking about the evidence that we can take out there on what needs to be done to improve the situation. And for me, I am heavily involved in research that tries to recycle resources. And as it was indicated here, resource recovery and smart agriculture, we actually hinted about. And when we talk about smart agriculture, we are also actually looking for sustainable nutrients. you introduced me as somebody who's actually digging into how we can produce a fertilizer from urine. We are heavily working on that. We are working together with the NARO, National Agricultural Research Organization, who have so far completed the first 2 trials under greenhouse conditions, and also in the field. And we have realized up to about 20% increase in maize yield when we use dried urine fertilizer, which we produce using a very simple process. And the idea is actually to research into it, improve it, and realize up to 40% increase in yields. We are doing this because, as I said earlier, that the waste sector contributes about 30% of the total greenhouse gas emissions in the country. And so we are looking at the resources we can get out of that while also averting the contribution to these greenhouse gas emissions. And it is a serious activity that we are involved in. Yesterday, we had a side event at RETHINKING where we invited our research partners from 2 small towns where we are working, in Uwewk and in Kakoge. And we discussed quite a lot of things, and among things that are coming up is, for instance, capacity building and support in resources recovery and recycling, so that we can use these resources and contribute towards averting greenhouse gas emissions that also contribute to climate change. Thank you.
I want to go from one professor to another, so I come to Professor Rose. From an education perspective, what has UMI done to enhance the resilience in urban environments? Could you speak to that?
Hello. Allow me to set myself another question, because I realize I may not have time to say what I want to say by sharing what UMI has done. We have done a lot, but I want to throw back this to the entire audience, but more specifically the Ministry of Water and Environment. One is about the big theme of the conference, which is about rethinking collective action. Up to now, I feel we have not defined collective action in our context. What do we mean? And what will it look like? Because I know collective action is different when we are at cabinet level, is different when we are with international organizations, is different when we are at community level. So what do we mean by collective action? We need to think through again and define it within our own context. Then the other issue is about mindset change. At the beginning of this conference, there was one word that came up called love. This gentleman today, Francis, told us that we are just not serious. What kind of mindset are we talking about? To change what? How will it look like when we change the mindset? I would say that what myself I would like to see in a changed mindset towards environment and water, I'd like to see people who love their own environment and they are emotionally touched or emotionally attached to it. But how do we get this? How do we get our society to love and emotionally be attached to the environment and to water? So it is a challenge which I see we have not come up with clear strategies on how you are going to make me Rose to love my environment and to get emotionally attached to it and to be serious. What model do we have to make people serious to water and environment? Then the other issue that I see coming out that we need more discussion about is the issue of engaging stakeholders. It is a shame to some of our leaders, and I will mention them. There is a place called Sasa, and members of parliament circle have bought land in a wetland, and they are busy pouring soil, they are busy, and they are members of parliament, for God's sake. And they know it is a wetland. And I think, Nema, you know it is Sasa. It is a wetland. Yes, we don't want to stop development, but these are leaders. This is leadership. So how would we engage these leaders to realize that they are doing something which is not right? But what about engaging other communities at community level? Then the last item I have is about sustaining what we have. I'm so passionate about O&M, operation and maintenance. Yes, we know we can have all these buildings, but are we maintaining them? We know we can have boreholes, we can have so many things, but are we maintaining them and managing them well? Now, if you allow me 1 minute, I'll go to your question. At UMI,
Finally, yes. Very lucky I am.
at Uganda Management Institute, we are doing a lot of things. Of course, you know, our mandate is about training, research, and innovation. And we believe that it is innovation, it is research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Research, innovation, and entrepreneurship that will turn around the world. So we do training. We have a course we call urban governance and management. And here we touch so many issues around sanitation, around environment, around urban planning, around land use planning, and so on. But we also do research. And today I have the opportunity to invite you to come and attend our public dialogue at the Water Institute. We are talking about one of the topical issues we are dealing with at Uganda Management Institute called noise control and noise pollution. It is something that has not been emphasized here, but we know it is an environmental issue. It is a health issue, and it is almost everything. We are all being suffocated by noise in this city. But we have developed a model that can help to deal with noise, especially in Kampala City. So we do research on sustainability of water sources. We do research on waste management. We have an interesting recent research, this year's research, on community-based innovations in management of waste, which brings out the issue of coordination of actors in waste management, but recognizing that the community is us. We are doing a lot to control waste, but also we are reusing the waste. What you call waste, we are turning it into money. So it is a very powerful research tool. And as I end, I call you for the dialogue this afternoon, and I call you to come to UMI for an exciting engagement with us. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Professor Rose. Now, Professor Rose touches upon very interesting areas. She emphasizes engagement and coordination, and I'd like to pick that up with Dr. Mutenyo. With respect to USMID, how does USMID facilitate cooperation at national and local level to strengthen urban resilience?
Thank you very much. Now, just to start is just to make you understand USMID and why USMID started. You know, around 2010, there was an assessment. If you recall, before 2010, the government had a lot of interest in developing the rural areas. And there were several projects, including here in the ministry, which we are focusing on rural areas. But then an assessment showed that actually the return in the investment which was being done in the rural areas wasn't transforming the country as much. Why? Because they discovered that the urban areas then, which were not being focused on, were the centers, they were the agents for socio-economic transformation. For instance, it was discovered that most of the value addition through manufacturing, 72%, was in the urban areas. And also that the urban areas were contributing up to 55% of the GDP. So there was a paradigm shift. And the reason was that let us focus on the urban areas and see if we put investment in the urban areas, then the country can march towards its transformation. So USMID came up. And the thing is that the project was aimed at creating an environment through infrastructure development that can now reap from that potential that urban areas can reap to the environment. So we did start the project, and one of the intentions was that let this project not be operated like all other projects. In other words, central government receives the money, you go in the local governments and drill the boreholes, do the water supplies, build the roads. No. The intention was that use the resources available, build the roads, but also build the institutional capacity of the local government. So all the work that you see being done under the USMID program in the 33 local governments is directly implemented by the local governments themselves. They do the procurement. All we do for them is to try and help them with the engineering designs and other additional support. Now, the project is implemented using normal government procedures. The chief administrative officer is the accounting officer. The municipal state engineer is the engineer in charge. The CDO is in charge of the social, and so on and so forth. Now, to make sure that they are able to manage, in the project, we have at the top of the project, we have a committee which is called the Program Technical Committee, which is comprised of all relevant entities of government. For instance, NEMA is part of that committee, and NEMA's responsibility on our project is to ensure that all the environmental requirements are complied to. We have OPM. You know, OPM is responsible for things to do with the refugee settlements and so on and so forth. We have Ministry of Finance. We have PPDA. We have the Urban Authorities Association, Local Government Finance Commission, and the intention is that you have all the agencies of government being able to monitor and ensure that the mandates, the respective mandates of the government are catered for. And we have seen a big change, by the way. We have seen that these local governments, you know very well that we started with, there were municipalities, 10 of them have transited into cities. And if you go there, you can't see that these people, the government officers in the local governments, have a high capacity now. They are able to manage business by themselves. They are able to understand the requirements, the compliant requirements of NEMA and others. And that is the intention, that whereas it might be good to build as many roads, infrastructure as possible, it is important that you build the capacity of the local governments, because in the end, sustainability of these things lies upon them. So that's how we have been able to ensure cooperation between the central government and the local governments. Thank you very much.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Engineer Mutenyo. Thank you. Philip, I would like to come to you as an architect working at UNOPS. UNOPS is a UN agency that is for looking at infrastructure. How do you support governments and communities to prioritize resilience in the design and construction of their infrastructure projects?
Okay, thanks. So UNOPS is a UN agency whose mandate is to expand implementation capacity. So our main core of our mandate is implementation of infrastructure, procurement, project management, grant management, etc. But we focus on implementation. How do we support governments? First, we offer technical assistance. That means we have people and capacity to offer to communities and governments on some of these issues of resilience. And that technical capacity can be either through UNOPS directly or inbuilt within government entities. The second one is about sustainable procurement. Yeah, it's become we're so ingrained in this green space that it is much easier to procure a mini grid, a solar mini grid for a community, than to procure one single diesel generator, because we believe a lot that something needs to be done. You have to explore all the sustainable options before you now start saying the only option I have is a diesel generator. The third one is we also implement infrastructure directly. So the first one is about technical assistance. This one is implementing directly. And in these buildings, it's almost by default, we inbuilt resilience through passive systems, rainwater collection systems, sewerage treatment systems. It comes as a default of all those buildings to make sure that that building the impact on the environment is not big, and then it can outlast quite a number of events. The other one is, and I would like to touch on what Professor Rosa said on environment. I remember one of the projects we did here in Kampala in 2020 and between 2020 to about 2022 was on the feasibility for slum upgrading in Kasokoso. And when I went there and I saw, the way people are building in the wetland for the Chinawataka wetland. And, when we build in the upper sides or in the upper echelons of wetlands, we know how to backfill. But in Kasokoso, they basically pick trash and they backfill using trash. And what the impact of that on the underground water systems and in the future is massive. Yeah. So part of was to provide community dialogue, an open space, and say, okay, yes, you've seen that happening, but what does it mean for you as an individual in the long run who will be in Kasokoso? This water that will be contaminated will not be used by anyone else. It will be used by yourself in 10, 20 years or with your generations here. And then we have robust technical skills transfer, where we involve youth, women. They have quotas that are retained for them. We specifically reach out to businesses that are either led by youth or owned by women. And, it's like if you float a tender and 50% is not responded to by these people, you're basically told you have to re-advertise, you need to do more outreach until we reach that balance. So we have these robust mechanisms to make sure that in the build space, we include everyone, and we also transfer some of this knowledge and skills to the local person on the ground. And I think at the beginning ceremonies, when somebody asked, this water week should have been held at Kololo Independence Ground, so that the person who needs to know about resilience is there. They probably might not make their way here, but this information needs to reach them for that collective action to take place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. And I believe the audience is appreciative. That's the reason they will clap for you very shortly. Now, Charles, I want to come to you. Philip, in his remarks towards the end, he talks of course, we need to be at Kololo, much bigger space. That's a comment the ministry takes, I want to believe. But you do mention a few things, one of which is related to water. You talk of contamination, you talk of pollution, you talk of Kasokoso and other places. So I want to ask you, Charles, Water aid focuses on water and sanitation. What are the key challenges that are hindering equitable access to safely managed water and sanitation in urban areas? And what is Water Aid doing to address those challenges? Of course, Philip has mentioned a few of them, among which is pollution and contamination. What can you say to that? What can you add?
One of the biggest challenges that we have is about sustainability of the water supply, but also the sanitation services that are in the urban centers. Most of the system will be put, it will operate for 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, 1 year. If it is put in place by partners, once the project is over, it will operate like for 2 months and it's down. That is one of the biggest challenges that the urban centers are facing. And so you get back to zero when you had a system that was working effectively. But that is also related with what capacity do these urban centers have to operate and manage? And when you're planning, like HughesMeet has done in terms of building their capacity, are we deliberate about making sure that they have the capacity, maybe when the project ended or as they are planning for this water supply system or sanitation facility, they have the capacity to continue managing, to continue operating it. And if they don't have, is there investment to have a local capacity within the urban areas? Most of the water supply system or even the sanitation facility, when they break down, someone has to come from Kampala to go and operate, to go and make the necessary repairs. And yet, in this period, you're losing about 2-3 days or even 1 week. And in this period, people are resorting to unsafe water sources. People are resorting to other unsafe sanitation practices. And that's where the biggest challenge for them is. The other challenge that they have is around demand versus availability of services. The population are growing very fast, but the services, for example, Dr. Okello was, for the director for KCCA was telling us that about 94% of the sanitation facilities in KCCA are on site. But they have only just about 98 cesspool emptiers who are registered under KCCA, serving all this big population of Kampala. Only about 5% is connected to the sewer. And when you go to the other cities and the urban, some of them are 100% on-site. And they don't even have people who have the right capacity to manage this. And yet, already, like Professor Nwagaba said, when these wastes are not managed very well, we are actually emitting and we are contributing to serious climate impact. So these are the challenges that the cities are facing. And the other challenge is that for you to sustain safely managed water sources and sanitation facilities, you need to back it with a very strong behavior practices, which is community-based. And so in most cases, the services we are providing or constructing within the urban areas are not backed with proper hygiene behavior change that relates to how it will be safely managed. And then when you leave within a short time, it actually becomes a source of infection itself, a source of contamination, contamination. But also you find that the communities don't know how to use this service very well. That is one of the challenges that the urban centers are facing. So what solution are we looking at as Water Aid? So currently we are piloting something of smart city with Mbale City. And one of the things that we are looking at is we want the city to push water services and sanitation services as an investment area. they need to attract more private players to invest into providing sanitation and water supply services. This is the only way it will be sustained because their budget allocation is little. They are not going to be able to provide these services. The NGOs will come, provide the services, and we go. But they need to make this an investment area and build to engage the different private sector players. So we are piloting this with Mbale, but also with Makindye Sabagab here, for them to attract more private sector players to invest in these services. The other one is we want the cities to work towards bringing together the different service providers and be able to provide guidance for them, guideline for them, and also strengthen their capacity. That is the only way we will have that their capacity across the city, but also the service providers that they are working with have the right guideline to ensure that quality services is provided and these services are reliable. We're also looking at technology. It's good we have academia so much interested. The challenge to them is how do we now bring up the design of sanitation and water systems that are climate resilient? What kind of innovation do we bring in that is affordable for these cities to have this system up and running? And also research. It's good that we're having some of amazing research coming, like the one of Professor Nwagaba that is coming up. And I want to conclude with something that the colleagues were talking about here, but it is very important. Leadership, leadership, leadership. The leaders we have in the urban centers, do they understand what we are talking about? One of their biggest mandate is to drive the development agenda of the cities. Do they prioritize that the quality of wash and sanitation services is part and parcel of the development agenda of the city, or it's just about the skyscrapers in the city or the roads? And so for me, apart from orienting them on the constitution and the rest, this is the first area, because the only way we will progress and sustain and push for this agenda is if we have very strong leaders who understand what the resilience means and they are pushing for it. And this, I'm not just meaning the mayors, it's up to the community level. And in areas where, as Water Aid, we have made sure that this agenda is driven by the leaders, and the leaders have the right capacity to monitor, the right capacity to engage the private sector and engage the partners. We are seeing that the services are becoming more reliable, the services are becoming more resilient. And this is one of the things that we want to push forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very close to the break that we're expected to have. I would like to seek your indulgence on if we can have 15 minutes of your time of the break, so you can engage our panelists by asking them questions and asking that they would respond. 5 minutes, I'm guided. Colleagues online and those in the house, if you could have a couple of questions, it could be directed to a particular panelist or or several of them in general. We have, I need help in moving the microphone. I'm afraid we will take maybe 2 or 3 questions. Please write down the question that you have. We will hand them over to the panelists and those that they'll provide responses to them later. But yeah, please, I'll take a lady and a gentleman, a lady to my left and a gentleman to my right. I guess that is gender sensitive fairly.
Very fair. Thank you very much. My name is Patricia Akoth from an NGO called Love Bint International. Most of our implementations are in the rural areas, but my interest is in infrastructure. And my question goes to the engineers on the panel. What innovative technologies and design strategies can be employed to create resilient transportation infrastructure in these urban settings, mainly considering 2 factors. 1, the growing population and the aging infrastructure. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Question noted, engineers. A gentleman, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Walgembe David from Uwewk. My question is open. First, I would like to thank the Uwewk for the Ministry of Water for arranging such a useful presentation. Now, my question is, it's open. We used to have a long stream from Wandegear going through town because of a number of trees which were loaded with bats there. That's how we got the name Bat Valley. And we were having trees around the...
Mr. Walgembe, would you like to speak louder?
We've been having trees in several places, like Bat Valley, which was between Wandegear and Kampala. 2, we've been having trees around YWCA. We've been having trees around Red Cross, Rubaga Road. Is there a way we can link the destruction of such trees to the environment resilience? Because all those places had water, which is clearly now drying up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll ask one of the engineers to respond to the one for engineering, and then one panelist to the last question.
And I suggest engineers, non-Prof. Nwagaba. Prof. Nwagaba, we have an interesting question for you.
Isaac.
Okay, thank you. The question by Patricia, what innovative technologies? I think there are quite a number of technologies being used, but the starting point should be, especially in transportation, that how do we distribute the different users? One of the biggest mistakes we've made in transportation is to assume that roads should be made for vehicles, motorized traffic, which unfortunately is not the case. So we end up spending huge amount of money on the carriageway. But the realization and the fact is that actually most of the road users are pedestrians. So by one, it's not necessarily technology, but it's an approach, is design roads that cater for more of the people walking. And that's what we are doing in our project in Northmead. We have changed the definition of a road to mean that the road should have all the different aspects of users, pedestrians. We're even making provision for border borders. I know some people don't like border borders that much. And the reason is that if you have an approach of that nature, then you ease the pressure on, first of all, on the resources, but also on the pavement. But also, we do understand that for transportation, one of the main causes for failed infrastructure, you can see it in Kampala here. You do a road and then all of a sudden, after a very short time, it gets destroyed, is the poor management of the stormwater. So in our project, we have made it a point that all the 22 urban areas, 10 cities and 12 municipalities we are working in, we have developed a fully-fledged storm water and drainage master plan. In other words, once all the water can be trapped and evacuated, even where there is no road, and it goes wherever it is supposed to be, then that causes, kind of addresses that problem of stormwater. Also, we're doing a number of things like greening. I know my colleagues have talked about the importance of open spaces. We are, as much as possible, wherever the space allows in our road infrastructure, we do plant trees and also greening. In fact, we have so far planted over 5,000 square meters of greening. But a point which he raised is sustainability. How do you sustain? You plant, you put greening, you plant trees. During the project life, they are flourishing very well, and then later they don't. In terms of the actual technology, there are a number of, we are not doing that much research, which is a problem, but there are a number of innovative ways that we haven't applied here, but which we are studying together with our colleagues in the Ministry of Works. Things to use plastics, for instance, as aggregate material, and others. These, unfortunately, we haven't yet implemented them, but we are in touch with the Ministry of Works who are responsible for the designs that we implement.
Thank you very much. I think because of time, the purposing to create more BAT valleys can be discussed also during the break, but the issue is to purpose to green. James, we need to draw this to a close. I would like us just to remind ourselves of some of the things we have had. We have been challenged on how we are facing population increase. We are facing a high level of vulnerability. We were challenged to know, because some of us seem not to know, that there's a limit to how we can grow unsustainably, even as we begin to talk about resilience. We've been reminded, and the Professor Rose asked us how we define some of these things, that we need to bring on board everybody, including the community. And I feel that going forward for further discussions, it would have been good not to just have high-level panelists, but to also get the real people who we want to move to what we have been challenged again. How do we love our environment? How do we get emotionally touched and attached? As you go for break, I want these things to go through your minds. What we have discussed, I think there is hope, but we need to get these discussions out of the water week, out of the room, and out there. I would like to thank you all on behalf of the organizers for attending this very informative and rich dialogue, and we look forward to continuous discussion even after this. We have the panelists before us. You still have questions, please write them down and pass them over, and the organizers will ensure that those answers are given back to you. Thank you very much. You may now unfasten your seatbelts.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rose. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to our panelists. A big round of applause to Dr. Rose. A big round of applause to James Kiseka. And a big round of applause to you for the wonderful contributions. Back to you, Richard.
Thank you very much, our dear moderators, for running us through this session. It's been a wonderful one, and I think James has done the appreciation. Thank you very much. Now we are going to appreciate once again our moderators and the panelists in a special way. And for this, I'm going to invite the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance, and the Secretary to the Treasury, Mr. Sonko, to come and present these certificates of appreciation.
Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Moses Sonko. I work with the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and I'm standing in for the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury. And of course, as we know, when you are the Secretary to the Treasury, you are the man or the woman in charge of the government's resources. So he sent me to assure you of his commitment. And also thank you for the dedication you have demonstrated, not only to this Water Week for this year, but for the entire cause for sustainable management of water and environmental resources as a country, but also as a global community. So I will start with Dr. Rose Christine Kagwa. This certificate is presented by the Ministry of Water and Environment, Water Resources Institute, for your dedication. Thank you so much. Next is Mr. James Kiseka. Thank you so much. Next, Dr. Isaac Amutenyo. Thanks so much. We have a photo moment. Next is Mr. Philip Maina. Thank you so much, Philip, for your dedication and service. Next, Mr. Charles Uwewk. I hope I pronounced the name well. I apologize if I have not pronounced the name so well. Charles, thank you so much for your dedication and service. We thank you so much. Professor Niwagaba Charles. I will thank you so much, Professor, for having taken off time on your busy schedule and dedicated to this wonderful. Professor Rose Namara. Thank you so much, Professor. We appreciate it. Mr. Francis Ogwar, on behalf of Dr. Barilega E.D. Nema. Thank you so much. Francis, we appreciate Nema's commitment. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it is time for the...
Yes, the guest will... Okay. So a few announcements. We are breaking for tea. The VIP will be served at the top floor of this building. And then the rest of us, we have at the back of this building. So you go down and get out at the back of the building. That's where the tea is served. Then we have a group that will be going for field work at National Water and Sewage Corporation Bugorobi Treatment Plant. The vehicles will be waiting right outside the gate. So if you are interested in that field excursion, kindly after your tea, march to the gate. The vehicles will be waiting for you. And a big appreciation to, we have an artist at the back. Roland has been painting the messages that came through the Uganda Water and Environment Week. Thank you very much, Roland. It is a visual summary of the discussions here. So as you walk out, kindly have a look at those paints. They are very interesting. So after tea, we shall have parallel sessions. Those that are not going to the field, we shall have parallel sessions in the different boardrooms. So look at the programs. We have the sessions are lined out. And then after lunch, we shall also still continue with the parallel sessions. Thank you very much. Yes, the panelists, commissioners, heads of agencies, kindly we move to 4th floor for our tea. And those that will be going for the field visit, Dennis Ochoromach here is registering, so reach out to him. He has the registration list and also the arrangements for transport. Thank you.
About its journey, its health, and the health of our planet. Today, we unlock this hidden language with a powerful tool. Welcome to the Water and Environment Information System, also called as WEES. The WEES is a web-based system with help of offline tools that provides storage, analysis, and dissemination of information on Uganda's water and environment resources. It is made up of 3 major components. 1. Databases that store data for different hydrometeorological and environmental parameters. 2. Processing tools that are used to process and analyze the data. 3. Facilitating BI dashboard to track the progress of the Ministry of Water and Environment through respective KPIs. The WEES portal, therefore, provides a common access with offline tools to monitor data for decision-making at different levels and supporting research and development of water and environment-related infrastructure. Let us begin with the Forestry Sector Support Portal. The portal or database archives information such as nursery audit, seedling requests by farmer, seedling distribution, and seedling monitoring in forests, as well as forest encroachments. Moving to the National Wetland Portal, WEES provides a window into our wetland ecosystems, promoting planning and sustainable conservation practices through update of inventories of the wetlands. Through this portal, wetland status is monitored at key monitoring locations along with enforcement activities like demarcation and restoration. Are you looking for an easy approach to apply permits? Also wondering how to renew? Apply for variation? Or cancellation of permits? Now WEES facilitates you to navigate seamlessly through the Permits Management Portal, ensuring responsible water utilization. WEES also supports online applications facility, application status review, compliance status review, and support services to users. Safety is paramount. Explore the Dam Safety Portal to access vital information, enhancing our ability to monitor and manage crucial water assets with real-time data. For a deeper understanding of water availability, WEES offers dedicated portals for hydrometeorological monitoring. These portals provide dynamic status on water quantity in Uganda's rivers, lakes, and aquifers. Digging into groundwater resources, the borehole portal in WEES facilitates better understanding of Uganda's hydrogeology and provides access to key information required in maintenance of drilled boreholes countrywide. Quality matters. The Water Quality Portal in WEES offers insights into water quality parameters, supporting initiatives for clean and safe water. Unlock the power of spatial data with the Spatial Data System Portal. WEES offers a visual representation of water-related information for enhanced analysis and planning. The WEES will enhance the monitoring performance using drone-based data collection of raster images. These raster images shall be processed and used for 3D simulations and forecasting for preparation of knowledgeable products to support planning and informed decision-making. The WEES revolutionizes the routine 2D monitoring and reporting on the state of the wetlands, forests, and water resources infrastructure like dams, rivers, water facilities, among others. Keeping track of documents is streamlined with the Document Management Portal in WEES, ensuring administrative efficiency and data accuracy. Sharing information is key. The Data Dissemination Portal ensures relevant data reaches stakeholders efficiently, promoting transparency and collaboration. Manage water assets effectively with the Assets Management Portal in WEES. Stay on top of infrastructure maintenance and optimize resource allocation for sustainable development. WEES goes beyond portals with its integrated business intelligence tool. This tool empowers decision makers with advanced analytics and visualizations, turning data into actionable insights. The WEES Data Warehouse integrates to eGovernment UG Hub hosted by National Information Technology Authority Uganda that facilitates exchange of common data from NIRA, URSB, URA, Ministry of Local Government for the administrative boundaries and other government agencies. Security is high priority. WEES is secured physically and logically. To maintain physical security, the servers are an MWE data center with lock and key limited access protection and real-time surveillance. Logical security is ensured through national and international level frameworks. The WEES is built on a robust real-time replication and backup framework of both passive and active files to ensure high availability. The Water and Environment Information System is a powerful tool, integrating diverse portals and cutting-edge analytics to enhance our understanding and management of water resources. Join us in this journey towards a sustainable and water-resilient future. Visit WEES today and be a part of the water revolution.
A land of breathtaking landscapes and vibrant communities. Welcome to Uganda, a land of contrasts where innovation meets adversity in the battle for sustainable development. In this documentary, we explore the delicate balance between the environment and water resources, shedding light on the challenges and initiatives shaping the nation's future. Uganda, known as the Pearl of Africa, is blessed with abundant water resources, from the majestic River Nile to the picturesque of lakes. However, the country is grappling with water scarcity, environmental degradation, and the looming spectre of climate change.
There is no water if the environment is not there. Even the environment will not be sustained if there is no water. If climate change is not addressed, it jeopardizes the two. So it talks to each other.
The lush forests of Uganda and the wetlands are essential for maintaining water quality and regulating rainfall patterns. Unfortunately, rampant deforestation and encroachment on the wetlands pose a severe threat to this resource, which is an essential catalyst for economic development and transformation of this country.
Uganda's development is natural resources led. Therefore, the natural resources that we do have, which includes forests, wetlands, the water resources themselves together with their banks, and then those fragile ecosystems like the mountain slopes and mountain tops, etc., that need to be protected because, one, they are towers for water itself, but they're also filters, and they also purify the environment for us. These resources are actually part of our day-to-day life, and they are necessary for us to survive as a country. Hence, the need to protect and conserve them responsibly. Development can coexist with the environment.
Government, through Parliament and the Ministry of Water and Environment, has put in place various policies and strategies to protect the country's degraded environment and water resources, and one of them is to partner with stakeholders and the communities surrounding the protected areas to conserve the environment.
As an agency of government, we want to replant, but replant with our communities, regenerate them. That's also an undertaking. In the wetlands where the president said they should be evicted, we are putting in place alternative source of livelihood. We said we can engage them to have fish ponds along the wetlands. If our people start benefiting from the fish ponds, which is more viable than the rice in the middle of the wetland, then that is the way we think our wetlands will be protected. Beehives, ecotourism, we have even gone ahead and canceled titles because dubious people went around behind the government and even created titles.
To bolster these efforts, in 2018, the Ministry, through its Water Resources Institute, introduced an annual advocacy event called the Uganda Water and Environment Week, Uwewk, through which it interfaces with the public, academia, and other stakeholders to create awareness and give the right information on how to harness water and environment resources.
We know that water, environment, and climate change issues affect everybody. So we use this opportunity to bring all the stakeholders from the grassroots, the community, the local level, the local governments, the civil society, the private sector, the cultural institutions, religious institutions, the youth, academia, government institutions, international organizations, to come together and reflect on how far we have gone with providing services to Ugandans, water, environment services, and how we are dealing with the current challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, high population growth, pollution, and so forth.
The week-long event, which has evolved and grown to become the flagship program for advocacy, information sharing, and learning within the water and environment spectrum, is preceded with a number of activities. This year's event, the 7th of its kind, kicked off with a 518-kilometre walk for water, environment, and climate change.
Well done, well done, well done.
The trekkers set off from Fort Portal on the 26th of February 2024 to the Ministry headquarters via Mbarara City on the 14th of March 2024. Other activities with new innovations included mini Uwewk celebrations within the Ministry's 6 regional offices. That's Moroto, Wakiso, Mbarara, Lira, Mbale, and Fort Portal, where tree planting, marathons, radio talk shows, football matches, clean-up exercises, and youth school debates took place.
We are having a special event for people who have retired. We call them water and environment elders. These are people who have made the sector what it is. Many of them retired a number of years ago, but we have brought them. We have also a half day where they are going to be engaging with us so that the young people can actually get to know them. We call it greet and meet the water and environment elders. We want people to get to know them, but also we want those elders also to get to know the young people so that they interface and also motivate them, share with them the progress of the sector, but also for the people who have retired, also to get to know how the sector has grown.
This year's event running under the theme Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda also has 4 sub-themes, which are designed to address water, environment and climate change issues and challenges, outcomes and recommendations of key global water and environment-related events.
The theme is basically challenging the status quo. It is telling us, think outside the box. With these challenges, are you doing enough? So we want the debate to reflect, to revolve around that. What more do we need to do to strengthen our action so that to address these challenges? So
there are professional, there are technical papers that are going to be presented, but also going to be very simple technologies that are affordable but very relevant at individual level that will be showcased. And I would like to invite the public to come and participate and also see what the Ministry of Water and Environment is doing to conserve these resources that we have been entrusted with by the people of Uganda. So see you there.
The event, which seeks to contribute towards the attainment of sustainable socio-economic transformation and achieving Ugandan National Development Plan and Vision 2040, will also be used to commemorate 3 international days, which resonate with the Ministry's mandate. That's the World Forest Day, which falls on 21st, the World Water Day on 22nd, and the World Meteorological Day on 23rd of March every year.
We are rich. We should really be proud of our country. We should protect what God has given us. We should be a solution to the global problem of climate change.
The water and environment sector is facing climate change effects, which also suffocates the economy. Experts who earlier worked in the ministry were retired, leaving no manpower with experience. Ministry of Water and Environment has launched a scheme to redeploy the once reliable officers in environmental management.
Members of the sector who are retired at a level where will not be lost. They will be together, and each time we need them, we can reach them as government. Instead of getting consultants outside, who are expensive, we just rely on our own here, who have similar experience.
We hope that they will welcome the idea of serving again in another capacity, because these are really people we need. And I must say that, by the way, I must say, we missed you. We really missed you.
Minister for Public Service, Mururi Mukasa, advised retired servants to utilize this opportunity, carry out research and write books to pass on knowledge to the next generation. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Public Service, Catherine Bitarakwate, guided how the Ministry of Water and Environment should relate with these experts.
You know, when people become, when you're very experienced and mature in the field, and you take on the bigger role, then you will have those professionals who are going to relax, taking a pass, and we don't want that.
Commissioner for Water Resources, Planning and Regulation at the Water and Environment Ministry, Dr. Kalisti Tindimugaya, is the brain behind the Retired Professionals Scheme.
We actually started this process about 2 years ago. We ran an advert in the papers calling upon people who have retired to express the interest to join. We received 55 applications, which we evaluated, and we found that 5 were not qualifying because we had the criteria that you should have worked in the water and environment sector for a minimum of 10 years and should have actually have distinguished careers.
According to plan, the retired professionals will be deployed on a consultancy basis, while some have been asked to render services at the Water Resources Institute to ensure that Uganda's water resources are optimally utilized.
So to be helping us in reviewing policy documents. For example, if you have a document right now, we have a national water policy, a national environment policy, and we want it to be reviewed, to be updated. They will come in and review again because they're experts. We want also.
Dorcas Kimono, UBC News.
The Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect. And so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young girls and mentor them so that they remain within the science of water and environment.
We started with the ladies. We had a pilot mentorship program last year, 2021, 2022. And the pilot program had about 26 mentees who are graduated in 2022. And there were only ladies from the center, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment Center. So after the experience we got in the pilot study and recommendations and the interest that was shown by ladies and the top management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we embarked on the second cycle. This second cycle, we recruited 30 mentees from the deconcentrated structures and 30 mentees from the Ministry of Water, the Central.
One of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program, which we started in 2021, basically trying to help the young men and women to build their capacity, to motivate them to improve their career, be confident and be able to deliver very, very effectively as a sector.
We are in a small group where everyone can talk. The mentees are able to learn more about the ongoing global, regional, national trends in the different areas. For example, if you look at an area of project management, all of us in our lives, whether in our family, whether in our workspaces, we are always handling projects. So a technical session on project management exposes these young professionals to the realities of what they would really find in their day-to-day work.
Whoever came up with it, I think did a good job, because it is going to strengthen the capacity of the girls. And I hope that also the boys are going to come on. Some of us, when we are coming into the public service offices, we didn't have an opportunity to get someone to make you understand. I have found this program very capacitating. It is going to enable the mentees, first of all, to be confident of what they are doing. It is going to make them understand better the areas they are following.
I've learned a number of things. To start with, policy formulation. It was quite interesting because I had no idea how policies come up and every other thing. And now I know exactly how to put the ideas together, who to consult, and what stakeholders exactly to engage in actually having a successful policy.
We have learned a lot as mentees. We have got an experience, an opportunity to directly interact with very great women in the country as women, to encourage us and motivate us with very practical examples. And other than the videos we watch on YouTube and what, we've got an experience to interact with them closely, for them to mentor us into great women all around, socially, economically, and environmentally.
The topics from the mentorship program are very highlighting. For instance, the art of communication is one of those topics that I liked very much.
Initially, I did not believe in myself. I really used to have a lot of fear. And with this program, I was able to believe in myself. I was able to learn how to take up opportunities, be it at work, be it at my family level. I learned how to be a leader at both levels, and I feel I have been encouraged to take up many opportunities once given a chance.
I've learned on how to negotiate. It can either be at workplace, home, or communities. And during that negotiation, you have to look at what you expect from people and what you have to air out to people.
I had a lot of self-awareness. I learned that you have to know your strengths and your weaknesses in order to have real goals that will achieve you anything.
We are seeing benefits at different levels. At the mentors level, for instance, we have one of our old pundit in water and environment sector, who is one of the committed mentors to this program. So we are learning a lot from her. She's inspiring young girls on how to get to the highest level internationally, and among other mentees and mentors who have made it up there.
The mentorship program is not only for the mentees to learn, but even the mentors learn.
The ladies who are in the first pilot, they've been able to make decisions, they've been able to to get promotions in their workplaces. Some became principals, some became seniors, and they say that this mentorship program they had, the chance of mentoring them, build their capacity, build their confidence, that they were able to pass the interviews for promotion interviews. They were able to advocate for more opportunities as ladies in the Ministry of Water and Environment sector.
We have technical mentorship and leadership mentorship. And these ladies are being helped to actually grow and be competitive in an environment dominated by men. And we are hoping that after they have gone through the mentorship program, they will be well equipped to deliver. They will also be well equipped and motivated to perform much, much better.
It stems from WaterAid's vision of everyone everywhere accessing safe and clean water, because that's what we're about. That's our core business, that is our niche area, and we want to make sure that everyone out there has safe and clean water, good sanitation, and hygiene practices. And who best to lead on this than women? Women themselves who are being affected by the bulk of the grants. So that is how that mentorship program came. And from the conception and the idea, we are really thankful for the partnership with Water Resource Institute. They picked it up, they developed a concept, we supported them in developing a concept and a strategy for it. We funded the first round of the mentorship program, and we are thankful that now in its second year, they've received funding to support with more mentorships. So that for us is a huge success, because one of our driving pillars is let us initiate, but then be able to see that initiation or that innovation being scaled up and taken by other partners. And that's what we are seeing. So we couldn't have been much happier than that.
I'd like to appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment, that is especially the Water Resources Institute, for the mentorship program.
To the program organizers, our mentors, the funders, the Water Resources Institute, and everyone who has actually been part of this program that enabled us as mentees come together. Thank you so much.
I'd like to give special thanks to the G4G Girls Mentorship Program and the Ministry of Water for facilitating this program and WaterAid.
We really want to take this opportunity as a ministry to thank WaterAid Uganda, thank Girls for Girls that have helped shape this program, and Contour Consult that have also been providing consulting services to provide guidance in our delivery of this program. Again, for the mentors, we not mention them by name. There are many heads of government institutions, permanent secretaries, executive directors, and many from within the country and outside who have contributed to this program. We want to thank them and want to call upon them to continue supporting us moving forward.
I want to take this opportunity to really thank the Ministry of Water through the Water Resource Institute and the leadership of Dr. Kalist for really standing up as a man. He has stood up for the mentorship program and seeing more women being mentored, more leaders coming into the sector. That is what this mentorship program is doing. So thank you very much, Water Resource Institute, Dr. Kalist and your team. You guys have started a wonderful job in the institute itself, but also in spearheading a mentorship program that we can also see is going beyond Uganda. Agenda for Change has taken this up, and they are doing a global mentorship program for women. So congratulations to you all.
To the mentees that are yet to join, I pray they get an opportunity to actually join this mentorship program. There's a lot that you pick from it. You come when you're probably in a certain shell, but it enables you come out of that shell. There's so much that you learn.
I encourage you 100% to join this very, very interesting and educative program for a number of reasons. First of all, this ignites the energy for you to move and become a great woman of substance, practically. So the mentees that are yet to come, I would encourage you to get so much interested and look forward to achieving goals and set the targets. Come here with very many expectations and be assured they shall be met.
It adds lots of positive energy to your career, profession, family, social networks, and all aspects of life.
Uganda Water and Environment Week is a week-long event organized by the Ministry of Water and Environment through the Water Resources Institute. This week has been successfully organized for the last 3 years. Uwewk was first celebrated in 2018 with the Vice President of Uganda, His Excellency Honorable Edward Sekandi, gracing the inaugural ceremony. During the same event, the Uganda Water Resources Institute was formally launched by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Dr. Hakana Rugunda. Being the interface between sector actors and other stakeholders, a lot of learning, knowledge exchange and dialogue was witnessed during the second event.
Plastics and other litter have invaded every ocean, lake and river at all depths. Floods are washing away our fellow children, men and women. To address these worldwide disasters, all of us must work together.
Since 2018, the annual Water and Environment Week has sought to contribute towards attainment of sustainable socio-economic transformation of Ugandans in achieving Ugandan National Development Plan and Vision 2040. During this week, Uganda joins the rest of the world in commemorating 3 vital and interlinked days on the United Nations calendar. Every year, the UN works with governments, community organizations, and other civil society organizations to promote both local and global activities for the World Afforestation Day, World Water Day, and the World Meteorological Day. On 21st March, the World International Day of Forests is observed globally. Several activities are planned, and these include tree planting campaigns, exhibits, and events that portray the importance of forests and trees, sharing forest-related infographics, videos, news, and messages. On the 22nd of March, World Water Day is celebrated. This day focuses its attention on the importance of fresh water and advocates for sustainable management of freshwater resources. On 23rd March, the World Meteorological Day is celebrated. It commemorates the entry into force in 1950 of the convention that created the World Meteorological Organization. This day highlights the contribution of national meteorological and hydrological services to the safety and well-being of society. As part of the National Sensitization and Awareness Plan for the 3rd Uwewk celebrations, Ministry of Water and Environment partnered with Workers Association of Uganda and Global Consulting Services to organize a 330-kilometer walk from Mabira Central Forest Reserve in Buikwe District to the banks of River Rizi in Bara District. The 10 days walk, dubbed Walk for Water, Environment and Climate Change, was graced by the Archbishop of Church of Uganda, His Grace Stephen Kazimba Mugalu. Thank you for being part of the online sessions for the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2020.
I'm Florence Grace Adongo, Director for Water Resources Management in the Ministry of Water and Environment. As a directorate, our main responsibility is to ensure that water resources are managed and developed in a sustainable manner so as to ensure that all the different sectors get the necessary support to use the water in a more sustainable manner and to ensure that we have water available for the present and future generation. The beginning of the thought on the Water Resources Institute goes back to 2003 when the Water Resources Management Reform Studies was undertaken. During that reform studies, a number of investigations on the challenges and opportunities available to improve on the water resources management and development came up. One of the key areas that was identified
was the issue of human resource capacity in management and development of the water resources, as well as lack of awareness on water resources management issues in this country. So benchmarking and with the local problems that we are facing, it was very necessary that we have a one-stop center where we can bring the different water users and stakeholders to either dialogue or discuss issues of water resources development and management so that we have sustainable development of these finite water resources. So we are happy that this time the Water Resources Institute will be launched on the 21st of March 2018. This is going to be a very important institution and it will also create a good platform for think tanks, water professionals, environment professionals, economists to come and exchange views on how best to manage and develop our water resources.
And we have worked with a number of partners to move this idea forward. We have worked with WaterAid, we have worked with FAO, we have worked with World Bank, and they have supported us to get the idea into concrete action. And the Institute is going to be looking at 4 things. Basically, we will be looking at applied training, it will be looking at applied research, it will be looking at dialogue, and also be looking at outreach and documentation. We don't have mechanism right now for dialogue with the people outside the sector. We don't have mechanisms for putting all the information about the sector together and making it available to the users, the stakeholders. We have also not been having mechanisms for undertaking research. Welcome to our 3rd day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level, because the communities are the most dependent on these natural resources, especially the women and the youth.
The number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media.
I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers examples and briefs.
We need to understand the simple science, and as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors. Wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, other departments, we all engage in this.
Nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions.
In the heart of every thriving city lies a testament to human ingenuity and resilience. Its built environment and infrastructure. From towering skyscrapers to intricate transportation systems, urban landscapes are a testament to human progress and adaptability. The skyline is a tapestry of steel and glass, a reflection of our ability to innovate and construct structures that withstand the test of time. But beyond their aesthetic appeal, these buildings serve a crucial function in supporting the needs of a growing population. Yet, the resilience of our built environment is put to the test when faced with the forces of nature. Floods and earthquakes can wreak havoc on even the most robust structures, threatening lives and livelihoods. Cities around the world are embracing sustainable urban development practices, designing infrastructure that not only withstands environmental pressures, but also reduces their impact on the planet. Green spaces, renewable energy sources, and eco-friendly buildings are becoming staples of modern urban planning, creating more livable and resilient cities for generations
where
to come.
every drop of water tells a story about its journey, its health, and the health of our planet. Today, we unlock this hidden language with a powerful tool. Welcome to the Water and Environment Information System, also called as WEES. The WEES is a web-based system with help of offline tools that provides storage, analysis, and dissemination of information on Uganda's water and environment resources. It is made up of 3 major components. 1. Databases that store data for different hydrometeorological and environmental parameters. 2. Processing tools that are used to process and analyze the data. 3. Facilitating BI dashboard to track the progress of the Ministry of Water and Environment through respective KPIs. The WEES portal, therefore, provides a common access with offline tools to monitor data for decision-making at different levels and supporting research and development of water and environment-related infrastructure. Let us begin with the Forestry Sector Support Portal. The portal or database archives information such as nursery audit, seedling requests by farmer, seedling distribution, and seedling monitoring in forests, as well as forest encroachments. Moving to the National Wetland Portal, WEES provides a window into our wetland ecosystems, promoting planning and sustainable conservation practices through update of inventories of the wetlands. Through this portal, wetland status is monitored at key monitoring locations along with enforcement activities like demarcation and restoration. Are you looking for an easy approach to apply permits? Also wondering how to renew? Apply for variation? Or cancellation of permits? Now WEES facilitates you to navigate seamlessly through the Permits Management Portal, ensuring responsible water utilization. WEES also supports online applications facility, application status review, compliance status review, and support services to users. Safety is paramount. Explore the Dam Safety Portal to access vital information, enhancing our ability to monitor and manage crucial water assets with real-time data. For a deeper understanding of water availability, WEES offers dedicated portals for hydrometeorological monitoring. These portals provide dynamic status on water quantity in Uganda's rivers, lakes, and aquifers. Digging into groundwater resources, the borehole portal in WEES facilitates better understanding of Uganda's hydrogeology and provides access to key information required in maintenance of drilled boreholes countrywide. Quality matters. The Water Quality Portal in WEES offers insights into water quality parameters, supporting initiatives for clean and safe water. Unlock the power of spatial data with the Spatial Data System Portal. WEES offers a visual representation of water-related information for enhanced analysis and planning. The WEES will enhance the monitoring performance using drone-based data collection of raster images. These raster images shall be processed and used for 3D simulations and forecasting for preparation of knowledgeable products to support planning and informed decision-making. The WEES revolutionizes the routine 2D monitoring and reporting on the state of the wetlands, forests, and water resources infrastructure like dams, rivers, water facilities, among others. Keeping track of documents is streamlined with the Document Management Portal in WEES, ensuring administrative efficiency and data accuracy. Sharing information is key. The data dissemination portal ensures relevant data reaches stakeholders efficiently, promoting transparency and collaboration. Manage water assets effectively with the Assets Management Portal in WEES. Stay on top of infrastructure maintenance and optimize resource allocation for sustainable development. WEES goes beyond portals with its integrated business intelligence tool. This tool empowers decision makers with advanced analytics and visualizations, turning data into actionable insights. The WEES Data Warehouse integrates to eGovernment UG Hub hosted by National Information Technology Authority Uganda that facilitates exchange of common data from NIRA, URSB, URA, Ministry of Local Government for the administrative boundaries and other government agencies. Security is high priority. WEES is secured physically and logically. To maintain physical security, the servers are an MWE data center with lock and key limited access protection and real-time surveillance. Logical security is ensured through national and international level frameworks. The WEES is built on a robust real-time replication and backup framework of both passive and active files to ensure high availability. The Water and Environment Information System is a powerful tool, integrating diverse portals and cutting-edge analytics to enhance our understanding and management of water resources. Join us in this journey towards a sustainable and water-resilient future. Visit WEES today and be a part of the water revolution.
Good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. That's much better. My name is Jen Nabinyamulumba from IRC, and I will moderate this session. And I'm standing between you and lunch, and we are 30 minutes late. So that's a good way to start. We know we are 30 minutes late. This session is specifically on dissemination of outcomes of the UN Water Conference 2023. In 2023 March, a good number of representatives went to New York and participated in the UN Water Conference that had not taken place for over 40 years. And they came back, and others that didn't go nicknamed those who went to New York as the UN New Yorkers. And they came back with many things, many commitments, and many, a lot of energy to change. This particular session is being organized by the Ministry of Water and Environment and the Conrad N. Hilton Foundation. And Dr. Callist will tell us more about how that linkage comes to play. I hope we all have a copy of the program. It should be a short program. We intend to be out of this place by 1:30, and we'll try to stick to that, even with 30 minutes late. Our colleagues from the National Planning Authority, I think, are not here. But I want to know, at least by show of hands, because we have a quick panel of a few people who are in New York. So if you are a New Yorker, kindly come to the front, because that's where you belong. You've gone back to New York today. If you're a New Yorker, kindly come to the front. because it will help us understand also many things. For now, the National Planning Authority team is not here. They are not yet online, but we would like to start. And when the PS or the representative joins us, then we'll also proceed at that time. But we'll have a short presentation of the outcomes of the UN Water Conference and the commitments by Dr. Callist. Then we'll also have feedback, sharing of what kind of support we've received since the water conference that is enabling a number of things to happen, is enabling the implementation of 1, 2, 3 commitments from New York, specifically sharing efforts by Uganda to achieve SDG 6. What is it that has happened since the conference? The global pledge to protect drinking water from lead, which was a big thing. It's a big to do that. And then later, for about 30 minutes, we'll have a panel, a quick panel, not very long, where we'll have a few representatives who went to New York to share their perspectives on that. And then we will close after that. So it should be short, snappy, to the point, but also providing us with feedback. Normally what happens, we go for all these big conferences, we come back, we sit. And people don't get to know what is happening. But a few activities have been lined up since New York to work on the implementation of the commitments that we signed up to. There were so many, but Uganda has identified and isolated those ones that they will push forward. May I invite Dr. Callist Tindimugaya to come and give us a snapshot of the commitments.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I request that you put up my presentation? UN Water Conference. Secretariat, if you can do that. I will give you highlights of the UN Water Conference and what came out of the conference and what we picked as a country and how we are planning to move forward. Yes. So the UN Water Conference took place last year in March, and the international community, all of those dealing with water-related issues participated, and as a country also participated. So a UN Water Conference, the last one was held 47 years ago. This was the second UN Water Conference, and it was called the Once in a Generation Conference. So the last one having taken place in 1977, in Argentina. And this UN Water Conference was held as a midterm review of the water action decade. Basically, we are halfway the Sustainable Development Goal period 2030 agenda. But the water action decade was formulated in 2018 and runs up 2028. So here we're at halfway to try to review how we have progressed with that. And of course, we're also using it as an opportunity to review progress on SDGs, especially SDG number 6 on water and sanitation. So basically, the review aimed to, the objective was support to achieve the international agreed water-related goals and also targets, including those contained in 2030 agenda. This conference was hosted by Republic of Tajikistan and Kingdom of Netherlands. And the aim of the conference basically was to call for action, the water action. The idea was that we wanted to call upon the leaders to commit to boosting ambition, mobilize partnerships, and increase investment in science-driven and innovative approaches to advance the water agenda. It was noted that the water agenda is stagnating, and we needed to call everybody to action so that we can scale up implementation. So this water action decade basically aimed to address a number of issues. Global water crisis. Number one, of course, is the lack of access to safe drinking water. As you know, in Uganda, access to safe drinking water is stagnating and some areas going down. In rural areas, we are talking about 67%, and urban areas, 72%. And this is the situation in many other countries. So the idea was we have concerns over lack of access to safe drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene. We are having many water-related disasters. We are having scarcity and pollution. And all of these are being made worse by urbanization, high population growth. You know, Uganda's population growth is one of the highest at 3.3%. And of course, we're having droughts and climate change. So the idea was that this decade would focus on sustainable development and integrated management of water resources so that we can achieve socio-economic and environmental objectives. And of course, looking at how we improve the way we design and implement projects, and also strengthening cooperation and partnerships at the national level, regional level, and international level. And of course, the decade was launched in 2018, and it was also premised on the fact that water crisis is in the top 3 of the global risks that have been identified at the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum identified high-risk areas, the risks that are going to affect the economy, and the water crisis was identified because every activity will depend on water, either as a primary input or secondary input. And of course, it noted that if we fail to respond, then these crises will get worse. So the Water Action Decade has 3 objectives: advancing sustainable development, energizing implementation of existing programs and projects, and mobilizing action. And the last one is the most important, that we need to mobilize action, drop things that are not working, take on things that are working, and innovate more. So again, how do we achieve these objectives? By improving knowledge generation and dissemination. And again, in this conference, Water Week, we have been talking about how we generate and share knowledge, that we are not doing enough in this regard. Facilitating access to knowledge and exchange of good practices, that a lot is being done but is not shared. And we tend to repeat what others have done just because we are not sharing. Generating new information related to water-related sustainable development goals. Again, recognizing that we need to look at how, for example, goal number 6 affects other goals. And looking at the nexus, how does, for example, water contribute to achieving a goal on hunger, food security, energy security, again, looking at the interlinkages and strengthening communication at various levels. So the conference focused on assessing the progress made in implementation. We wanted to see whether we are really making enough progress, and we wanted to see what actually is making us fail to make enough progress, identify possible challenges and obstacles, exchange views and develop action plans, and identify initiatives that we can work on together, and of course support further action initiatives and successes, and enhanced means of implementation. Again, looking at SDG 6 and also how it impacts other SDGs, and of course, sharing ongoing efforts, best practices and experiences. So the vision statement of the UN Water Conference was really of one watershed moment uniting the world for water. Wanted to make sure that the whole world unites for water, and wanted to look at 3 principles. Inclusive, we wanted to make sure that the discussion are inclusive, they are cross-sectoral, that they are action-oriented. That we wanted to talk while taking action. And of course, looking at the water as a cross-cutting issue, we felt that we need to go beyond the water box and engage other stakeholders. So the conference took place over only 3 days. It was really very compact, from 22nd to 24th of March at the UN headquarters. We had 6 plenary sessions where member states announced commitments, plans, actions, and best practices. So UN member states were given slots to actually announce the commitments, the things they are going to do to improve the situation, the plans, and also share the best practices. We had 5 interactive dialogues held in plenary. We had special events and side events. So it was really, really packed over a 3-day period. So, but there were preparatory processes before the actual conference. We had regional preparatory meetings. We had, of course, national preparatory meetings. We had, for example, between March and December 2022, regional preparatory meetings. The one for Africa was held in Ethiopia, and a number of Ugandans participated, many online. We had high-level political forum in July 2022 in New York, where the themes were confirmed. We had the stakeholder engagements in October 2022. Then you had the United Nations Groundwater Summit in Paris at UNESCO in December 2022. So a number of engagements, and by the time the conference took place, really stakeholders had identified key issues for discussion. But the conference was discussed along 5 thematic areas. So this is where we had dialogues. The first one was on water for health. Basically looking at access to safe drinking water, hygiene and sanitation, and how it impacts health. Here we're looking, for example, water and sanitation in health centers, but also even looking at schools. But we wanted to make sure that water contributes to health. We don't just provide water because it's good to provide water, but we provide water to help us maintain health. And here we're looking at interlinkages with other SDGs. So we had a team that was looking at this, and in the country here, we also had a team that was preparing. We had thematic working groups along each of the thematic areas. We had a theme on water for sustainable development, basically valuing water, energy, food, nexus, again, looking at how water contributes to energy, to food security, and also how we can ensure that we give the right value to water. Then looking at sustainable economic and urban development. The urban discussion we had here, again, looking at SDG 6.3, 4, and 5, and how they relate to other SDGs. We had a thematic area on water for climate, resilience, and environment, where I wanted to look at where the water starts and where it ends, so to see. Looking at biodiversity, climate, resilience, and disaster risk reduction. Again, we are looking at SDG 6.5, 6.6, and also the related SDGs. We had a theme on water for cooperation, basically looking at transboundary and international water cooperation, cross-sector cooperation, that water can be a catalyst for cooperation, even between people, among stakeholders, between countries, but also at the international level. So here we're discussing what are we doing to strengthen water cooperation. Are we doing enough, for example, to work with other sectors? Are we doing enough to work with other countries? And what more do we need to do to strengthen the delivery of SDGs? Then we also had the thematic area on water action decade, accelerating the implementation of the objectives of the decade, including through the UN Secretary General's action plans. UN Secretary General developed an action plan that was also being reviewed. So for each of these thematic areas, we had preparatory meetings at the country level, And we had the teams that looked at the Uganda situation. They prepared concept notes that formed the basis for a discussion in New York. So there are also side events. Countries were requested to submit proposals for side events so that they can share the ideas, the best practices. And of course, some of them were held within the UN premises, others were held outside. We had side events that were held at Uganda Mission, which just crossed the UN headquarters, but some were held online. And these were to give an opportunity to participants to share knowledge and solutions to accelerate implementation of SDG and showcase their voluntary commitments. So what did the conference deliver? The conference aimed to deliver a number of things. Number one is the summary of conference proceedings. If you go to UN website and search UN Water, you'll already see a summary of conference proceedings. We had presentation of voluntary commitments. All UN member states were required to submit commitments, things we were going to commit to ensure that we move the water agenda forward. We call it Water Action Agenda. And these commitments would be either to scale up or replicate what works, discontinue or change what does not work, or innovate what needs to be improved, or fund what merits funding. So it was not just a commitment, there were commitments which would call upon the countries to change and scale up. And of course, there was a roadmap developed up to 2028 and 2030. And of course, commitments could come either individually by countries, or some could come in partnerships or coalitions with other members. So again, we had a number of multi-sector webinars that were held to prepare. Re-engagements took place across board to prepare for the conference. And at the country level, we received communication from the UN through our mission, where we were requested to do a number of things, prepare concept notes that would inform the discussions. We also requested to propose people who would be part of the different panels, and also prepare a background document. So we had a number of background documents that were shared with us by the UN, which formed the basis for our discussion. For example, we had a guidance on how to prepare inputs into the thematic concept notes, which were submitted to UN, where the UN picked out discussion documents. So we had preparatory meetings along the 5 themes. So we have reports prepared along the 5 thematic areas, and also developed an overall position paper, which again guided the overall submission by the country. We had teams that prepared, and we had a delegation of about 32 people who represented the country in different sessions. We did organize a side event in the UN, and we also had a number of other side events that we participated in. And of course, we also made commitments, and our participation was coordinated by the ministry here, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and our mission in New York. And of course, we prepared also a roadmap. We wanted to make sure that we don't just attend a conference and come back, but we had a roadmap that would help us to move the actions after that. And part of the roadmap is what we are sharing today. So the participation, we had ministers, members of parliament, permanent secretaries, senior government officials, we had civil society organizations, and other water-related organizations. So really we had a cross-section of people. But during preparation, we had really many, many people that were involved. So during the preparatory stages, people identified things that we need to give attention to, which we felt were affecting progress. Number one was integrating the various information systems. We felt that sometimes we are looking for data, for example, water supply coverage, and we are getting different figures. So the idea was that if we have to report progress, we have to integrate the information system so that we can report progress and also ensure that we create synergies between energy, agriculture, and wash. We also wanted to demonstrate impact of human resources in the sector through validation of the required resources. We felt that sometimes we don't give much attention to the human resource. And when we are not delivering, then people think about only money, and yet the human resource is key. So we also wanted to assess the impact of the current human resource on the delivery and what we need to do to ensure that we actually scale up. Also investing in knowledge generation. We felt that we are not generating knowledge, we are not sharing the evidence and learning. We do a lot of work, but very little is actually shared. And so the idea was, can we put in place a mechanism for generating knowledge and evidence so that we can, again, report progress, and through that we reach the population and ensure that we also mobilize resources. It was also noted during this conference that water and sanitation are normally taken for granted. So we wanted also to make sure that we actually create mechanisms through which we can mobilize support across the board. The other issues related to water for sustainable development, again, the idea was that we need to establish transformational initiatives. That some of the initiatives we are having are small scale. We need transformational initiatives that can make a very, very big difference. And this is where, for example, we'll talk about multi-purpose projects and programs. So that we also look at impact research, community-driven activities, private sector investments, so that we can ensure that you improve water for production, water supply, and also ensure that nobody is left behind. It was noted that we cannot provide water and sanitation services to Ugandans if we continue implementing small-scale initiatives. We need to scale up and have transformational initiatives, maybe a program that can cover a number of districts. Sourcing for alternative financing was highlighted as an issue that we have depended on traditional sources of funding. We need to open up and look at other funding sources so that we can bridge the gap. Then strengthen regulation. That if we don't strengthen regulation, especially of the utilities, then the performance of utilities will actually not really be improved. And earlier, the keynote speaker was talking about non-revenue water, the water we roast. When we want to provide water to people, we think about a new water source. And yet we can use the same water to actually provide water to more people instead of investing in new sources. So again, this is where regulation becomes important, where we improve operation and maintenance and ensure that we also promote good governance. On water for climate resilience, again, it was noted that we need to develop and operationalize comprehensive strategy and policy for sustainable development of and management of groundwater and surface water resources, also strengthen our collaboration with the other countries we share these resources, and promote conjunctive use and management of groundwater and surface water, engage the private sector more and the communities, adopt approach that integrates disaster risk reduction and management into our planning processes. And also it was noted that we should lobby to have a sub-conference on water every 2 years. It was noted that we can't afford to wait for another 50 years before we have another UN conference. So again, these are the ideas that the country took to the UN. On water for cooperation, we noted that we need to exceed the UN water conventions on non-navigation uses of water so that Uganda can actually protect and safeguard its transboundary resources. We strengthened cooperation with our riparians and also international research organizations. It was noted that we are not doing enough to take advantage of resources available, for example, in UN agencies and other international organizations, and increase my sector inclusion and coordination, including the civil society, private sector, so that we ensure that we bring on board everybody to contribute. Another one was on partnerships and collaboration, that they need to be strengthened. Then on Uganda's comprehensive refugee response framework, we suggested that we need to scale it up so that we are able to fully address the refugee crisis caused by conflict and environment and climate change challenges through focusing on humanitarian and development needs in both refugees and host communities. Then we also committed scaling up, recommended that we scale up monitoring of SDG 6 indicators. So, as commitments, Uganda made commitments. There were commitments that were global, which were formulated globally, and Uganda adopted some of them. But overall, 700 commitments were actually made during the UN conference and after by international organizations, by UN member states. But there were commitments which were global, and Uganda adopted and agreed to a number of them. So I highlight one of them here, where we had a commitment, which is the global initiative towards making all drinking water lead-free by 2040. And we'll be having a presentation by Commissioner Lilian Dracua on what Uganda is planning to do in this regard. So the commitments were made, they needed to be implemented. So what are the commitments that Uganda made specifically? We made specific commitments. Number one was we committed to accelerate inclusive access to safely managed water and sanitation services in both rural and urban areas in order to reach out to the underserved. So we said as a country, we want to commit to accelerating this. How we do it is now the question we are going to have in the discussion. The next one is ensure availability of adequate and good quality water for domestic uses and for productive purposes through transformational initiatives. Again, I would want you to note transformation. We want to have initiatives that are not just small scale. We want initiatives that are transformational, that they make a difference with a focus on the marginalized groups so that no one is left behind. The third is to accede to the UN Water Convention on the role of navigation uses of international water courses and the Convention on Protection and Use of Transboundary Water Courses and international lakes as a means of promoting transboundary cooperation. On this one, we actually advanced. We have been working on this, and by the end of, maybe by mid-April, we shall be submitting to Cabinet our request to allow Uganda to accede to these UN water conventions so that we secure our transboundary resources. So on that commitment, we already probably about 80%, and we expect that by the end of the year, probably will have acceded to the UN water conventions. The other one is scale up partnerships and collaboration. We noted that whatever we are talking about doing cannot be done by the Ministry of Water and Environment alone. We noted that the sector is broader, and that's why we have a commitment to scale up partnerships. We have been having partnerships, but we want to scale them up. Partnership with the private sector, with the civil society, with the academia, with the youth, all sorts of stakeholders through ongoing initiatives under the National Development Plan 3, such as the program-based approach to planning implementation, the catchment-based planning, development and management of water and water resources, and the annual Uganda Water and Environment Week, and other water-related programs. So whatever we are doing now, again, is contributing to this, but we need to do more because we feel that partnerships and collaboration are the way to go, and they will help us scale up implementation. The other one, the fifth, is implement the updated national determined contributions with a special focus on ensuring resilient water supply systems for domestic and productive uses, promoting sustainable water harvesting and storage, increase sanitation and wastewater treatment infrastructure and services, scale up integrated water resources management approaches, and water use efficiency, and protection of ecosystems. Again, Uganda updated its national determined contribution in 2022, and we want to make sure that we implement it. And the focus, those are the focus areas when it comes to water and sanitation. So we want to scale up implementation of the NDC by doing all of these, and there we ensure that we are actually addressing the impacts of climate change. And then the last one was scale up Uganda's response to conflict and climate-induced migration and displacement through improved water services and water security. So these are the commitments that Uganda made. We also looked at how we are going actually to make sure that we move forward with this. So as we way forward, we are proposing that we have an action plan and a work plan for operationalizing all the commitments and recommendations in the short term, medium term, and long term, so that we are able to regularly report on the progress and share within Uganda and the UN. So we want to develop an action plan so that we are regularly reporting on how we are progressing on each of these. Also, mechanisms to follow up the pledges and commitments that were made by development partners. Many development partners made commitments. Some wanted to provide technical support, other financial support. So we want to develop a mechanism of following this up so that we can ensure that those of interest to Uganda are actually taken advantage of. And then the last one is we want also to make sure that we quantify and cost these commitments. Because these commitments require money, we want to get a feel of how much this will cost so that we are able to mobilize resources from within and outside the country. And I hope that when we reach the discussion moderator, These will be the areas where we would want to hear from you. And also the people in New York, maybe they will share their perspective so that we can see how we move forward. So this is what Uganda delivered at the UN. This is what we came back with, and we'll be reporting regularly through the UN processes. Every September, there is the General Assembly where all UN member states report. But in July, there is high-level political forum where Uganda reports as part of reporting on SDGs. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Callist. That's a good roundup of what we got from Uganda, but also the many activities before. I think Dr. Callist forgot to underscore the fact that there were so many activities before. Even if only 32 people went to New York, many, many Ugandans from government, from the development partners, from civil society, the academia, the media, all participated in preparing the 32 to go to New York. And I think that coordination, Dr. Callist and the ministry team was very appreciated. Civil society sat in there. Academia, they were there. Private, we even had the private sector, the cesspool emptiers, all represented and providing and sharing their ideas. So it was good coordination, extremely good coordination. And people were not thinking of, oh, I'm not going to New York, so I shouldn't participate. We were all participating, we were all learning, and we knew exactly what our team was going to do there. I think Dr. Callist, also the team, Dr. Callist mentioned the team at the mission. Our mission in New York, but our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We had people there who are seated and only waiting to support. Just a phone call, 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and things were happening. So I think Dr. Callist, we learned a lot, that when we have a mission, we not only make use of the mission people there, but we actually open up and work with them to ensure that they support us. They knew that place better than us, but we had the content. And so it was great that that happened. We'll get into quickly the next session. You can hold whatever comments and questions you have for Dr. Callist to the session of sharing. The last two slides, if you remember, Dr. Callist said post-conference follow-up, post-conference support. The Ministry of Water and Environment has done quite a lot to get out there and interest different partners to come on board to support the ministry, support government to implement. If you notice our recommendations, they are not few. Out of the 700, they are not few, and they are in different parts. They are in 5 parts, so different partners are required to come on board. So we'll get into the next session. And Dr. Callist, I request you to come back and share the efforts by Uganda to achieve SDG 6, including the commitment made at the conference. And then you'll immediately call Commissioner Lillian to come and share on the global pledge.
Thank you very much, moderator. He come back again. So as you rightly said, when we completed the conference, and actually during even the UN conference, can you put up a slide? Hilton Foundation. We had engagements with a number of partners, and one of the partners came forward actually to provide us some support. Hilton Foundation has been providing support to a number of organizations in Uganda, but it was the first time for them to decide to support government. I've been supporting civil society and other organizations. So when we engaged them, they agreed to actually to come and join us. So they are supporting us to move some of these areas forward, and I will just highlight, and then my colleagues will come in to give the specifics. So we have the support by Hilton is support Uganda to accelerate achievement of SDGs through various commitments made at the UN Water Conference. So number one is we wanted to make sure that we share these efforts Uganda has made to achieve SDGs with Ugandans as a starting point. And of course, the commitments made. We felt that people cannot contribute if they don't know how far they have gone and what they are supposed to contribute to. So we agreed that we are going to have a number of engagements within the country, and this is one of them, so that we can share with all key stakeholders the efforts we are making as a country to achieve SDGs, including the commitments. We also want to make sure that we have awareness raising because, again, we say we are doing a lot, but very little is shared. So we want to raise awareness so that people can know and know where they can contribute. We want to activate the 5 thematic teams so that they can hold discussions and develop action plans and budgets for implementing each of the main commitments and a number of other commitments. So again, as Jane mentioned, we had a lot of engagement. So these thematic work groups did a lot to prepare this concept note. We want them to come back. And we encourage you who have not been a part of this to come and join any of these. Of course, we want to disseminate the various outputs of the thematic teams through a number of means. We want that once the thematic work groups have done work, then we share with the stakeholders to get buy-in. We also want to make sure that there is attendance. We have national events. One of them, of course, we highlighted the Uganda Water and Environment Week, that we use these opportunities to share. There's also a national SDG conference in June, May, June, where we also want to share, but also want to make sure that we utilize all available opportunities so that people can know what the agenda we have is and what needs to be done. And of course, we also noted that we need also to drum up support from our international partners. And there are a number of water-related events which are taking place where we can mobilize support. We have, for example, annually the Stockholm Water Week. We have SDG Summit, which we normally participate in. And some of these where we participate, even the UN General Assembly, are the strategies that you don't just participate. You arrange some sessions where Uganda's voice can be raised, including also mobilizing the stakeholders. We have, for example, we had the UN Water and Health Conference in North Carolina last year. Some of us attended. But also there's the World Water Forum this year in May, which we feel Uganda can share in, and many, many other events. But the whole idea is we need to mobilize support. Now, if we are going to attend the conference and you are going to attend anyway, can you go with some message from Uganda? So that you're able to tell people and say, this is what Uganda is planning to do. How can we work with you? Again, we believe that there's a lot of support, and it doesn't have to be financial support only. We can get in technical support, but also programs which work on together so that it become a win-win situation. So under component 1, basically we want to scale up and ensure that people get to know about these commitments. And we feel that's the way to go. So from after this the Uganda Water and Environment Week, we are going to have a number of engagements, and I want to invite all of you to be part of this. So again, specifically, we noted that we needed to integrate water issues National Development Plan 4 as a strategy. So we agreed to work with the National Planning Authority, and we have been working with the chairperson of the National Planning Authority. She might actually be online, and the team at the National Planning Authority, so that water is given in the right place in NDP4. So we are starting with them, and we want to make sure that they participate actively to understand water issues so that they can advocate for them. And I think we're on the right track. In this conference, you saw the chairperson of the National Planning Authority was the panelist. They are supposed also to be here to speak. Maybe they will do it online. But we want engagements because we feel that once the people at the National Planning Authority, once people at the Ministry of Finance understand more water issues and appreciate them, then we get support. And that's why we have, for example, Mr. Moses Sonko here representing the Ministry of Finance. We want to engage more. But also want to move further and reach Parliament, we want to reach Cabinet. We're actually thinking of getting champions. Right now, we're identifying champions who are up there, who will be speaking for us where we cannot reach. So I think of putting about together 5 champions, people whose voice can actually reach, but also people can open doors for us. And we do believe that through that, then the water messages will reach. So again, the events within the country, the events at the regional level related to SDG 6, we feel are going to be key. Again, we participated in the COP, Climate Change Conference in Dubai. We participated in the high-level political forum, the SDG conference, and many, many other events. Again, we participate in these either deliberately by going there for this or as part of our other engagements, because many of us are participating in these events anyway. But the whole idea is that can you also have an opportunity to actually raise awareness? If, for example, have material, many of these events, people are looking for partnerships, and they don't even know whom to talk to. So we would want all of you, Ugandans or non-Ugandans, but have interest in Uganda, that when you reach there, you raise our voice so that we can actually move this agenda forward. The third one is on lead, making the global lead-free drinking water pledge and action a reality. Again, it is noted that lead is a problem, and we need to address this, and I think Commissioner Lilian Dracua will give more information. Here again, Uganda and Ghana were the countries that subscribed to this the pledge during the UN Water Conference, and were the 2 countries that actually supported it, and then it was approved. So we have been supported again by Hilton Foundation to move this lead pledge forward so that we can ensure that the country is well informed about this. The first one is scaling up the development and use of district-level wash master planning. We note that if we have to scale up delivery of water and sanitation services, we have to have a master plan. And already we have examples of these master plans that have been prepared where they are making a difference. So we agreed that we want to scale it up, but also ensure that wash master planning is integrated in the National Development Plan. And here we are working with the National Planning Authority, where they will be developing guidelines on how we are going to ensure that the wash master planning is integrated, so that at the national level, we have a wash master plan, and then cascades to the district level. Again, colleagues from IRC are going to be sharing with us what is being done. And once we have gone through this, then we'll be able to see how other stakeholders can contribute. So that's what Hilton Foundation is supporting us. And on behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, I really want to thank them. They are not here with us, but they will be with us in April. But we want to pass over appreciation to them. They have also gone further actually to support another program in Western Uganda. They have given us about $1.5 million as a grant to implement activities on the ground in Mpanga catchment, where they want to support implementation of climate-resilient catchment-based water resources management interventions there. Again, for us, this is another source of financing. And now we are developing a financing strategy to look at non-conventional sources of funds, and the foundations are one of the areas we are looking at. And Hilton Foundation really has opened the door, and we want to scale up and go to the others, including, of course, also reaching the private sector and other funding sources. So thank you very much, and let me hand back over to our facilitator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Callist, Commissioner Lilian. Can you put up Commissioner's PowerPoint, please?
All protocol observed. Good afternoon, members. Madam Jane, I'm not a New Yorker, but carrying forward one of the commitments made by Uganda I've already been introduced. I'm Idrakwa Lilian, Commissioner in charge of Water Quality Management. And I'm going to make a presentation on the global initiative for lead-free drinking water by 2040. The goal of the initiative, first of all, is to prevent lead leaching from drinking water by 2030. And by 2040, the pledge is to make all drinking water lead-free. Now, the participants to this pledge commit to achieving SDG 6, that is providing safely managed drinking water services to everyone and everywhere. The implementation of the pledge, my colleague has already mentioned, is being supported by the Hilton Foundation. There were a number of founding members to this pledge. Uganda is one of the countries. The other countries from Africa, South Africa and Ghana, and a number of organizations, including the Hilton Foundation that has already been mentioned, and of course, the World Health Organization. My slides. Okay. Now, WHO has listed 10 chemicals that are of public health concern. Lead is just one of them. And for those of you who are familiar, when we talk about water quality problems, some of these contaminants we can see, like iron. If we have high iron level in the water, it imparts a reddish color to the water. But unlike those other contaminants, for lead, it is colorless when it is in water. It doesn't impart any taste to the water and does not give any smell to the water. So that makes it very difficult to notice visually. You may have clear water, but it may be containing lead. Now, the other chemicals of health concern, which I want to highlight in Uganda, is, I don't know how to use the pointer. Okay. I want to highlight also air pollution. For those of you who have been following, Kampala was ranked as the second heavily polluted city in the whole of Africa. And that was by the World Air Quality Report of 2018. Then we, in Uganda, we also have problems with fluoride. We have excess fluoride in the western part of the country along the Rwenzori mountain ranges in the districts of Kabarole, Kasese, going up to Kisoro. So those are some of the chemicals of major public health concern that have been listed by WHO for countries to address. Only one of these two, only fluoride and arsenic have been listed as priority chemicals and addressed under the SDGs. The rest are not addressed under the SDGs, but they are also chemicals of public health concern. Now, what are the sources of lead in drinking water? When we did some work and we detected lead, people started wondering, how can we have lead in our drinking water? But now studies have shown that the primary source of lead in drinking water is actually leaching from the components we use in the water systems. And these components could include the water pipes, our hand pump materials, and also other fittings and fixers. Because they are made of pure lead, but some of them are also made of alloys that contain lead. Many of these hand pumps we know are made of, we moved away from using pure, I think, iron to galvanized iron. Those who are in the water supply sector, we are even using stainless steel in some of the materials in point source water supplies. But some of these alloys contain lead, and given a favorable condition, which I'm going to mention later, one of the conditions is low pH. And then these materials can leach lead in the water. Now, there is a new trend of moving away from these metallic sort of materials in water systems to PVCs. But unfortunately, during the manufacture of PVCs, also lead is being used as an additive. So we are not safe even when we replace some of these materials with PVCs. Now, in our water source, there are other exogenous sources of lead pollution. This could come from pollution from the surrounding environment, or it could be of geogenic origin. Maybe I'm not pressing hard enough. It's taking long to transition. Okay. Now, other sources of lead. We don't get lead only in water, but there are other sources of lead, and I just want to mention those which I have highlighted. Many industries that are manufacturing paint, the paint we have is lead-based. So when the paint starts spilling in our homes, or the dust from this paint will expose us to lead in our homes. But also for those who have children who are still very young, this is for you to note. Some toys also have lead. So some toys also contain lead, but in our households, we have lead-based ceramics, especially the kitchenware we use. Some of them contain lead, but the main source of lead has been petrol, because we've been using petrol that has lead as an additive. Although this has been discontinued in many countries, I'm not sure if in Uganda it has been discontinued. I was told the sensor is that side, but okay. So what are the toxic effects of lead? Lead, unfortunately, affects all our organs when we take it in. It affects the brain, the kidneys, the liver, our blood, and the reproductive system. And we have two main vulnerable groups affected by lead. Children, very young children, very vulnerable. We also have women of childbearing age who are also very vulnerable. Now, in the children, the effect of lead is lifelong, because during their development, it affects their IQs, and that also will now lead to underperformance in schools. It also contributes to stunting in children. Now, in the pregnant women, it affects the development of also the fetus. In adults, I have already said it affects most parts of the body. Now, it causes, it is linked to kidney diseases as well as I'm still getting challenges with. Can I get someone to come and help? Okay. Now, impact of lead. Lead is a global problem. It affects both the developed countries and also the developing countries. In the developing world, at least they have started doing something about it, but in the developing country, I think awareness is still very low that lead actually is a problem in drinking water. Studies have shown that out of the 2 million annual deaths related to chemical exposure, we have about 900,000 deaths that are caused by exposure to lead. The groups I've already mentioned are children and women of childbearing age. Now, there's no safe limit for lead in drinking water. Although previously we had thought the 10 microgram per liter was a guideline value, WHO says this is now a provisional value because there's no safe level of lead where there's no impact. So we need to take note of that. Ideally, we're supposed to have zero lead in drinking water. Okay. Now, how are we implementing this pledge in Uganda? We hope to train staff to test and monitor lead in water, but not only in water. I already mentioned the other sources of lead. So we need to start also testing lead in other products. For water, we need to test the water supply systems, the pipes, the hand pump materials, and their fittings. But support is also going to be provided for both field and laboratory equipment for testing of the lead. We need to develop technical regulations to address this challenge. We have to raise awareness of all stakeholders, and this is just one of the meetings where we are trying to raise awareness of stakeholders with respect to the problem of lead in drinking water. We'll need to collaborate with a number of institutions, research institutions and other institutions to do a bit more work on research with respect to the sources of lead, especially in Uganda, their impact, how can we prevent lead in drinking water, and also do research to come up with appropriate technologies as remedial action. Last but not least, there's need to support institutional and human resource capacity development for us to be able to live up to this challenge. We have done some preliminary work. We visited sources, so we collected samples from over 3,000 water points, many of them point water sources, and both in the urban areas and also the rural area. And the findings, I think until the time in New York, it was not known whether lead is a problem in drinking water in Uganda. But when we did this preliminary work, it has actually shown that, yes, lead is also a problem in Uganda, in our drinking water. In the urban areas, up to 22% of the sources visited were positive for lead. And up to 32% of the sources visited in the rural areas turned positive for lead. Now, the graph on the left-hand side shows the last bar graph is just depicting what I've just explained. 68% are safe in rural areas, means 32% were not safe. And then 78% in urban means 20% were not safe. Now, one of the conditions I already mentioned that favors the leaching of lead from materials is pH. And in some of these sources, the pH is below the range that is acceptable, that is between 6 and 8. So some of these sources have pH that is less than 6, most of them with pH less than 4. So that leads to not only leaching of lead, but also corrosion in some of the pipes. I'm aware that under DWD, I think some work has been done in eastern Uganda, where corrosion of pipes is a problem. And this could be one of, we need to look at the pH of those sources, because low pH favors leaching or corrosion of materials. Now, those are the districts. We can see the red line is the 10 microgram per liter, which is the provisional WHO value. But we have a number of districts where the values are higher. You can identify and see where you lie on this map. Among the districts we visited, those yellow dots show the districts where lead was detected. I think even in Kampala, some of the sources had lead. So what are the solutions proposed in this pledge? We are saying prevention as usual. For any health problem, prevention is the best. So for the new water sources, if we can try and use materials that do not have lead or that will not leach lead, that would be the best. But to be able to do this, we need collaboration with institutions that can help us do what we call third-party verification of these materials before they are imported into the country. And we also need to work and try and see if we can identify and quantify the extent of this problem in our water sources. And then we have to take progressive remedial action, replacement of maybe the lead-containing materials, but also use of appropriate on-site and household technologies that can remove lead from the drinking water. There are some filters that can remove lead, but these need to be tested. But the message is, whatever the findings, we should keep the water flowing. We shouldn't close any source because we have detected lead in the source. Oh. Please stand for me. Okay, so this is the last, the last slide on the challenges we see to implementation of this pledge. Inadequate resources comes top as a challenge in the implementation of the pledge. And this relates to both staff and facilities. We have a huge number of water points. I think point water sources, I don't know who is from DWD here, but we have over 140,000 point water sources in the country. We have over 200 water supply systems under National Water and Sewerage Corporation. We have over 70 water supplies being managed by the umbrella organizations. But we also have private water supplies in industries and in homes. So the task is huge. And the other problem is analysis of heavy metals is very expensive. A cylinder of, I'm not sure of the capacity, but the cylinder we use in the lab, just one cylinder analyzes only 80 samples. So if we are to, we are to assess the over 200 water sources for lead, we can already roughly calculate how much that would cost in terms of the gas needed to operate the ICP. We use an ICP equipment for determination of lead in water. So we can already see the costs involved. That is only gas. We use other standards and also other consumables for this analysis. So the cost of analysis of heavy metals, including lead, is really high. And then if we are to test the materials we used in the water systems, there is a portable equipment, an X-ray fluorescence equipment, which is portable, but a small portable one costs about $40,000 US. And that is, I think, ex-factory price. So by the time it reaches Uganda, we may be talking about $60,000 US just for one. And we may need about maybe 20 of those if we are to do a good assessment countrywide. But when we cannot even start talking about now the cost of replacing the lead-containing materials in these water systems. But I'm saying this, we have a representative here from Ministry of Finance. So we are appealing, in other words, the funding we have got from the Hilton Foundation will not be able to implement this pledge. So we are also requesting for support from our own government to be able to do this assessment. The other challenge is there are no regulations, and I want to highlight two. Most of us know that we have standards for drinking water or potable water. The national standards are now EAC standards. But unfortunately, we cannot enforce those standards. We cannot take anybody to court because we have no law to implement that standard. We do not have a national water quality regulation to be able to implement the standard. But we also have a lot of, I think most of you may be using filters in your homes to improve water quality. And I think the suppliers are just riding on the ignorance of the consumers. Most of these filters may not be working, but as of now, we do not have any regulation to control and advise the public which ones they can use. Last but not least, I already mentioned about enforcement of, I already mentioned about regulation of the materials we are using in the water supply systems. They are not being regulated, so we need to work with relevant institutions to be able to regulate the materials used in water systems. So what are the next steps? We are going to confirm the preliminary results that I've just shown you, but there's need to do massive screening of our water supplies to understand the extent of the problem. We are going to continue engaging stakeholders to raise their awareness about this lead problem, and also discuss solutions to the existing sources. We'll engage relevant institutions to regulate materials for the new water sources. In conclusion, I think this pledge adds to our challenge of achieving SDG number 3, which is the SDG on health. But we also need to start asking ourselves, since Uganda committed to this pledge and say, all the participants say this is not to replace the SDGs. Now, the SDG for water supply, SDG number 6, is Uganda on track to achieve SDG number 6. SDG number 6 Target 6.1, just to refresh our soul, is proportion of population using safely managed drinking water services. And the word safely managed was included under the SDGs because under the MDGs, there was no mention of quality. But what this means is safely managed means improved drinking water source, but it should be located on the premises. It should be available when needed, and it should be free of fecal and priority chemical contamination. Now, we are using E. coli as a measure of fecal contamination. Under the SDGs, we have only 2 priority chemicals, that is fluoride and arsenic. In Uganda, I already mentioned, in the western part of the country, there's a problem of arsenic. But now, if lead is also added, I think that is going to add to our challenge of achieving the SDGs. I want to end by saying using E. coli as an indicator of safely managed water sources is a paradigm shift from what we know, where our coverage is based on access, whether it is safe or not. When we factor in the parameter of E. coli, then unfortunately it brings down our current coverage. I think my colleague said in the rural areas, are we standing at 68 now? When you add E. coli, the recent survey done by UBOS, the Uganda Demographic and Health Survey, showed that our coverage in the rural areas would fall to only 42%. And the quality of the water we are using in our households is not any better, it's actually worse. On average, almost 80% of the households visited are using water contaminated with E. coli. And E. coli is of fecal origin, so that means fecal matter is getting access to our drinking water. And that's a matter of concern because what it means is that the household hygiene is very poor. During COVID, all of us had, I think, hand washing improved up to 100%, but we have gone back. And we are seeing the implication of that through such measurements of water quality. So I think that was my last slide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Lilian Idrakua. I can see there are no smiles. I think people have been editing their homes. Do I have a pipe here that is not this? Because I was doing that. Is it PVC or is it still metal? And when, Commissioner, you touched the kitchen, I think all our thoughts went to our kitchens. Are we safe? And I know there is a long list, even the saucepans, even the what. My thoughts were like, we are in real trouble. We are in big trouble. We are not doing well on time, but I think the discussions, for those that are not engineers, I was being reminded of, I think it was chemistry 1 or whatever, you know, our notes. Because this is also a lot of learning. We all knew about the fluoride and the other things. This one, I think a good number of people in this room were shaken to the core. And we'll go back and try to check what they have. We'll quickly have a presentation on the district wash master planning. It's also one of the follow-up things follow-up issues that are being supported by the Conrad N. Hilton Foundation. Wilbrod, you have, I think, now less than 10 minutes, because I still have Mr. Sonko waiting for me, and I have Simon also waiting for me. New Yorker engineer Annette, you are not waiting for me. Because we also want to get into hearing perspectives from them. So, Wilbrod, if you could wrap it up in less than 10 minutes, I'll be very happy. And we have colleagues online, over 27 colleagues online that have really been there, and they are asking questions, which we hope we'll be able to respond to.
Thank you, Jane, and thank you to the first speakers. Can you please? My name is Wilbrod Turimaso, and I work with the IRC as a WASH programs coordinator. I'll take us through quickly the district WASH master planning. One of the things we've been doing where we work with the districts. RSC uses system strengthening approach, and we have 9 building blocks. And one of them is planning. And because as the adage goes, if you don't plan, you are still planning, but planning probably to fail. And I had somebody told me that if you want to succeed, plan, and then plan. So we support a holistic approach to WASH master planning at the district level. Okay. All right, thank you. Quickly, we know that provision of provision of safely managed wash services remains a service from government, and as we know, it is provided for in our national instruments, the water policy, then NDP 2 and NDP 3. Government continues to give funding to this as one of the priorities. We have clear roles and responsibilities of the different stakeholders, but importantly, the local governments who are down on the ground responsible for provision of safe water to their people. Now, these local governments need effective plans to be able to execute this function. And the WASH district master planning comes in to address this issue, to provide the long-term planning instruments that guide the districts to execute this function. Okay. Hope I'm understanding it. So the district WASH master plans, what are they? What exactly are they? Because there are so many plans that we use, but what are the district WASH master plans? These are long-term plans, mostly from 5 to 15 years, and they provide for climate resilience strategies for achieving the sustainable development goals. They set out a long-term WASH vision because it provides for a clarity of where the district wants to be in a certain period of time, which enables whoever is there to know where we are going as a district. And it is aligned mostly right now to the SDG instrument, and it follows the equity principle, the equity and sustainability principle, where we ensure that there is water always, but no one is left behind. And in this instrument, we determine the investment required to achieve the vision, and we look at what we have. The government funding we can leverage on, then we identify all the key players, the NGOs, the private sector, the CBOs, and all the other stakeholders in the district. A district WASH master plan, very importantly, provides the cost that is required. You know where you want to reach, but what does it take to reach there? Very importantly, we know that finance is a key requirement for this, and so it looks at all the key cost areas. It looks at the capital expenditure for the new infrastructure. It looks at the capital maintenance expenditure. It looks at the operational costs, and then the direct costs, the support costs, some of them even indirect, costs that are required to achieve this, this vision. What does it take to do district WASH master planning? It takes first and foremost the local government leadership. The local government have to decide that they want this plan. They have to understand it is very important for them, and they take leadership so that finally it becomes their document. Then too, it involves all the stakeholders within the district, because this becomes a document that guides the implementation. Each one of them takes a bit of it, and collectively they contribute to achieving that vision. It takes around 6 to 12 months to develop this plan, and it costs around 20 to around 50 US dollars to achieve this. The disparity is because there are two major processes of achieving, of doing the master plan. And one of them, you have to have the data. So if you don't have the right data to leverage onto plan, then you have to go through that process of ensuring the data is there, and then you start using it to plan. If you reach a place where there is already data, good quality data of the infrastructure, service level, then it becomes a bit cheaper and even shorter. So we have that as the cycle for development of the master plan. We start with the current situation assessment. Where are we as a district in respect to WASH, water supply, sanitation, and hygiene? Where are we in the communities? Where are we in the institutions, school WASH, WASH and healthcare facilities, and all the other aspects? And then we go to visioning. That first step is where we now do the service level analysis. We take stock of our infrastructure that we have and the like, so that we know what we have. Then we go to visioning. Where do we want to reach as a district? Then from there we go to the long-term strategic direction development. There you start to develop your your master plan, and then we do the costing. We do the costing and look at what are the avenues that we have to put this, the funds that are required together. We get a funding strategy or a plan. Then we validate this and launch it. Here is when we own it as a district. We go through it in a forum like this and say, yes, that's what we want. That's where we are, it is true, but that is where we want to be. Collectively involving all the stakeholders in the district. Then we start to implement our plan, and then the cycle, during implementation, we have the different reviews. So this is a long-term strategic plan. But then, and this is where the other national development instruments come in. We need to anchor it into our medium-term planning cycle, which is normally between 3 and 5 years. And then out of that, we get the annual cycle that we implement. So we break it down into manageable pieces, which also enable us to monitor, and importantly, enables us to know whether we are putting in the right effort or whether we need to increase the effort. Some examples where this has been done around the world. You can see in Uganda, we have in Ethiopia, we have in Ghana, and we have in India, where this has been done. And I don't know that I'm the one who's changing, oh, my friend there. Some examples where this has been done in districts. In Uganda, we have Kabarole district, and this is supported by RC. Then we have in Kamwenge, this is supported by Water for People. Then we have in Winyangabo district, again by RC. We have in Ruka district in the east, by Water for People. We have different, what they call war leaders in Ethiopia, supported by IRC. Then we have in Ghana, we have 2 districts in Ghana, and these also are supported by IRC. And most of this has been work supported by the Hilton Foundation. And as you can see, the one in Kabarole looked at the population, the coverage, the sanitation coverage, but more importantly, gives you the funding gap. It's a very big gap. As you know, investments in water, in sanitation, are not cheap. They are costly, but we need to invest there because it saves lives. And then, of course, you identify the different funding routes. We increasingly continue to look at how we can get funding. We've been talking about funding outside even the traditional funding instruments. What do we see as benefits coming out of this district wash master planning? First of all, we determine where to direct our resources based on a clear vision, based on a clear targets, and based on a strategy. So we decide and say, according to how we and where we want to be, let's direct our resources here. Let's find more here than there. We avoid this sporadic, sometimes opinion-based, or based on who is able to put up their argument. Because this is a document that is based on researched information that is accurate, that depicts what our district is. Then we have improved coordination and collaboration, and hence we reduce issues of duplication, we reduce issues of wastage of resources, working in silos, and then we have more learning, because if we are coordinating better, collaborating better, we learn better from each other. Then we have district stakeholders appreciating where they are. Many of the districts we don't know. Because if we don't know, have a clear, data set within the district, then we don't know where exactly we are. Sometimes we assume based on where we are, if in our place there is water, we tend to assume that there is water everywhere. And then what this does, it helps what you can call collective action, strategic areas of action. We have common objective, and then there is collective action, each person picking a piece of the whole. Then we have strengthened and increased partnerships. The synergies between the programs in the districts become very, very strong. And we have seen this in Kabarore where we work, for example. When this came out, we discovered in Kabarore that there was a place that had very, very low water coverage and had inherent challenges. It was difficult to sink wells there, lifting water in existing open water sources was very expensive because the water sources were very deep in the valley and they needed to be treated. There was no source of energy. And the only alternative was to pull water from a certain distance. But the district didn't have money. National Water said that's not our area. So with the partnership with the district, with National Water, and the district saying we accept it, you can come and serve in this area, then IRS also put in some money. We were able to take water to that area. So we saw this, and then these people, at the moment, there is a network of around 14 kilometers within a period of 3 years within that area. And the water supply has increased from 35 to around 70% right now, coverage in that area. So we have strengthened and increased the partnerships. And then you are able to bring forward more partners on board because everybody wants to associate with somebody who knows where they are going. I don't want to put my resources where I am not sure that you know what you are going to use it for. But when somebody comes and you are clear on what you want to achieve, they are more inclined to give you resources. So these are also some of the partnership that came up in Kamwenge, partnership in Kabarore, where we're able to get more resources, addressing low service levels, and allowing for equity. Equity is key. Many times, if you realize, when they are giving services in the districts, they tend to give where it is easy. Where it is more difficult and needs more resources, they tend to shy away. But if you have glaring facts, then you can no longer run away from that. So there is tendency to be more equitable in supply. Even those where you need more effort, you are forced to go there. Because now they even know, and they can put up a case. Then there is a prudent deployment, especially of partners. The district is able to say when you come, if you are coming to support us in this area and in this geographical location. Why? Because of this. When we finished this document in Kabarore, it became a Bible for the L5 chairperson. It is always on his desk. He uses it and to engage whoever is coming to support them. Then, of course, there is a very practical linkage between the national and the district development plans, and definitely the global. Thank you so much. I think that's what I had for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Wilbrod. And all that is post well, it was there before, but more efforts post-UN Water Conference. There's a message online from Martin Wasisi. I'm in Uwewk district now, and they have a WASH master plan. They are using it to plan WASH implementation, and that is happening right now. There are a few questions on the lead pledge, but we'll get to Commissioner after. We are running out of time, but we need to hear from at least two people, two New Yorkers, Moses and Simon. Do I have another one who was requested to share? Okay, Moses and Simon, I don't know where you want to do it. You want to come up here? Especially Moses, people need to see you. Moses is Minister of Finance, so our money, we will come. Moses, Sonko, Simon, UNHCR, please join me here. And they are going to really share their perspectives on the conference, their feelings, how bad or how happy they felt, and any insights on whether are we moving in the right direction after post. It's just a few months down the road. It took a whole, probably a whole year for the Ministry of Water and Environment to apply for the Hilton grant, to get the money. It's a whole process. You don't just wake up and Hilton says, we'll give you money, and then the following day they give you the money. I think almost 14 months to get the money. So share your perspectives. You were in New York. You saw the struggles there, but you also saw the good work that was presented by the team that was there. And then we came back, and a number of things have happened. But what are also those things that should happen from the emergencies and humanitarian point of view, but also from the finance point of view? How should we move going forward? I'll start with you. No, I'll start with Simon. Simon, you have the floor. Just a few minutes to share your perspectives.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. I want to announce that I gave a slot 5 days to the New York visit, but all the documents that went in were part of the organization together with Dr. Kalist and the team. Mine is focusing on pledge number 5, that is scaling up Uganda's response to conflict and climate. We know that the country has about, I'm trying to, sorry. Yeah. Okay, this is better. Thank you very much. So we have around 1.6 million refugees, and mainly they are displaced as a result of conflict. But also in the country, we have displacement as a result of climate changes. We know of the Bududa, we know of landslides, we know of floods. But most of these displacements are localized. But the reason why the UNHCR focused on this pledge and commitment, it was because of the 1.6 million refugees that are in the country right now. And we know that they use a lot of firewood. If we do a rough calculation, we find that around 32 million trees are required for them to use as wood fuel. And UNHCR with the partners, right now we plant around 5 to 6 million trees every year. And you can look at the number which is cut versus the number that is being planted. So the refugee settlement in the last 10 years have really gotten dry and bare, and we have seen the impact. We have seen the impact in the water level going down. We have seen the impact in the water quality changing in most of these settlements. In the last so many years, we did not have issues to do with the high salt content, high iron content in water, and we have not been closing water points. 3 years, we have closed 30 hand pumps, and that is because it has dried out, because the level of water in the boreholes have reduced. And this is as a result of displacement. So to speak about a few of the actions that is taking place right now, the commitment around 3 areas. And the 4th area of the commitment is on committing to honor commitment. That was the 4th area. But the first area is leveraging the work of youths and using their voices. And at the same time, now we are having a youth session going on in the Nile boardroom, and they are trying to look at policies and strategies and advocacy areas that they can focus on in the next 3 to 4 years. And they're also coming up with a roadmap. That's one area, leveraging on the voices of youths. And then the second area is exploring nature-based solutions, which is already happening. The country has done quite a number of catchment management plans. Out of the 32 required, I think up to around 20 now is done. I know that there are only 10 catchment management plans which are missing, and we are in the process, the ministry is in the process of spearheading it. So with that plan, it helps us to come up with solutions, and some of these solutions are, of course, restoring wetlands. Recently, there had been gazettement of all the wetlands in the country. This is the first time the ministry is doing this. All the wetlands have been gazetted, so that means now the ministry has authority from this gazettement. It's just like gazetting water systems and gazetting areas to be managed by utilities. So one of the areas also is to gazette all the settlements, and we decide who should be managing these settlements under the transition agenda. So the nature-based solutions is quite a number of activities which is taking place. I cannot go through them all, but that's the second pledge. And then the third pledge is on strengthening water governance, and that's where development partners like IRC, WaterAid, the World Bank, GIZ, KFW comes in. There are a number of partners that are supporting umbrella authorities to be professionalized and also supporting national water in infrastructure development. And this falls under this commitment number 3, which is strengthening water governance. So these are, we are already in the process, even if the commitment has just been reiterated last year. And it has to go on until the end of the water action decade, which is 2028. The last one is the commitment to commit, which is the commitment number 4 on this water action decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, moderator. I want to say that I was one of those who were lucky enough to go to New York to listen in on the experiences of the different countries on how they are addressing the global commitments to provide safe water. Of course, I thank the Minister of Water, which led the team. I think we put up a very good show as a country. But also as the Minister of Finance, someone from Finance gave me an experience listening into what some of the countries are investing in terms of water. It gave me an idea that we really need to up our game as a country. We need to mobilize more resources. If we are to achieve the commitments of providing universal access by 2030, which by the way is not far from now. So allow me to restrict my perspectives to largely financing issues. When I came back to office, I prepared a brief for my Minister of Finance regarding the commitments we made as Uganda. And because he was not there, he asked me to provide the cost implications of those commitments. And I want to confess that up to now I have not been able to provide them. because I think it would require a lot of technical expert knowledge. Because I'm not a water engineer, I'm not so sure how the costs are arrived at. So I think we need to move fast enough, first of all, to understand how much resources we need to close the gap. Dr. Kalisti told us that the access to water and sanitation has stagnated, which is true. But if you're going to provide this universal access by 2030, 6 years down the road, definitely you need to mobilize resources. I know on the side of government, our annual budget for Ministry of Water and Environment is around 1.1 trillion, on the assumption that all of it will be released. Some of us know the challenges. Sometimes we budget and we don't provide the money. But I'm also not quite sure whether we have a clear picture of what is available in totality from the different partners. For government, I said 1.1 trillion. But also we know we have so many other partners, development partners, civil society, NGOs, and they are doing quite a commendable job and mobilizing resources. So we need to have a clear idea of how much we need, but also how much is available and what is the gap. And at one point, the Minister of Water proposed that we need to grow the government financing in ninefold. Ninefold is definitely that's not affordable. But it doesn't take away the commitments we have as a country. So one of the things I want to speak to is the need to strengthen our planning and budgeting system to clearly take stock of the available funds, but also to collaborate among our stakeholders. If someone is planning for, let's say, energy, electricity, and they are depending on water, definitely they need to invest in water for sustainable management of water resources. If someone is investing in agriculture, we know agriculture has been identified as one of the key drivers of climate change in the country. So the investments that are being made in agriculture, in energy, and other sectors of the economy need to be collaborated with the rest of us. I know we are still struggling when it comes to water for irrigation, for the stakeholders to work jointly. So that's another area we really need to focus on. For us as Minister of Finance, we welcome your idea on how we can mainstream the water aspect in the entire budget. Of course, we know how much goes to the institutions which directly finance water, but like I said, the actions go beyond the Ministry of Water and the other related partners. There are others which are not directly water, but their interventions have implications for sustainable management of water. Under the budget law, we are required to provide a certificate of compliance to climate change. I'm bringing climate change because we all know the implications it has on water services. I want to say that whereas we give a certificate, in my personal opinion, we have not been able to use that provisions in the law to enforce compliance by other actors who are not directly in water. So before we assess, let's say Minister of Finance, if I'm Minister of Finance and I'm designing a budget strategy, my budget, if the minister is reading the budget, should send very clear messages on the interventions for improving access to safe water and sanitation and climate change. So us in finance, I know we have a big role to play, but we are not experts in these areas. So we really want to depend on you, the experts in water resources management, to guide us. And the same applies to the rest of programs, whether someone is in health, someone is putting up schools. We really need to reach out to them, to support them. They hear, most of them hear about climate change, integration, but they're not so sure how they can ably plan for climate change, adaptation, and mitigation measures. And that's our role as a sector for water and environment. Allow me to talk about efficiency. I will not go into details on how we use the resources available. My neighbor here has talked about interventions in refugee host areas. And I'm sure there are so many interventions going on, either by Ministry of Water, Ministry of Lands has interventions, Ministry of Local Government, Office of the Prime Minister, non-government actors. So quite a lot of resources are going there. So we really need to see how we can efficiently put to use the resources we're investing in so that we understand where we are not doing well and which gaps we need to close, but also to harness synergies and maybe avoid any potential duplications, because they are definitely there. It also touches on timely execution. There are cases where we've mobilized the resources. We have a project which is supporting restoration in the refugee host areas. World Bank funded. It's quite a substantial amount of resources. But we are struggling. The resources are available, but we are struggling to spend the money. Yet we want to close the gap. And it has implications even for water resources. So the issues go beyond financing. We need to identify challenges to timely execution of interventions, projects, so that we can fast track the commitments and maybe move closer to the targets we set for 2030. Financing, we need to be quite innovative. Like I said, if we are to grow the budget ninefold, it's not possible from the traditional government of Uganda, taxation and tariffs. We need to tap into other innovative financing arrangements. The other day we were told by a colleague here from Barara that there were polluters there who had one thing, no, two, not polluters. He said they were partners in Barara where their common characteristic was they were private sector, but they were polluters. And I want to say that we need to work closely with the private sector because they are big stakeholders when it comes to water quality. As we tax Ugandans, these guys who private sector have money, and it's also in their best interest that they invest in addressing issues of water quality. In the interest of time, I will just say that we are preparing our next development plan, NDP4. I want to suggest that we try and integrate the commitments we made in the next development plan in terms of priorities, in terms of monitoring mechanisms, indicators that we can use to fast track progress. Lastly, issues of equity and access to safe water. I will just whisper to you that I have looked at and the budget law requires us to assess the budget and identify the extent to which it addresses issues of equity and access to services. I've looked at our assessment for next financial year, which budget is almost done, and we have really deteriorated as a sector. That's not a good indicator. I don't know what happened. Look at how we are performing 3 years ago, but starting with this current year, next year, they are saying we are doing so badly when it comes to equity issues. And because we know when we talk about equity, access to water is key. Access by women, access by children, access by the different groups, and maybe access in terms of geographical allocation of water resources. So I think it's a wake-up call that we try and focus on issues of equitable access to water and sanitation. Of course, as Minister of Finance, we are really committed. We are committed to mobilize resources towards improving access to safe water. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Moses. Thank you very much, Simon. We've run out of time. We've not had lunch. And the next session that starts at 2, the people have started coming in. We expect the head of public service to come and officiate at a graduation of our mentees. So we can't keep them waiting. And we've had so much. We've learned so much. We've been scared to the core. But we shouldn't remain scared. Commissioner Lillian, there are 2 questions here. I'll give them to you because we'll still have to respond to them so that they still get into the report for this session because they are important. on lead, and the map. There are so many questions on the map. People are worried, is it in my side? Is it the other side? Where is it more? So you will kindly request you to respond to them and provide the feedback to the team. And on that note, I'd like to thank you so much for staying on in big numbers. We've had a very good session. Dr. Calist, this is the start. I think post-UN Water Conference issues are key, and we need to continue. There is a suggestion, I think a recommendation to have every 2 years. We need to follow up on that, but also have our own national activities. I thank you for listening to me. I am happy that I was able to moderate this session and have you in this room. And I request to hand over to Dr. Calist, but I know we need to go for lunch. I hope you have the coupons already. Thank you so much.
Join me to give a big applause to Madame Jenny Nabunya Murumba. She has done very, very well, as always, Jane, so we do appreciate. And we thank you for steering us through this session. I know we didn't have time for interactions, but basically, the journey has just started. Those who have questions, those who have comments, we have shared sheets. Make sure that you register and put there your contact so that we can also integrate you in this discussion. So we want to widen the discussion so that we get inputs from everybody. So make sure that you register. If you have not registered, really check with Engineer Nate Nantongo there so that you can register. We are going for lunch. We have lunch served down there. We have 2 serving places, but there's also lunch served up there. I think there are some people who have been given coupons to go up. I suggest that we move very fast and take lunch. But just to remind you that there are a number of sessions here taking place this afternoon. We have a side event on climate change, mobility and development nexus in Uganda, which is being organized, held by Global Center for Climate Mobility. We have a session on engagement on data access for urban climate resilience in Africa, early warning for all by Lincoln Institute of Land and World Meteorological Organization. It is in Zoka. The one on climate mobility is in Nile Boardroom, first floor. In this same room, we are having 105 mentees, 60 ladies and 45 men who are going to be graduating, and the graduation ceremony is going to be presided over by the head of the civil service, and the permanent secretary will accompany her. So it's going to be in this room. But we also have a side event on implementation of noise pollution control policy in urban Uganda, citizen perspectives and compliance. This is taking place at the National Water and Sewage Corporation in Bugorobi, IREC. We have poster presentations in Ruiz room on the ground floor. We also have technical presentation on resilient built environment and infrastructure taking place on the 3rd floor in DWD boardroom. So I want to encourage you to join in these sessions. They are very, very interesting sessions so that you can actually benefit from what people are doing, but also you make contribution. Otherwise, thank you very much. And tomorrow we'll be having our final dialogue, which will be protection of lives, livelihoods, and property, support community resilience. It will be in here starting at 9 up to 11, where we'll be having a panel. Then after that, we shall have some panel sessions. And in the afternoon, we shall be having celebration of World Water Day, World Forest Day, and World Meteorological Day as we move closer to the conclusion of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. But I want to draw your attention to exhibitions. Very, very interesting. If any of you has not gone down to see what is being exhibited, I must say you are missing a lot. A lot is happening, so as you go for lunch, those who are going down, pass around. Very interesting technologies, a lot of ideas being shared there, including a tent by Uganda National Bureau of Statistics, where they are telling us about the census. Again, we have banks there, we have insurance companies and other organizations exhibiting. So please take time off. I know we are busy, but let's get time to visit the exhibition. Otherwise, thank you very much and enjoy your lunch. But let's take lunch very fast so that we can catch up with these sessions.
A land of breathtaking landscapes and vibrant communities. Welcome to Uganda, a land of contrasts where innovation meets adversity in the battle for sustainable development. In this documentary, we explore the delicate balance between the environment and water resources, shedding light on the challenges and initiatives shaping the nation's future. The Nile to the picturesque of lakes. However, the country is grappling with water scarcity, environmental degradation, and the looming spectre of climate change.
There is no water if environment is not there. Even the environment will not be sustained if there is no water. If climate change is not addressed, it jeopardizes the two. So it talks to each other.
The lush forests of Uganda and the wetlands are essential for maintaining water quality and regulating rainfall patterns. Unfortunately, rampant deforestation and encroachment on the wetlands pose a severe threat to this resource, which is an essential catalyst for economic development and transformation of this country.
Uganda's development is natural resources led. Therefore, the natural resources that we do have, which includes forests, wetlands, the water resources themselves together with their banks, and then those fragile ecosystems like the mountain slopes and mountain tops, etc., that need to be protected because, one, they are towers for water itself, but they're also filters, and they also purify the environment for us. These resources are actually part of our day-to-day life, and they are necessary for us to survive as a country. Hence, the need to protect and conserve them responsibly. Development can coexist with environment.
Government, through Parliament and the Ministry of Water and Environment, has put in place various policies and strategies to protect the country's degraded environment and water resources, and one of them is to partner with stakeholders and the communities surrounding the protected areas to conserve the environment.
As an agency of government, we want to replant, but replant with our communities, regenerate them. That's also an undertaking. In the wetlands where the president said they should be evicted, we are putting in place alternative source of livelihood. We said we can engage them to have fish ponds along the wetlands. If our people start benefiting from the fish ponds, which is more viable than the rice in the middle of the wetland, then that is the way we think our wetlands will be protected. Beehives, ecotourism, we have even gone ahead and canceled titles because dubious people went around behind the government and even created titles.
To bolster these efforts, in 2018, the Ministry, through its Water Resources Institute, introduced an annual advocacy event called the Uganda Water and Environment Week, Uwewk, through which it interfaces with the public, academia, and other stakeholders to create awareness and give the right information on how to harness water and environment resources.
We know that water, environment, and climate change issues affect everybody. So we use this opportunity to bring all the stakeholders from the grassroots, the community, the local level, the local governments, the civil society, the private sector, the cultural institutions, religious institutions, the youth, academia, government institutions, international organizations, to come together and reflect on how far we have gone with providing services to Ugandans, water, environment services, and how we are dealing with the current challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, high population growth, pollution, and so forth.
The week-long event, which has evolved and grown to become the flagship program for advocacy, information sharing, and learning within the water and environment spectrum, is preceded with a number of activities. This year's event, the seventh of its kind, kicked off with a 518-kilometre walk for water, environment, and climate change.
Well done, well done, well done.
The trekkers set off from Fort Portal on the 26th of February 2024 to the ministry headquarters via Mbarara City on the 14th of March 2024. Other activities with new innovations included mini Uwewk celebrations within the ministry's 6 regional offices. That's Moroto, Wakiso, Mbarara, Lira, Mbale, and Fort Portal, where tree planting, marathons, radio talk shows, football matches, clean-up exercises, and youth school debates took place.
We are having a special event for people who have retired. We call them water and environment elders. These are people who have made the sector what it is. Many of them retired a number of years ago, but we have brought them. We have also a half day where they are going to be engaging with us so that the young people can actually get to know them. We call it greet and meet the water and environment elders. We want people to get to know them, but also we want those elders also to get to know the young people so that interface and also motivate them, share with them the progress of the sector, but also for the people who have retired, also to get to know how the sector has grown.
This year's event running under the theme Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda also has 4 sub-themes, which are designed to address water, environment and climate change issues and challenges, outcomes and recommendations of key global water and environment-related events.
The theme is basically challenging the status quo. It is telling us, think outside the box. With these challenges, are you doing enough? So we want the debate to reflect, to revolve around that. What more do we need to do to strengthen our action so that to address these challenges? So
there are professional, there are technical papers that are going to be presented, but also going to be very simple technologies that are affordable but very relevant at individual level that will be showcased. And I would like to invite the public to come and participate and also see what the Ministry of Water and Environment is doing to conserve these resources that we have been entrusted with by the people of Uganda. So see you there.
The event, which seeks to contribute towards the attainment of sustainable socio-economic transformation and achieving Ugandan National Development Plan and Vision 2040, will also be used to commemorate 3 international days, which resonate with the Ministry's mandate. That's the World Forest Day, which falls on 21st, the World Water Day on 22nd, and the World Meteorological Day on 23rd of March every year.
We are rich. We should really be proud of our country. We should protect what God has given us. We should be a solution to the global problem of climate change.
I'm Florence Grace Adongo, Director for Water Resources Management in the Ministry of Water and Environment. As a directorate, our main responsibility is to ensure that water resources are managed and developed in a sustainable manner so as to ensure that all the different sectors get the necessary support to use the water in a more sustainable manner and to ensure that we have water available for the present and future generation. The beginning of the thought on the Water Resources Institute goes back to 2003 when the Water Resources Management Reform Studies was undertaken During that reform studies, a number of investigations on the challenges and opportunities available to improve on the water resources management and development came up. One of the key areas that was identified was the issue of human resource capacity in management and development of the water resources, as well as lack of awareness on water resources management issues in this country. So benchmarking and with the local problems that we are facing, it was very necessary that we have a one-stop center where we can bring the different water users and stakeholders to either dialogue or discuss issues of water resources development and management so that we have sustainable development of these finite water resources. So we are happy that this time the Water Resources Institute will be launched on the 21st of March 2018. This is going to be a very important institution and will also create a good platform for think tanks, water professionals, environment professionals, economists to come and exchange views on how best to manage and develop our water resources.
And we have worked with a number of partners to move this idea forward. We have worked with WaterAid, we have worked with FAO, we have worked with World Bank, and they have supported us to get the idea into concrete action. And the Institute is going to be
Check mic 1 and 2. Check mic 1 and 2. Check mic 1 and 2. Check mic 1.
environments. Logical security is ensured through national and international level frameworks. The WEES is built on a robust real-time replication and backup framework of both passive and active files to ensure high availability. The Water and Environment Information System is a powerful tool, integrating diverse portals and cutting-edge analytics to enhance our understanding and management of water resources. Join us in this journey towards a sustainable and water-resilient future. Visit WEES today and be a part of the water revolution.
On behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment of the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions, Water, Environment, and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda.
Today we gather united by a cause that transcends our individual beliefs and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation. We are faced with a crisis that threatens the beauty, diversity, and vitality of our motherland. The water, climate, and environmental crisis in Uganda calls for our immediate and undivided attention.
The goal of my ministry is to reduce environmental degradation and the effects of climate change with improved utilization of water and environment resources for sustainable economic growth and livelihood security.
When the oceans look up to the heavens and mirror the stars. After all, we are born by nature. We are one with nature.
I wish to recognize and appreciate the various organizations and government partners that have continued to support the Ministry of Water and Environment to achieve water and environment services to the people of Uganda. I wish to thank you for this support and request you to continue working with us so that this critical sector of government is effectively managed. I wish you all fruitful deliberations during this week and a successful commemoration of the 3 annual Sector International Days. It is now my singular honor to declare the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week 2024 officially open for God and my country.
Thank you very much. Throughout this journey, we interacted with all the district and town council authorities along the route. We interacted with religious institutions, learning institutions, and also a traditional institution. We collected issues pertaining water and environment, both positive and negative, of which we have documented. In the interest of time, I may not be able to go through it one by one, but will be documented and we shall present it to you before Uganda Water and Environment Week is open officially.
These are our workers. They are ready to move 518 kilometers. And the reason why they are moving, they are trying to create awareness about the effects of climate change, which are majorly caused because of the human activities.
And we are going through Victoria Water Management Zone up to the central. facility. We ask for your prayers and collaboration.
So as we flag off the workers today, let us again realize that whatever the awareness they are raising, whatever they're going to do, is part of our overall core responsibilities as citizens, as government, as civil society, as traditional institutions, to see what we can do to address these challenges.
If you don't have trees, life is very difficult. No trees, no life. You want to live an enjoyable life, plant trees.
And on behalf of the people of Toro, I thank you for this drive. And now I take this opportunity to flag you off as you continue making the campaign, as you continue your efforts in having a good, clean environment, clean water, and healthy life.
The seasons are not predictable the way it used to be. So the farmers are growing crops, but you find that at the end of it, at times they are hit by drought, they are hit by rainstorm. So all these are impacts, all these are outcome of climatic change.
Everybody should fight using this channel to make sure that the budget for environment moves so high. All these diseases we are suffering from is a result of poor environment. So if we have good environment, we are protected it, that means we are also eliminating some of it.
When we monitored these projects along the Nyamwamba catchment, we have found a few challenges. But I want to implore the project implementers that our people along the catchments, the farmers, those who are doing other livelihood projects, tourism, and the planting of the bamboo. I know when the bamboo grows, it will bring in a lot of other animal species, the birds, and therefore it can be a tourist attraction.
Incinerators batulete na dustbins awokuba kuleba abantu banakuvera ubasanga bokuba dustbins ati ninche munonga kai amwaro no kweruguru cyo twabiri tubagambire bagabamba za kuchikoraho.
We usually like to have a water hydrant, but it's now like a year. We go to that stranger. We have tried to fight tooth and nail to reach several offices. If you talk to one that this weed will one time block the whole channel. And if it blocks the channel, then the natural sources that are underground will die. Because the water hydrants covers water, and when it covers water, they will block the entry of oxygen.
Kuja kufanya plastic hii iko ngumu, labda mtafutie sisi watu ya kuja kununua plastic hii. Kama tunazungumza kwa maneno ya plastic hii, mimi namwambia nyinyi watu plastic hii hawezi kuishi, kwa maana wakubwa ndio iko na business huko kupata. Kama mimi nasema rongo, mnanipa. Wakubwa ndio iko na business hii ya plastic, hawezi kubali business yao yaharibike. Mpaka watuletee wachuruzi. Kama mimi nakusafiria maji niweke kwa nyumba, kwa maana mimi nakusajua nitapata ndani ni pesa niweke. Kama ule mchuruzi amekuja nunue yote azio hapo.
Man planning ke amasomero ga government baseka boreholes cyose kubayamba agamizi kubayamba kora imirimo kezo cleaning classes and toilets.
Because we are in a national park, we have a challenge of people sneaking into the park to get firewood. And that has actually created a conflict. I've seen many women killed by buffaloes.
Even along the road, we have challenges of vehicles, passengers within the vehicles. When they buy drinks from, let's say, the market at Shambura here, they buy water in plastic bottles or in plastic bottles. By the time they're reaching the park, the drinks are over, they dispose of whatever plastic waste they have within the park.
Kaliz is very rich in gold, very, very rich in gold, and most of people think that gold is everything. That is why you see the security guys there. We have another one just like 20 meters from here. There's another camp that's kind of the UPDF. Those teams, they work hand in hand with the patrol teams, communities, and also the patrol teams which are being deployed by NFA to try to bring out the illegal doers from the forest. Mostly people sneak in to look for the gold.
You wouldn't be able to be here today, all of us. But we need to take care of our resources so that the generation that is coming after you, when you are now also in the places where we are now, should enjoy the development, should enjoy the resources, should enjoy the environment the way we were able to enjoy it.
Environment is life. We think about the water and environment ministry, and we think about what we need to take very seriously. We live at a time when a lot of us as people have degraded the environment. We've not cared about it, but as religious leaders, we need to know that God created nature, God created water, and then he created man, and he urged us to take care of it. But we find that environment is degraded, and in Romans chapter 8, verse 19-20 says, even nature is groaning for salvation. So nature has been choked, and it is groaning, crying out for liberation. So I appeal to all God-fearing people, loving people, to know that it is our responsibility to take care of the environment. After all, water is life. Even our bodies, 98%, we are told, something like that, are constituted by water. The moment you lose water, you've lost everything. So may we all rise up and take seriously the messages that urge us to preserve and protect the environment. The future is going to be very difficult for those who cut trees. So the coffee, they are able to scan all the coffee farms to test and see if you cut.
The Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect. And so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young girls and mentor them so that they remain within the science of water and environment.
We started with the ladies. We had a pilot mentorship program last year, 2021, 2022. And the pilot program had about 26 mentees who are graduated in 2022. And there were only ladies from the center, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment Center. So after the experience we got in the pilot study and recommendations and the interest that were shown by ladies and the top management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we embarked on the second cycle. This second cycle, we recruited 30 mentees from the deconcentrated structures and 30 mentees from the Ministry of Water, the Central.
One of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program, which we started in 2021, basically trying to help the young men and women to build their capacity, to motivate them to improve their career, be confident and be able to deliver very, very effectively as a sector.
We are in a small group where everyone can talk.
the mentees are able to learn more about the ongoing global, regional, national trends in the different areas. For example, if you look at an area of project management, all of us in our lives, whether in our family, whether in our workspaces, we are always handling projects. So a technical session on project management exposes these young professionals to the realities of what they would really find in their day-to-day work.
Whoever came up with it, I think did a good job, because it is going to strengthen the capacity of the girls. And I hope that also the boys are going to come on. Some of us, when we are coming into the public service offices, we didn't have an opportunity to get someone to make you understand. So I found this program very capacitating. It is going to enable the mentees, first of all, to be confident of what they are doing. It is going to make them understand better the areas they are following.
I've learned a number of things. To start with policy formulation, it was quite interesting because I had no idea how policies come up and every other thing. And now I know exactly how to put the ideas together, who to consult, and what stakeholders exactly to engage in actually having a successful policy.
We have learned a lot as mentees. We have got an experience, an opportunity to directly interact with very great women in the country, as women, to encourage us and motivate us with very practical examples. And other than the videos we watch on YouTube and what, we've got an experience to interact with them closely, for them to mentor us into great women all round, socially, economically, and environmentally.
The topics from the mentorship program are very highlighting. For instance, the art of communication is one of those topics that I liked very much.
Initially, I did not believe in myself. I really used to have a lot of fear. And with this program, I was able to believe in myself. I was able to learn how to take up opportunities, be it at work, be it at my family level. I learned how to be a leader at both levels, and I feel I have been encouraged to take up many opportunities once given a chance.
I've learned on how to negotiate. It can either be at workplace, home, or communities. And during that negotiation, you have to look at what you expect from people and what you have to air out to people.
I had a lot of self-awareness. I learned that you have to know your strengths and your weaknesses in order to have real goals that will achieve you anything.
We are seeing benefits at different levels. At the mentors level, for instance, we have one of our old pundit in water and environment sector, who is one of the committed mentors to this program. So we are learning a lot from her. She's inspiring young girls on how to get to the highest level internationally, and among other mentees and mentors who have made it up there.
The mentorship program is not only for the mentees to learn, but even the mentors learn.
The ladies who are in the first pilot, they've been able to make decisions, they've been able to get promotions in their workplaces. Some became principals, some became seniors, and they say that this mentorship program they had, the chance of mentoring them, build their capacity, build their confidence, that they were able to pass the interviews for promotion interviews. They were able to advocate for more opportunities as ladies in the Ministry of Water and Environment sector.
We have technical mentorship and leadership mentorship. And these ladies are being helped to actually grow and be competitive in an environment dominated by men. And we are hoping that after they have gone through the mentorship program, they will be well equipped to deliver. They will also be well equipped and motivated to perform much, much better.
It stems from WaterAid's vision of everyone everywhere accessing safe and clean water.
because that's what we are about. That's our core business, that is our niche area, and we want to make sure that everyone out there has safe and clean water, good sanitation, and hygiene practices. And who best to lead on these than women themselves who are being affected by the bulk of the grants. So that is how that mentorship program came. And from the conception and the idea, we are really thankful for the partnership with Water Resource Institute. They picked it up, they developed a concept, we supported them in developing a concept and a strategy for it. We funded the first round of the mentorship program, and we are thankful that now in its second year, they've received funding to support with more mentorships. So that for us is a huge success, because one of our driving pillars is let us initiate, but then be able to see that initiation or that innovation being scaled up and taken by other partners. And that's what we are seeing. So we couldn't have been much happier than that.
I'd like to appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment, that is especially the Water Resources Institute, for the mentorship program.
To the program organizers, our mentors, the funders, the Water Resources Institute, and everyone who has actually been part of this program that enabled us as mentees come together. Thank you so much.
I'd like to give special thanks to the G4G Girls Mentorship Program and the Ministry of Water for facilitating this program and Water Aid.
We really want to take this opportunity as the ministry to thank Water Aid Uganda, thank Girls for Girls that have helped shape this program, and Contour Consult that have also been providing consulting services to provide guidance in our delivery of this program. Again, for the mentors, we not mention them by name. There are many heads of government institutions, permanent secretaries, executive directors, and many from within the country and outside who have contributed to this program. We want to thank them and want to call upon them to continue supporting us moving forward.
I want to take this opportunity to really thank the Ministry of Water through the Water Resource Institute and the leadership of Dr. Kalist for really standing up as a man. He has stood up for the mentorship program and seeing more women being mentored, more leaders coming into the sector. That is what this mentorship program is doing. So thank you very much, Water Resource Institute, Dr. Kalist and your team. You guys have started a wonderful job in the institute itself, but also in spearheading a mentorship program that we can also see is going beyond Uganda. Agenda for Change has taken this up, and they are doing a global mentorship program for women. So congratulations to you all.
To the mentees that are yet to join, I pray they get an opportunity to actually join this mentorship program. There's a lot that you pick from it. You come when you're probably in a certain shell, but it enables you come out of that shell. There's so much that you learn.
I encourage you 100% to join this very, very interesting and educative program for a number of reasons. First of all, this ignites the energy for you to move and become a great woman of substance, practically. So the mentees that are yet to come, I would encourage you to get so much interested and look forward to achieving goals and set the targets. Come here with very many expectations and be assured they shall be met.
It adds lots of positive energy to your career, profession, family, social networks, and all aspects of life.
The Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is the flagship program for the Water Resources Institute. which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect. And so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young girls and mentor them so that they remain within the science of water and environment.
We started with the ladies. We had a pilot mentorship program last year, 2021, 2022. And the pilot program had about 26 mentees who have graduated in 2022. And there were only ladies from the center, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment Center. So after the experience we got in the pilot study and recommendations and the interest that was shown by ladies and the top management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we embarked on the second cycle. This second cycle, we recruited 30 mentees from the deconcentrated structures and 30 mentees from the Ministry of Water, the Central.
One of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program, which we started in 2021, basically trying to help the young men and women to build their capacity, to motivate them to improve their career, be confident and be able to deliver very, very effectively as a sector.
We are in a small group where everyone can talk. The mentees are able to learn more about the ongoing global, regional, national trends in the different areas. For example, if you look at an area of project management, all of us in our lives, whether in our family, whether in our workspaces, we are always handling projects. So a technical session on project management exposes these young professionals to the realities of what they would really find in their day-to-day work.
Whoever came up with it, I think did a good job, because it is going to strengthen the capacity of the girls. And I hope that also the boys are going to come on. Some of us, when we are coming into the public service offices, we didn't have an opportunity to get someone to make you understand. So I found this program very capacitating. It is going to enable the mentees, first of all, to be confident of what they are doing. It is going to make them understand better the areas they are following.
I've learned a number of things. To start with, policy formulation. It was quite interesting because I had no idea how policies come up and every other thing. And now I know exactly how to put the ideas together, who to consult, and what stakeholders exactly to engage in actually having a successful policy.
We have learned a lot as mentees. We have got an experience, an opportunity to directly interact with very great women in the country as women, to encourage us and motivate us with very practical examples. And other than the videos we watch on YouTube and what, we've got an experience to interact with them closely, for them to mentor us into great women all round, socially, economically, and environmentally.
The topics from the mentorship program are very highlighting. For instance, the art of communication is one of those topics that I liked very much.
Initially, I did not believe in myself. I really used to have a lot of fear. And with this program, I was able to believe in myself. I was able to learn how to take up opportunities, be it at work, be it at my family level. I learned how to be a leader at both levels, and I feel I have been encouraged to take up many opportunities once given a chance.
I've learned on how to negotiate. It can either be at workplace, home, or communities. And during that negotiation, you have to look at what you expect from people and what you have to air out to people.
I had a lot of self-awareness. I learned that you have to know your strengths and your weaknesses in order to have real goals that will achieve you anything.
We are seeing benefits at different levels. At the mentors level, for instance, we have one of our old pundit in water and environment sector, who is one of the committed mentors to this program. So we are learning a lot from her. She's inspiring young girls on how to get to the highest level internationally, and among other mentees and mentors who have made it up there.
The mentorship program is not only for the mentees to learn, but even the mentors learn.
The ladies who are in the first pilot, they've been able to make decisions, they've been able to get promotions in their workplaces. Some became principals, some became seniors, and they say that this mentorship program they had, the chance of mentoring them, build their capacity, build their confidence, that they were able to pass the interviews for promotion interviews. They were able to advocate for more opportunities as ladies in the Ministry of Water and Environment sector.
We have technical mentorship and leadership mentorship. And these ladies are being helped to actually grow and be competitive in an environment dominated by men. And we are hoping that after they have gone through the mentorship program, they will be well equipped to deliver. They will also be well equipped and motivated to perform much, much better.
It stems from WaterAid's vision of everyone everywhere accessing safe and clean water, because that's what we are about. That's our core business, that is our niche area, and we want to make sure that everyone out there has safe and clean water, good sanitation and hygiene practices. And who best to lead on this than women themselves, who are being affected by the bulk of the grants. So that is how that mentorship program came. And from the conception and the idea, we are really thankful for the partnership with Water Resource Institute. They picked it up, they developed a concept, we supported them in developing a concept and a strategy for it. We funded the first round of the mentorship program, and we are thankful that now in its second year, they've received funding to support with more mentorships. So that for us is a huge success, because one of our driving pillars is let us initiate, but then be able to see that initiation or that innovation being scaled up and taken by other partners. And that's what we are seeing. So we couldn't have been much happier than that.
I'd like to appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment, that is especially the Water Resources Institute, for the mentorship program, to the program organizers, our mentors, the funders, the Water Resources Institute, and everyone who has actually been part of this program that enabled us as mentees come together. Thank you so much.
I'd like to give special thanks to the G4G Girls Mentorship Program and the Ministry of Water for facilitating this program, and WaterAid.
We really want to take this opportunity as a ministry to thank WaterAid Uganda, thank Girls for Girls that have helped shape this program, and Contour Consult that have also been providing consulting services to provide guidance in our delivery of this program. Again, for the mentors, we not mention them by name. There are many heads of government institutions, permanent secretaries, executive directors, and many from within the country and outside who have contributed to this program. We want to thank them and want to call upon them to continue supporting us moving forward.
I want to take this opportunity to really thank the Ministry of Water through the Water Resource Institute and the leadership of Dr. Kalist for really standing up as a man. He has stood up for the mentorship program and seeing more women being mentored, more leaders coming into the sector. That is what this mentorship program is doing. So thank you very much, Water Resource Institute, Dr. Kalist and your team. You guys have started a wonderful job in the institute itself, but also in spearheading a mentorship program that we can also see is going beyond Uganda. Agenda for Change has taken this up, and they are doing a global mentorship program for women. So congratulations to you all.
To the mentees that are yet to join, I pray they get an opportunity to actually join this mentorship program. There's a lot that you pick from it. You come when you're probably in a certain shell, but it enables you come out of that shell. There's so much that you learn.
I encourage you 100% to join this very, very interesting and educative program for a number of reasons. First of all, this ignites the energy for you to move and become a great woman of substance, practically. So the mentees that are yet to come, I would encourage you to get so much interested and look forward to achieving goals and set the targets. Come here with very many expectations and be assured they shall be met.
It adds lots of positive energy to your career, profession, family, social networks, and all aspects of life.
The Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect. And so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young girls and mentor them so that they remain within the science of water and environment.
We started with the ladies. We had a pilot mentorship program last year, 2021, 2022. And the pilot program had about 26 mentees who have graduated in 2022. And there were only ladies from the center, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment Center. So after the experience, we got in the pilot study and recommendations and the interest that were shown by ladies and the top management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we embarked on the second cycle. This second cycle, we recruited 30 mentees from the deconcentrated structures and 30 mentees from the Ministry of Water, the Central.
One of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program, which we started in 2021, basically trying to help the young men and women to build their capacity, to motivate them to improve their career, be confident and be able to deliver very, very effectively as a sector.
We are in a small group where everyone can talk. The mentees are able to learn more about the ongoing global, regional, national trends in the different areas. For example, if you look at an area of project management, all of us in our lives, whether in our family, whether in our workspaces, we are always handling projects. So a technical session on project management exposes these young professionals to the realities of what they would really find in their day-to-day work.
Whoever came up with it, I think did a good job, because it is going to strengthen the capacity of the girls. And I hope that also the boys are going to come on. Some of us, when we are coming into the public service offices, we didn't have an opportunity to get someone to make you understand. I have found this program very capacitating. It is going to enable the mentees, first of all, to be confident of what they are doing. It is going to make them understand better the areas they are following.
I've learned a number of things. To start with, policy formulation. It was quite interesting because I had no idea how policies come up and every other thing. And now I know exactly how to put the ideas together who to consult and what stakeholders exactly to engage in actually having a successful policy.
We have learned a lot as mentees. We have got an experience, an opportunity to directly interact with very great women in the country as women, to encourage us and motivate us with very practical examples, and other than the videos we watch on YouTube and what, we've got an experience to interact with them closely, for them to mentor us into great women all round, socially, economically, and environmentally.
The topics from the mentorship program are very highlighting. For instance, the art of communication is one of those topics that I liked very much.
Initially, I did not believe in myself. I really used to have a lot of fear. And with this program, I was able to believe in myself. I was able to learn how to take up opportunities, be it at work, be it at my family level. I learned how to be a leader at both levels, and I feel I have been encouraged to take up many opportunities once given a chance.
I've learned on how to negotiate. It can either be at workplace, home, or communities. And during that negotiation, you have to look at what you expect from people and what you have to air out to people.
I had a lot of self-awareness. I learned that you have to know your strengths and your weaknesses in order to have real goals that will achieve you anything.
We are seeing benefits at different levels. At the mentors level, for instance, we have one of our old pundit in water and environment sector, who is one of the committed mentors to this program. So we are learning a lot from her. She's inspiring young girls on how to get to the highest level internationally, and among other mentees and mentors who have made it up there.
The mentorship program is not only for the mentees to learn, but even the mentors learn.
The ladies who are in the first pilot, they've been able to make decisions, they've been able to get promotions in their workplaces. Some became principals, some became seniors, and they say that this mentorship program they had, the chance of mentoring them, build their capacity, build their confidence, that they were able to pass the interviews for promotion interviews. They were able to advocate for more opportunities as ladies in the Ministry of Water and Environment sector.
We have technical mentorship and leadership mentorship. And these ladies are being helped to actually grow and be competitive in an environment dominated by men. And we are hoping that after they have gone through the mentorship program, they will be well equipped to deliver. They will also be well equipped and motivated to perform much, much better.
It stems from WaterAid's vision of everyone everywhere accessing safe and clean water, because that's what we're about. That's our core business, that is our niche area, and we want to make sure that everyone out there has safe and clean water, good sanitation, and hygiene practices. And who best to lead on this than women themselves, who are being affected by the bulk of the grants. So that is how that mentorship program came. And from the conception and the idea, we are really thankful for the partnership with Water Resource Institute. They picked it up, they developed a concept, we supported them in developing a concept and a strategy for it. We funded the first round of the mentorship program, and we are thankful that now in its second year, they've received funding to support with more mentorships. So that for us is a huge success, because one of our driving pillars is let us initiate, but then be able to see that initiation or that innovation being scaled up and taken by other partners. And that's what we are seeing. So we couldn't have been much happier than that.
I'd like to appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment, that is especially the Water Resources Institute, for the mentorship program.
To the program organizers, our mentors, the funders, the Water Resources Institute, and everyone who has actually been part of this program that enabled us as mentees come together. Thank you so much.
I'd like to give special thanks to the G4G Girls Mentorship Program and the Ministry of Water for facilitating this program and WaterAid.
we really want to take this opportunity as a ministry to thank WaterAid Uganda, thank Girls for Girls that have helped shape this program, and Contour Consult that have also been providing consulting services to provide guidance in our delivery of this program. Again, for the mentors, we not mention them by name. There are many heads of government institutions, permanent secretaries, executive directors, and many from within the country and outside who have contributed to this program. We want to thank them and want to call upon them to continue supporting us moving forward.
I want to take this opportunity to really thank the Ministry of Water through the Water Resource Institute and the leadership of Dr. Kalist for really standing up as a man. He has stood up for the mentorship program and seeing more women being mentored, more leaders coming into the sector. That is what this mentorship program is doing. So thank you very much, Water Resource Institute, Dr. Kalist and your team. You guys have started a wonderful job in the institute itself, but also in spearheading a mentorship program that we can also see is going beyond Uganda. Agenda for Change has taken this up, and they are doing a global mentorship program for women. So congratulations to you all.
To the mentees that are yet to join, I pray they get an opportunity to actually join this mentorship program. There's a lot that you pick from it. You come when you're probably in a certain shell, but it enables you come out of that shell. There's so much that you learn.
I encourage you 100% to join this very, very interesting and educative program for a number of reasons. First of all, this ignites the energy for you to move and become a great woman of substance, practically. So the mentees that are yet to come, I would encourage you to get so much interested and look forward to achieving goals and set the targets. Come here with very many expectations and be assured they shall be met.
It adds lots of positive energy to your career, profession, family, social networks, and all aspects of life.
The Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect. And so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young girls and mentor them so that they remain within the science of water and environment.
We started with the ladies. We had a pilot mentorship program last year, 2021, 2022. And the pilot program had about 26 mentees who have graduated in 2022. And there were only ladies from the center, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment Center. So after the experience we got in the pilot study and recommendations and the interest that was shown by ladies and the top management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we embarked on the second cycle. This second cycle, we recruited 30 mentees from the deconcentrated structures and 30 mentees from the Ministry of Water, the Central.
One of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program, which we started in 2021, basically trying to help the young men and women to build their capacity, to motivate them to improve their career, be confident and be able to deliver very, very effectively as a sector.
We are in a small group where everyone can talk. The mentees are able to learn more about the ongoing global, regional, national trends in the different areas. For example, if you look at an area of project management, all of us in our lives, whether in our family, whether in our workspaces, we are always handling projects. So a technical session on project management exposes these young professionals to the realities of what they would really find in their day-to-day work.
Whoever came up with it, I think did a good job, because it is going to strengthen the capacity of the girls. And I hope that also the boys are going to come on. Some of us, when we are coming into the public service offices, we didn't have an opportunity to get someone to make you understand. I have found this program very capacitating. It is going to enable the mentees, first of all, to be confident of what they are doing. It is going to make them understand better the areas they are following.
I've learned a number of things. To start with, policy formulation. It was quite interesting because I had no idea how policies come up and every other thing. And now I know exactly how to put the ideas together, who to consult, and what stakeholders exactly to engage in actually having a successful policy.
We have learned a lot as mentees. We have got an experience, an opportunity to directly interact with very great women in the country, as women, to encourage us and motivate us with very practical examples and
a land of breathtaking landscapes and vibrant communities. Welcome to Uganda, a land of contrasts where innovation meets adversity in the battle for sustainable development. In this documentary, we explore the delicate balance between the environment and water resources, shedding light on the challenges and initiatives shaping the nation's future. Uganda, known as the Pearl of Africa, is blessed with abundant water resources, from the majestic River Nile to the picturesque of lakes. However, the country is grappling with water scarcity, environmental degradation, and the looming spectre of climate change.
There is no water if the environment is not there. Even the environment will not be sustained if there is no water. If climate change is not addressed, it jeopardizes the two. So it talks to each other.
The lush forests of Uganda and the wetlands are essential for maintaining water quality and regulating rainfall patterns. Unfortunately, rampant deforestation and encroachment on the wetlands pose a severe threat to this resource, which is an essential catalyst for economic development and transformation of this country.
Uganda's development is natural resources led. Therefore, the natural resources that we do have, which includes forests, wetlands, the water resources themselves together with their banks, and then those fragile ecosystems like the mountain slopes and mountain tops, etc., that need to be protected because, one, they are towers for water itself, but they're also filters, and they also purify the environment for us. These resources are actually part of our day-to-day life, and they are necessary for us to survive as a country. Hence, the need to protect and conserve them responsibly. Development can coexist with the environment.
Government, through Parliament and the Ministry of Water and Environment, has put in place various policies and strategies to protect the country's degraded environment and water resources, and one of them is to partner with stakeholders and the communities surrounding the protected areas to conserve the environment.
As an agency of government, we want to replant, but replant with our communities, regenerate them, That's also an undertaking. In the wetlands where the president said they should be evicted, we are putting in place alternative source of livelihood. We said we can engage them to have fish ponds along the wetlands. If our people start benefiting from the fish ponds, which is more viable than the rice in the middle of the wetland, then that is the way we think our wetlands will be protected. Beehives, ecotourism, we have even gone ahead and canceled titles because dubious people went around behind the government and even created titles.
To bolster these efforts, in 2018, the Ministry, through its Water Resources Institute, introduced an annual advocacy event called the Uganda Water and Environment Week, Uwewk, through which it interfaces with the public, academia, and other stakeholders to create awareness and give the right information on how to harness water and environment resources.
We know that water, environment, and climate change issues affect everybody. So we use this opportunity to bring all the stakeholders from the grassroots, the community, the local level, the local governments, the civil society, the private sector, the cultural institutions, religious institutions, the youth, academia, government institutions, international organizations, to come together and reflect on how far we have gone with providing services to Ugandans, water, environment services, and how we are dealing with the current challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, high population growth, pollution, and so forth.
The week-long event, which has evolved and grown to become the flagship program for advocacy, information sharing, and learning within the water and environment spectrum, is preceded with a number of activities. This year's event, the 7th of its kind, kicked off with a 518-kilometre walk for water, environment, and climate change.
Well done, well done, well done.
The trekkers set off from Fort Portal on the 26th of February 2024 to the Ministry headquarters via Mbarara City on the 14th of March 2024. Other activities with new innovations included mini Uwewk celebrations within the Ministry's 6 regional offices. That's Moroto.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're very welcome to this graduation ceremony. We are sorting out a protocol issue, but we are sure on our way to start. This is the graduation of mentees for the 3rd cycle of the Water Resources Institute. And my name is Anne Namakula Serunjoji. I'm a civil engineer and also a mentor on this program. I will be handing over shortly the microphone to the moderator of that day, but I wanted to bring to your attention what we are dealing with right now. I want to welcome each and every one of you, and I am very pleased to see each and every one of you. I'm definitely going to call the moderator of that day, Engineer Annette Nantongo, to take over and officially start this as we go on. Annette, you can come.
The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Executive Director of the Nile Basin Initiative, and also our former Director, the Senior Management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, our partners and stakeholders, our esteemed graduates of the day, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'd like to welcome you all to this third graduation ceremony of the Water Resources Institute Mentorship Program of the Ministry of Water and Environment. My name is Engineer Annette Nantongo, and I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment as a senior water officer. And I'm really privileged to be the moderator for this session, this event. I'm really blessed, and this ceremony actually has a very special place in my heart because I'm also an old girl or alumni of this program. And so when you see me standing before you with this confidence to address all of you, really, it is because of this program. So I want you to all clap for it. Thank you very much. Oh, would like to welcome our guest speaker, Honorable Amelia Chambade. You're very welcome. And we are privileged to have you here. You're very welcome, Honorable. We are honored to have you here. So our program is going to be divided into 3 parts. So we have the first part, which is more about welcome remarks, having an overview of the program so that you can understand, for those of you who might not know much about this program. And then we'll have some remarks from one of the founders of this program. And then we'll hear from our guest speaker, Honorable Amelia Chambade. Then the second part of the program will be moderated by another colleague of mine, Alan Musoke, and here we'll listen to some experiences on the mentorship program. We'll hear from the mentees and the mentors. And then we'll have the official ceremony, where we'll hear from the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Water and Environment and our guest of honor, who we are expecting any minute, the Deputy Head of Public Service and Secretary to the Cabinet, Ms. Deborah Katuram. Then the last part will be the award session, where we expect to have the awards given to our mentees and our mentors and all the other partners that have been instrumental in this program. So I think with that, I don't see Dr. Calist here to give the official opening remarks. But I think in the interest of time, we can request Madame Gwendolyn Choburunji to come and tell us about the Water Resources Institute, the mentorship program, so that our guests today can be able to understand what the rest of the day is about. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, our mentors. Good afternoon, our mentees. Good afternoon, our chief guest. My name is Gwendolyn Chobulunji. I'm a coordinator, Water Resources Institute, and I'm representing you a brief background of what the Water Resources Institute Mentorship Program is all about and where we have come from and where we are at this moment. Kindly share my presentation. I would like, first, before we proceed to the next slide, I would wish you to look at those pictures taken on the other first slide. We have got a picture showing our elders. We've got a picture showing our young ladies. On the other side, we've got a picture showing the male people. And that's an indication of saying that this cycle of the Uganda water, or other, of the water resources so it was both male and female. Next. So the mentorship program, if you look at the background of the mentorship program, it is one of the priority areas under the 10-year strategic plan of the Water Resources Institute. And this mentorship program, it is a career development that is supposed to mentor both men and female in the areas of water and environment. Then this mentorship program, as I said earlier, has 3 objectives. The first objective is establishment of partnership and collaboration with key strategic partners in the water and environment sector. Objective number 2, engagement of key professionals, provide services to the Water Resources Institute to undertake mentorship and internship schemes of young and mid-career professionals. Number 3, mentor young professionals to deliver professional services in the water and environment fields of practice. Next. The mentorship program aims to build confidence and the ability of young and mid-career practitioners. It enables young and mid-career water and environment professionals to improve their knowledge and leadership skills. It also provides an opportunity for participants to grow their networks and connect with leaders outside their peer group. It also strengthens gender and responsive to policy and practice for water and environment, resources management and development. Those are the 4 objectives of the Water Resources Mentorship Program. Next. Don't mind. Excuse me, next, kindly. So how does the mentorship program looks like? How far have we gone from when we started in 2021? So far, the participants, you look at the service providers, we have got the service providers, those who have been supporting the Water Resources Mentorship Program. It's been having project Girls for Girls at the implementation project, as the implementers of this mentorship program. We have got Contour Concert also has been also supervisory. At the same time, they also supported the mentorship of the boys, of the men, sorry, calling them boys, of the men in this cycle. Sorry, next, can please. Since our first pilot, which was the first done in 2021, we have so far managed to mentor 182 mentees. Of these mentees, we started with 30 mentees as a pilot study, as a pilot program, and those were only concentrated on men. Then we went on to get the second, which had about 60 ladies, grown from the center and the regional establishment of the Ministry of Water and Environment. This financial year, 2023-24, we've got 90 mentees, of which 37 are men. This was the first time to have male mentees, and this was a result of consultation, a result of feedbacks from our superiors, from our heads at the ministry, and from other sectors, prayers that said we cannot only mentor ladies, but we also consider men, since men and ladies always move together in all aspects of life. The mentorship program takes about a 6 months duration. We always start around September, October, and we end up with graduation, which is today in March. Next. The general period, I've already talked about it. We look at planning, we look at execution, running the mentorship program, we do quality assurance. For the mentees of last financial year, we are going back to monitor and evaluate how has it impacted on their careers, how has it impacted on the sector career, how has it impacted on sector provision of services. So that's what quality assurance and monitoring and evaluation of the past cohort, and then we continue doing that. We also continue looking for fund research, and we play for planning to move the next cycle of the mentees. Next. Content land, yeah, we'll just give a brief of the content land. We have got what they call technical and non-technical. Under the technical, we look at the policy development and formulation, project management, climate action, environmental conservation, career development in the public sector, opportunity in the Ministry of Water and Environment, self-care and wellness, and also look at communication skills, art of communication, ethics and values in the public offices. We look at also building trust, negotiating for yourself, negotiating for others, courageous leadership, and many other that are part away from the normal classroom that we studied in colleges and universities. Next, I'm rushing through. So these are the evaluation that we make. I told you after 1 year or between 1 year and 9 months, we do evaluation. We follow back our mentees of the past and we see what our mentorship program has done or what is the impact of the mentorship program on an individual at the same time on the sector. So this, we look at this, we have found that most of the ladies, I think when you came in, you find one of the ladies was the moderator for this session. The lady, Engineer Annette Nantongo, was the first of the group, was in the first group of the mentees. And we can see she can stand firmly, address you, talk to you. And we've got so many mentees from the 2 last cycles that have developed confidence, that have become courageous women, can negotiate for others, are representing the ministry in both nationally and regionally and internationally. They can talk about the ministry with confidence. They can be decision makers. They can talk and be able to understand that really this mentorship program has done wonders to our ladies. And we expect this male also to do the same when we come after 9 months to evaluate what the impact of the mentorship has done to our male colleagues. Thank you, and I think I'm through. Next. We hope to expand the mentorship program. Currently, we are only dealing with the mainstream water and environment ministry, but we hope to expand the mentorship to include our sector players. We have got so many partners and who can also consider to be mentored in the same way through the Water Resources Institute. We want also to increase, given the opportunities to have, this time we had 3 parallel sessions. We need to also to maybe to have 4 parallel sessions or to expand on the male community. So we also are looking for more partners since this mentorship program has been supported by WaterAid Uganda, and we look for more partners to sustain this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Gwenny. Before you leave the stage, the Girls for Girls would like to give you flowers in appreciation for the good work you've done, both physical and in the air, as you can see. So thank you very much, Madam Gwenny, for okay, thank you very much. I'd like to take this honor to welcome our guest of honor today, the Deputy Head of Public Service and Secretary to Cabinet, Ms. Deborah Katuramu. Can we all clap for her? We are very honored to have you here today, and we look forward to hearing from you. So we thank the management of the Ministry of Water and Environment for including the gentlemen this time, because in the last 2 cohorts, we had only ladies. And after the gentlemen saw the change in us, they started complaining that they are being left out, they are being marginalized, and so many things. So we thank you so much, PS, for including the gentlemen this time. So next on our program, I'd like to invite Dr. Calist. Not anymore, okay. I think we're supposed to be having a short video clip on the mentorship, basically to wrap up what Ms. Gwendolyn has been telling us about. So I request the IT team to project the video.
What is mentoring? If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Isaac Newton, a mathematician and physicist, widely acknowledged as one of the greatest scientists of all time, once said these words. And what does he mean? He didn't become one of the greatest scientists of all time all by himself. He used the knowledge and insight of those who came before him as a foundation. He studied what they'd learned and built on top of it. Pretty inspiring, isn't it? The idea that we can help each other to create wonderful things and impart knowledge for people who have similar dreams to us. That is what mentoring is all about. One person in a higher position on the ladder shares knowledge with someone who's still figuring a few things out. Let's get real for a second. Ask people in any office what they think of mentoring, and they'll likely roll their eyes. That's because there are misconceptions that mentoring is all about giving your time and energy to a newcomer and getting nothing in return. And if that's the case, why would you do it? But it's not about one person helping another out. The whole point is to create a rewarding experience for both parties. And if you're in a fortunate position, it's great to give back to the people who want to be where you are someday. Follow us. We're going to explain the mentoring process properly.
Hi, my name is Michael Sempa, Training and Mentorship Officer, Water Resources Institute. The mentorship program was launched 3 years ago with support from Water Aid Uganda and the Ministry of Water and Environment. This is a career development fellowship that seeks to mentor young and mid-career professionals in water and environment-related field of practice. One may ask, how is this done? Well, this is done by strengthening their leadership skills, building their confidence, strengthening their ability to articulate issues, and also tap into the knowledge of those with more experience to be able to grow their networks and connect with leaders rather than only their peers. 3 years down the road, what is the story?
By 2021, I felt that I had what it takes in terms of academics to perform my roles. But unfortunately, I was very dissatisfied.
Recording in progress.
Left home every morning and reported to work and did whatever was there to be done. And it had become, I was just going through the motions. I opted for whatever was being done for that day. Basically, I didn't seem to have a career plan of a proper plan of what I wanted to do for that day or for the month or for the year. I was a busybody. And I remember commenting to some of my friends that I think sometimes my maid even does more work, because at least when I get home, I can see that she cleaned the house, she prepared food, and the outputs are clear and are visible. On my part, I wasn't so sure what I was doing all this time.
When I think of mentorship, at that time, I thought mentorship was more or less for young children, because when we were in secondary school, we had a few people coming to us to mentor us. So I'd never imagined mentorship to be for someone as old as me. And that's why I was hesitant at first. But I remember towards the deadline, I said, well, let me see what I can learn from this mentorship.
Around 2021, there was an advert for mentorship. And I was like, why not? Let me participate. Let me enroll for this so that I can pass the time. At that time, for me, it was just another certificate, something else to do. Yeah. But little did I know that my story was about to change.
But when we were doing that mentorship, we had 2 types of agendas. There was the technical aspects where they would teach us about things, technical things like things we do in the ministry. And then there was the other aspect that you'll never learn in class or you'll never learn at your job. Yeah, things related to leadership and so on. So I think my favorite were the aspects of leadership, because that was not something I had learned anywhere. We'd not done it in secondary school, in university, at my master's. And it opened my eyes, I must say, from the simple things.
We had a number of sessions. We had
people within the government sector, within the private sector talking to us, mainly ladies who came to speak to us. And during their sessions, they would talk about they talk about their own experience and how they had managed to climb up the ranks.
I remember one of the ladies that talked to us was telling us how to stand out as women, how to walk as a woman. I didn't even know that that was a thing, you know, with your head held high, don't look down on yourself, be confident, walk in and let everyone know Annette has entered the department. And, you know, since then, I'm really intentional about how I walk into office, regardless of how I'm feeling.
And I remember her saying that she made sure that she guided her time. She made sure that she allocated time to everything that she needed to do. And I realized that that is something that I had never done. I had availed myself for anything and everything that was there to be done. We were challenged. Personally, I knew my work, but I was not bothered about anything else outside my department or even my directorate. But we were challenged to read widely. We had to know or understand the entire sector. We were encouraged to listen to news. Now, for me, that wasn't something that I did. I was also not interested in anything. I believed that whatever I needed to know, I could get off social media anyway.
I remember that particular lady also told us something about how you should appear when you go for meetings. It sounded simple, but when I reflected on my own life, I was actually that person she was talking about. You walk in late for a meeting, you have no notebook, you have no pen. So you enter a meeting late, you've already drawn attention to yourself. Someone, you know, and the first impression, maybe someone is meeting for the first time, and as soon as you walk in late for a meeting, you have no notebook. Then you start asking your neighbor, help me with a piece of paper. Do you have a second pen? Already you're losing time, you know, and you're looking disorganized. So since then, I have a notebook, and I used to see my boss, Dr. Kalis. He has a notebook that he uses all the time. I had been watching for a while. He has the same notebook, he uses it, keeps, you know, referring. He will know what happened in the last meeting because he has that notebook to refer to. And then when it gets finished, he would get another one. But somehow I'd never really decided to take it up. But when that lady talked about it, I now have a notebook, I have a pen, and I go in early for meetings. If a meeting is starting at 9, I'll be in office at 8:30.
Every time we met, we had a session from the facilitators, and then we had breakup sessions with the smaller groups, and where we would speak with the different mentors now on a one-to-one basis. So during those interactions, we would actually get to dig further, but also to network and bond with these ladies, and that helped us quite a lot.
After the mentorship program, I feel that my confidence increased. Many of the fears that I had, you know, working with men sometimes can be intimidating. But I feel that I'm now very confident. I don't think there's any person I'd be afraid to talk to, or any office I'd be afraid to enter in, or anything I feel that, you know, I would want to discuss with anyone, be it a commissioner, a director, even the PS. I feel that I have the confidence to walk into PS's office or undersecretary's office and talk to him about anything that, that I would want to discuss.
The mentorship program also encouraged me to learn to prepare. I used to show up anyhow. You invited me for a meeting, I would show up. But I wasn't bothered about the objectives of this meeting, so sometimes I did not add any value. I did not read up. But through that program, we were encouraged to always prepare for wherever we are going. So right now, I am ready to, I'm able to sit down
and prepare for any engagement that I have. And I feel that I'm more productive and resourceful when I meet with people.
Every lady, if there's a lady in this ministry that has not been a part of this mentorship program, please, you need to do it. You need to join the next cohort. And I believe that your life will not be the same after that mentorship. And for you, the graduates for today, I want to congratulate you, first of all, for making the right decision of joining this mentorship program and for attending all the classes. I know that you've gained a lot of knowledge from this mentorship, but please do not leave that knowledge in the class where you are having it. You need to take it forward. And I want you to be intentional about it. Sit down in your quiet time, get a notebook and see how you're going to implement it. If you implement what you've been taught, you'll not be the same.
Through the program, I was also able to, I gained confidence. And in fact, because of that, I was invited to moderate during the last graduation. So the mentorship program is very, very, very helpful. And I would encourage other ladies to take part in it. One thing though is that you have to be ready for it. You have to be intentional so that you're able to reap something. The opportunity should get you when you're ready. So I'd encourage you to also join.
I really want to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment, the PS and Dr. Calist and all the other, our leaders in the ministry for giving us this opportunity. This is not an opportunity to find anywhere. This is not, actually I've never had this anywhere for all my years in life. And I know that you're making a difference in our lives for sure. And I hope that one day you'll look back and say, you know, well done. You pat yourselves and say, well done.
I'd like to thank the ministry for this initiative. I'd like to thank the funders. At a time that was Water Aid. Yeah, and actually our facilitators for opening up, for allowing to be vulnerable with us. You left an impact in my life, and I'm very thankful for that.
I think we all see the impact that this program has had on us. Hello, okay. So I think we all see the impact this program has had on us. So anyone in this room that has not been a part of this, please make sure you look for Miss Gwendolyn and start registering even before the advert comes out. So I would like to take this opportunity to invite Miss Jane Sembuche, the Country Director for Water Aid Uganda. Water Aid Uganda is one of the funders for this mentorship program. I think they funded the first two, and this time they funded the ladies, while the government of Uganda funded the gentlemen. So, Miss Jane, you're welcome to give your remarks.
The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Executive Director of the Nile Basin Initiative, the guest of honor, the Deputy Head of Civil Service and Secretary to the Cabinet of the President, our honorable guest speaker, Senior Management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, country directors present from Development Partners and Development Partners Group, graduates and mentors, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here today. After seeing that video, you know, you just get a feeling and saying, wow, this is really fantastic in terms of the impact that it has had from an idea that was shared and co-created together with the people that have been driving this in the Ministry of Water. I am so grateful for this opportunity today to stand before you and give my remarks. And coincidentally, this is going to be my final or the last time I give remarks in my capacity as the country director of WaterAid Uganda. I'll be transiting soon, but I will share that later. But honestly, for WaterAid Uganda and for WaterAid Global, it's so fulfilling to be able to see the work that you start, you initiate, and it grows into something that is much bigger than ourselves. As I stand here today to discuss this crucial topic that holds immense significance in our journey towards a more equitable and sustainable future for women mentorship in water, sanitation, and hygiene sector in Uganda, we know that in many parts, not only in Uganda, but in the world, access to clean water, proper sanitation, and adequate hygiene facilities remains a challenge. However, amidst these challenges lies the beacon of hope, the potential and determination of women to drive change in the sector. I'm happy that we have incorporated men within the mentorship, but our priority shall remain for some time in mentoring women, because in as much as they are progressing, there's still quite a lot that we need to progress towards enabling women. So yet, despite this undeniable contribution, women in Uganda continue to face barriers that hinder their full participation and leadership in the wash sector. These barriers range from cultural norms, biases, limited access to education and resources. And as a result, the voices and expertise of women in shaping wash policies and initiatives are often overlooked and unvalued and undervalued. This is where mentorship plays a pivotal role. And we could see from the video that defined what is mentorship and what does it do. So mentorship provides a platform for experienced professions to share their knowledge and insights and networks with inspiring women leaders in the wash sector. It offers guidance and support and encouragement, empowering women to overcome obstacles and reach their full potential. All of us in different stages of careers, we need somebody who can give us a push, inspire us, and help us to be able to climb to the next level that we need to get. So through mentorship, we can create a ripple effect of positive change in the wash sector in Uganda. Mentorship programs can help bridge gender gaps by equipping women in skills, confidence, and opportunities they need to thrive in their leadership roles. And those are the what the two ladies shared in terms of their experience and their impact, and I believe more ladies as well that have gone through the mentorship program. So by nurturing a new generation of female leaders, we can ensure that WASH policies and interventions are inclusive, effective, and sustainable. However, mentorship is not a one-way street. It requires commitment, dedication, and collaboration from both the mentors and the mentees. Mentors must be willing to listen and guide and advocate for their mentees, while mentees must be open to learning, growing, and taking on new challenges. As we look to the future of WASH in the sector in Uganda, let us recommit ourselves to promoting women mentorship as a catalyst for positive change. Let us harness the collective power of mentorship to empower women, transform communities, and build a brighter, more equitable future. I want to urge each of us to become champions of women mentorship in the WASH sector. Together, let us unlock the full potential of women as leaders, innovators, change agents in building a healthier and more sustainable Uganda for generations to come. As I give these remarks, I also want to share, I mentioned that today is the last time I'll be standing here in the capacity of country director for WaterAid Uganda. I've spent 5.5 years in Uganda, and I'm also privileged through mentorship and support and growth to be going on and taking a new challenge back in my home country. I'll be moving into a chapter where I will be leading a team that works to advance children's rights and equality for girls. And this is very passionate for me. And in supporting vulnerable children, adolescent girls, and their families to access healthcare, education, water, sanitation, and hygiene. So as I leave this platform, I want to leave 3 principles that I've borrowed for my from my new role. And these are picked from feminist principles of leadership. I just want to share 3 of them. The first one is the principle of self-awareness and courage. We need to make conscious effort to recognize our vulnerabilities and value our strengths while challenging ourselves and others to improve through self-reflection and empathetic mutual feedback. If you're not self-aware, if you don't have the courage, you'll always be stagnant in where you are. We need to be able to use these principles. The second principle is about diversity. We need to recognize and celebrate and promote diversity across the organizations that we work with, across communities that we work with, by expanding our worldwide view beyond binaries and nurturing leadership for women. And the third principle I want to share with you is the principle of sharing power. Using power responsibly to transform systems and provide equal opportunities, and being able to leveraging individuals and collective power to create a space for women. This is my last reflections as I share and as we celebrate on this 3rd graduation. I really want to say thank you to the Ministry of Water and Environment, Dr. Calist, Gwendolyn, Girls for Girls that have been leading and training our mentees, the mentors that have participated, to all of us in this room. Your commitment in terms of mentoring, in particular for girls, I think just speaks out for itself. Let us together continue in empowering women so that we can be able to bring the change we want to have within the sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Jane. And you really deserve that standing ovation. We congratulate you on your new role, and we pray and hope that we shall continue working with you even in your new role. I think in the interest of time, I'll move on to our next address. I'd like to invite our guest speaker today, Mrs. Amelia Chambade. I think most of us know her for holding several political leadership positions. But before this event, I went to Google to see what Wikipedia says about her. And I found that she's an administrator with experience in public sector management. And Wikipedia also says she has a philanthropic spirit. So I looked up that word, and it means someone who seeks to promote the welfare of others, or someone who's generous. So what better person would we have to speak to our mentees and to all of us on this special occasion. Mrs. Chambade, we welcome you, and we look forward to your address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. Hello, hello, hello. My sister, the Deputy Head of Public Service, we worked together for a long time. The PS, Water and Environment, our Commissioner of WRPRD, country director, senior officials from the ministry, and all participants, the mentorees, girls to girls, all protocol observed. I respect all your presence. My name is Amelia Chambade. I've been introduced. I've been in public service for a long time. But after getting out of public service, I've actually learned a lot. That there's so much happening in government that we never get to know about. For example, like this program, because of the problem of silos, of running our offices in silos. I was a PPS, I was a minister. I was the national treasurer of NRM, and I was a member of parliament. I'm humbled to have been invited as a guest speaker here. I'm really humbled. And I want to thank you so much. I don't take that for granted. It is indeed an honor. I want to extend my sincere appreciation for the initiative of Water Resources Institute, which has focused on mentorship of youth and persons affiliated to the water environment and environment sector. I'm sure they will roll out to other sectors. I want to thank Girls to Girls, Girls for Girls. Alan is a great friend of mine. Great, great, great friend. So I'm very proud to see this growing because I've seen it right from conception. She used to talk about it, Girl for Girls. Now I'm glad that it has adopted men as well. And I'm glad it has spread out to Africa, to other parts of Africa. So you're doing a good job, Girls for Girls. Well, when we talk about water, we don't think about how important water is to us. It reminded me of Genesis 1:1, where it says that in the beginning, God created heaven and earth was without form and void. And darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Then Genesis 6 said, and God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. What does this illustrate? I'm feeling quite spiritual today, but not always. It illustrates the importance of water. And there are other important examples of the supremacy of water. It protects the embryo. Nobody thinks about that. Your life came from water. It protects the embryo during conception to the stage of a baby. It protects life, trees, and animals. Blood itself is water. It's the plasma. So therefore, this institute is imparting knowledge and instilling life in its participants through mentorship. This confirms the narrative that water is life. It is the most important oxide. We all know that lack of water leads to dehydration. Sufficient water hydrates our systems. So what this institute is doing is hydrating the participant system through mentorship. And we don't take that for granted. Dear participants, we're all fortunate that we emerged successfully from a biological system comprising of anatomical organs involved in sexual production. You are the little embryo that has become who you are today. Do you ever stop to think who you are? Do you ever stop to think where you come from? Do you ever stop to think where you want to go? This is how mentorship becomes relevant. Celebrate you. Celebrate your life. Celebrate your livelihood. Celebrate your presence on this earth. We all have unique stories surrounded by the circumstances that we have been exposed to since childhood. You have a unique story. I have a unique story here. For me, I started as a public servant. Public servant, rising from the level of a secretary to the level of a PPS, to the level of a minister, to the level of I've talked about my titles. But your story will be different. So what I'll be saying might be different from what you are saying. But the pillars are the same. Pillars of morality. Pillars that guide us to plan, to organize, to lead a better life. They are similar. I rose from secretariat to an MBA. But during my work, I learned a lot of things. Resilience, integrity, dedication, loyalty. All these are lessons I learned. But how did I learn them? I learned them after I had left because people told me what they thought about me. I didn't know who I was. So the people around you are very important to you because they remind you about who you are. They remind you about your character. They remind you about who you should be. So whom are you associating with in your journey? It is very important. Someone who's ready to tell you who you are blatantly. Those are very few. Most of our friends are conditional. She likes you because you are a minister. She likes you, tell you what you want to hear. And it happens to us in politics. People tell us what we want to hear all the time. So make sure that you sometimes dissociate yourself from people who you think are not for you, who you think are not your real friends, because they will never tell you. You check you out your friend one time and you ask him or her, what do you think about me? He will tell you the best things about you. So my advice to you participants, life is a journey. And it is like a race that you have to run, but you run with a purpose. We run, but sometimes we have no purpose. That is how mentorship helps sometimes. We run without, you say, oh, anyway, I've gone through school. Now the next step will be to marry. Now after marrying, I'll have children. That is not purpose. That is the norm. Because so-and-so is doing it, I have to do it. Of course, all your singers, all your relatives will sit around you and say, I think it's high time you started getting to a family way. It's high time you got married, you started. But unfortunately for me, I broke the norms. Unfortunately. But I always talk about it so that people learn not to make the same mistakes I made. I might have made those mistakes because there was no exposure, there was no technology, I had no sufficient exposure. Got married, early marriage, early pregnancy, all this. Then I go back to school afterwards. I'm glad I insisted and went back to school. And this is what I'm telling them. Self-development does not stop with your mistakes. You make mistakes and you rise. So this is what I always tell people. That is why I give myself as an example. Early marriage was not a norm. I shouldn't have done it. But because I got pregnant at an early stage. So what other people do when they get pregnant at an early stage, they think the whole world has ended. Now let me sit down and get married and look after my children. I did not do that. I went back to school and studied and grew my career. So that is what I want to tell you. One mistake should not bog you down. We all stand in front of you trying to tell you how to run your life. But we are not the best. who tell you how to dress, how to talk, how to walk. But it's you who knows the dynamics around you. It's you who knows where you want to go. It's you who knows the circumstances that you grew up in. How to manage your home. Sometimes these things confuse you. We go and confuse young people. Sometimes they're right, but they also have to be focused. They have to think, and they have to move with a purpose. Form your opinion from this forum. This institute is a resource. As you're seated here, form your own opinion and design it according to the resources around you, according to the circumstances that surround you, according to the education you have attained. Look for motivators in your life. Who is your motivator? It is important that you look out for motivators. They're out there, and there are some good people out there. I've listened to the stories of the participants, the mentors, and pick what you think falls within your line or your purpose. Take control of your life. Take control of your happiness. Take control of you amidst your family, amidst the people you love, amidst the people you hate. There are definitely people who hate you. But take control of your happiness. It is you. It is your life. Keep growing in your career with focus on the issues you are passionate about. Don't do something that, your peers are doing. Peer influence sometimes doesn't work. You're not passionate about it, but because so-and-so is doing it. Do what you think you're passionate about. Commit to excellence. Always. For me, in my work, I committed to excellence. That one I'm proud of. I would not leave that office until I was a PPS at one time. And that was the most hectic job that I ever had. But I committed to excellence, to transparency, to see that what I did was perfect. Always. If I don't perfect it, I would spend the night trying to find a solution, working out that puzzle until I got a solution. And the more I went for training, I went to a summit, I went to, did the MBA, I did this. The more I went for training, I became very powerful in taking decisions. I knew which decisions to take. So check yourself. Are you a decision maker? How many people do you consult when you want to take a decision? Let me consult so-and-so. I think I better talk to so-and-so about this. I don't think this is the right time. Should I take this? Stop procrastinating. Time is not waiting for you. Time is not in your favor. You procrastinate over an issue, time will not wait for you. Pay attention to your thoughts, but with positivity. I had a friend. In fact, at one time I felt she was going to drive me crazy. Everything was negative. Everything. From her to you. I could feel the vibes. Negative vibes all the time. Now, if she had found me dressed like this, I would have been in trouble. Oyamba Debobi. I would have been in trouble. Negative. At our age, we don't dress like this. Excuse me? So negative vibes. No. Do what you want. It's your life. Someone, you want to start a project. That one will never take off. Do you have any money? Instead of someone saying, let's sit and plan and see how we come. And sometimes we have spouses like that. And especially we women, our spouses are always pulling us back. Whatever you plan, that is impossible. Now, where's your mommy going? Now asking the child, where is your mother going now? Instead of asking me, She will not come back now. You wait. Telling your daughter, poisoning you, toxic language. Even toxic language. She will not come back now. You see how your mother is dressed? Why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me directly? Gentlemen, you have that habit. I'm sorry to say. Your wife is going for safari. Before she even packs. Now the children are sick. When are you coming back? But think about her career. She has to develop her career. But you already think about negative things already. Before she even takes off. Poor woman, she's sitting in that car now thinking about your last comments. And yet you'd have said, darling, bye, travel well, work well. When you get there, please call me. Please, learn the language. We want tender care. We want to be cared for. We want to be encouraged. We want to be motivated. You are the biggest motivator next to me, my neighbor. But also, ladies, we are also too much. I'm going. You haven't even told him about it the previous day. But in the morning, you're just packing. He sees the suitcase is going out. Poor fellow, he has to ask the daughter, where is she going? Oh, no. But you have slept in the same room. But anyway, sometimes it is intimidation. I used to feel like that. Because you know the negativity that is going to come from there. You pack the bag from the children's room very early in the morning. Then when you're on the way, you call. So I should not pretend that I'm Jesus or a savior. We all do these things, but we need to tone down. So another thing is discard your baggage. We carry a lot of baggage. You know, for me, I remember my stepmother used to mistreat me. You talk about that for 150 years. Discard your baggage. Hatred, vendetta, pessimism, anger, regrets of the past. You don't have much time, you know. You should enjoy every moment. For me, I'm enjoying my moments. I'm happy. I remember when I lost the campaigns. Oh. Everybody pretended to be, it was as if I had died. Chitalo. Huh? Over what? Sorry. About what? Munange, these people are so bad. Probably she's even one of them who betrayed you. But now she's telling you these people are so bad. By the calls I got, people consoling you. I said, by the way, why are you consoling me? There is time for everything. People have decided, life goes on. And I said it in public, you remember? I made my statement in public. That is also the problem with me. Sometimes I'm too open. Sometimes it doesn't help. Not many people like open people. But there's a time for everything, and the Bible says that. So we just have to accept change. Accept change as it is. I had my sister saying, I'm going what? Sorry. But change. Address, embrace change with positivity. But if you start mourning, you're dead already. First of all, your self-esteem goes. You don't want to meet people. Oyani. Oh, Gundi. Let's pass here. That is so and so. You don't want to meet people because of your self-esteem. But it all goes back to behavior. How did you behave when you were in leadership? How did you behave when you had authority? Did you treat people well? If you did not treat people well, that is why people suffer when there is change. So I'm trying to tell you, all this baggage, just bury, and life goes on. Do not allow yourself to be used by unnecessary forces. Unnecessary or negative forces. Sometimes people use you when they see that you have a challenge. That's when they come to you. You know, you see, didn't I tell you? Don't allow yourself to be used. So how have you absorbed technology? It is very important. It has become a very important aspect of our lives. It's a topic sometimes we do not talk about in depth, but apparently all of you are using technology. But how are you using it? Everybody has a phone. Everybody has that powerful piece of what? Is it made in mercury or what? What is it made of? Please advise me. Lithium, yes. It is so powerful, but how are you using it? To abuse? To do business? How do you use it? Use it, absorb it positively and maximally, and use it. Every phone call you make, how much money are you making out of it? You know, we normally use these calls, in the evening. That's when you get time to converse with your friends. You know, Amelia came and this is what she said. And no, but, okay, you are imparting information. But is it adding value? Yes, it might have added value to you. But sometimes we go into, and sometimes when I'm in the middle of a conversation, because I also do that. You know, in a conversation, then you say, but really, why have I made this call? Then you ask yourself. Then you start saying, bye, bye. Then this person now, you have stimulated this girl, this lady or this person, and she wants to go on with the conversation. Remember, you are the one who has called. You are the one who's losing data. But how often do we look at that? How much data do you load all the time for just discussions? How much money do you make from the data you load every month or every week? Think about that. Let me address our sponsors before I go back to the participants. Globally, we are evolving into a knowledge industry. Well, my expectations from this forum was to attain knowledge on water and environment, and I've grasped some of it, and how it impacts on me and the participants and our surroundings. But there are profound issues that I feel that water and environment is not addressing aggressively. Issues that are detrimental to humankind. For example, me in industry, I know we are faced with the industrial waste spillage. The industrial waste. How are you addressing it? Because it is affecting an ordinary person who drinks that water. And that woman, that person will end up in hospital. She doesn't have money. And that drives her into poverty. So this poverty sometimes emanates from some of these pollutions. How are we addressing them? Automotive emissions. We are driving cars like mad. But nobody is telling us about these emissions, how dangerous they are to our environment and to our lives. You find a home has about 4 cars. The husband has 2, the wife has 1. The children have 1, and they're all parked there. We have babies in the house. There are emissions from those vehicles. Not only that, but on the road, these crowded roads, you sit in the jam for hours. Of course, someone is going to say, what am I going to do about it? But alert us so that we know. Hazardous waste. You find a poor lady cooking in a room. On fire. It is hazardous in a way. And she's there the whole day, subjected to that smoke. It is also affecting her, the environment, the poverty. She will fall sick, go to hospital, poverty. But I just mentioned some of those. There are also others, but I want to thank you for creating this forum. The knowledge industry is a new thing. It is crucial, and technology is a medium through which we should impart or disseminate information on such crucial matters. I want to cite an example. Let me mention my area, Mawokota. Mawokota has 195 villages. It is only 69 that have access to piped water. The others have Nzizi, these what are they called? This kind of water, dirty water, in English, springs, spring water, but in very dirty environments. You try to work on boreholes. Boreholes are not sustainable. So I'd like us to think about outside the box, we in water. If these people do not have piped water, what solution do we have for them? That's a question I'm leaving for you. Because Albert Einstein said, the problems we have today cannot be solved by thinking the way we thought when we created them. These are problems that are there, that have been there. But we in water, have we thought about solutions of those villagers, of the women and the girls that are still drinking dirty water in this era? That is something to think about. What are we doing for them? Corporate social responsibility. Come with me. Come to my water. And we look at all these. And we become an example and a model. Something to think about. I therefore think that time is now for us to be more innovative, more creative. If piped water has not got there, what do we do? And think of ways of means of transforming our lives. Now let me get back to the participants. Let us all think of ways and means of transforming our lives through entrepreneurship. You're working in Ministry of Water, but definitely you have another business. I remember I was working in government and I had some side businesses. Oh my God, I performed so badly. Because I was never there, remote. What is happening? Now we want this, we want that. They ask for inputs every week. Now on the weekend, you drive there quickly, but you don't even have time. They come and brief you about the project. But how many times, how often do you sit and compute how much money you'd have made? It is them who made money. Do you know when I discovered that? And it was good I lost because I had time for my business. I discovered they were taking everything. We actually work for our workers, for our managers. Yes. You get your savings from the office. You inject them in your business if you are claiming to do farming. It is them who sell all your products and they make money. Because I made money. I'm in aquaculture. I made money in fish. Every 8 months I was selling fish like mad. And they were the ones selling it. For me, I was just buying feeds. Religiously. I'll buy feeds. The fish should grow very fat and they harvest. And they send some to me in Kampala. Just a few for eating. Mine, my capital, my money. So you who seated here trying to be an entrepreneur, how is your business? Are you sure you're participating? Are you sure you know how much you're making? Are you sure you compute how much you have put in? Are you sure that you are successful? Check yourself. Partners. Because if you can't be there, who are your strategic partners to work with? Reliable, transparent. Think about that. So young ladies and gentlemen, today, I must say that you are luckier than some of us, somehow, than us when we're growing up, because we're not exposed to all this knowledge, all this technology, information. So how are you applying it to self-development? I want to thank you for listening to me. I want to inform you that now, the other day I got an identity card. And that identity card was saying, pensioner. I said, what? Pensioner. I want to warn you, retirement hits when you are not ready. How are you ready for retirement? How? I I looked at this identity card. I said, this is a mistake. And there was Amelia and Shambade, pensioner. Really? I said, I do not accept. I hit the gym. I shed off all the fat. Huh? I started eating right. Started reading, writing. Hey, life just started. I went into domestic tourism. I refined I had a project I had been working on for many years. But it started yielding. I started getting guests. Some Estonians came. Some Swedes came. People started coming. I started earning. In aquaculture, I started. But something I have to work on is my spirituality. This one is disturbing me. I have to work on it. I need a mentor in this. So if there is a volunteer here, if there is a volunteer, please take me on. So anyway, I want to thank you so much. I say this pensioner, I do not accept to be a pensioner. And I am happy. I have had time with my family. I never had time with family. Can you imagine? I have grandchildren. I never had time with them because I've been busy for almost 30-something years. Busy serving the nation. But I'm happy. But at the same time, I'm doing philanthropic work in my area. I stay in the village most of the time. I go and visit, and it gives me happiness. I go and visit old people. I'm in groups of women in the countryside, in the village. We do savings, I impart the knowledge I have attained all these years to them so that they also become useful citizens of this country. I love you all. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Wow, what an amazing speech. Can we give her another round of applause? Thank you very much, Honorable. That speech was amazing, and I kept taking notes, and I realized that I was writing everything she was saying. So, Madam Gwendolyn, I request that the recording is shared with us and probably played during our monthly meeting that we normally have with the accounting officer, so that even the people who are not in this room get to hear this knowledge. And I think as you heard, she had a message for all of us. She had a message for us, our inner selves. She had a message for the Ministry of Water and Environment and its partners on extending water. She had a message for the participants. She had a message for the married women in the room, the married men in the room, the business people in the room. She had a message for G4G. I don't know if Alan is here. Maybe you need to start the G4B or B4G and include the boys since it has now started. She had a message for our retired professionals and those about to retire. And I think she has emphasized that retirement doesn't mean you're tired. She's hitting the gym. She's enjoying her life. And I think that is very encouraging to all of us. And the other thing she mentioned was that mentorship does not end. She's looking for a mentor at her age. So I hope we all have mentors. I have a mentor, Madam Jane Nabunya. Please wave to everyone. That is my mentor. So if you don't have a mentor and Honorable Chambade is looking for a mentor, then you're doing badly. So with that, I would like to hand over to Mr. Alan Musoke, who's going to moderate the next session, which is a panel discussion. Personally, I know Alan for always being in the newspapers for rugby. I was surprised today to see him on the program. He used to be a rugby player when I was in secondary school. And I think he was an outstanding captain of the national rugby team. But he's now a lead facilitator for the men's mentorship and has been mentoring the men in this program. And he's working with Contour Consult Limited. He's a management consultant and a learning and development specialist. Please help me welcome Alan Musoke to facilitate the next session. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. I think we've been seated for quite a while. Please, let's stand up. As you know, I'm a strong advocate for wellness, right? Okay. Remember Simon Says? Remember Simon Says? Okay, what Simon says is what you do. Simon says both hands up. Simon says both hands down. Let's sit down. Simon hasn't said, okay, please, let's have a seat. Let's have a seat. To all our esteemed guests and to our graduates, all protocols observed, I would like to make this session as quick and as sharp as possible. And we want to, again, listen. We've listened to people from different walks of life, different cohorts, but we'd like to listen to people from this cohort. All right? And I'd like to ask a few people to just come up and you'll take your seats, and where you leave is where I will sit. So it is going to be free sitting in a way. But first of all, I'd like to thank everybody who has taken time to inspire the next generation, and those who have actually taken time to learn and attend the sessions. You know that not everybody in the cohort is here. There was a selection criteria depending on how much time you did impact. So first and foremost, I would like to welcome him. He is called Richard Agawa, and he's an engineer. He's a civil engineer. He's been part of the upgrade for the expansion of the Entebbe International Airport, and the project has been in construction. He has also completed his first earth dam project in Isinjiro. That's what got him into the Ministry of Water and Environment. Mr. Richard Agawa, please come and take the floor. Following closely is engineer Sandra Tukunda. She's a senior engineer in the Urban Water Supply and Storage Department. She is a registered member of, yes, please have a seat, registered member of the Engineers Board. She has also seen successful completion of over 30 projects as a manager. And not only is she just in supervision, but she also has 17 years experience, yes, 17, in design and construction supervision of water supply and sanitation systems all over the country. She loves people, organizing events. She loves gifts, and she loves traveling. Engineer Sandra, welcome. Rita Chiteme is an expert. She's a social scientist. Rita, are you in the room? Oh, there she is. She is confident and she likes the unknown. She has attained strong interpersonal skills, and if she were an animal, she would be a lion, because it's a very, very fearless predator. Rita, please come and join us as well. So these have been part of the mentees in the program for this cohort. However, they have been mentored and been with different people all through the program. And the first one that I'd like to ask, in the spirit of gender balance, I would like to welcome Mr. John Ndegea. He's a business development consultant. He is very, very strong in operations management and commercialization of utilities. And he has been in the men's cohort. He has very, very beautiful insights. If he were an animal, he would be a tortoise because he wants to live a long life and safe. He prides in being safe. Mr. Joseph, very, very welcome. And our Assistant Commissioner, Wetlands Management, Madam Lucy Yango, is going to be our next mentor up on the floor. She developed and implemented several strategies, and she is very, very passionate about community. She loves improving their livelihoods. Very passionate about the environment as well. Over 25 years working in the sector. Madam Lucy, very, very welcome. By the way, her animal of choice, by the way, is a cow. Yeah, it is peaceful and has very, very great nurturing instincts. So, yeah, so there she is. And I think the only seat that they have left is here, so I will have to stretch across the room. I am called Alan Musoke. I'm a management consultant, and I specialize in learning and development. I love being outdoors. I love seeing and meeting people. And above all, I love empowering the current group of youth and sportsmen. I think it is a very neglected sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we clap for the people who are going to just share a brief? I will now have my seat, but before I do that, I'm just going to set the floor. We're going to listen first to the mentees. Yeah, we're going to listen to your experience. How has it been like going through the program? And what nobody has actually asked you for is, what next? We have gone through a session of capacity building. How do you then move on from here? So, in the spirit of time, each of us will have 5 minutes. And Joseph, being the only male, I will not let him start first. He also came and started first, so it would be a little unfair. So, Engineer Sandra, yeah, I don't know if we are going to do a course in, yeah, if you push that button on the mic, it will actually be switched on. Now we can do mic check 1 2 1 2. Hello. There we go. So we're going to just go through what has your experience been in the mentorship program, and what stood out for you, and then what next in terms of your professional development. All right? And then I'll take my seat. Then it will be Sandra. After Sandra, we'll listen to Rita. And after Rita, we'll listen to Richard. Then I'll come and do a quick recap. Ears are very important. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you, participants, for being here. This mentorship program. The mentorship program, I believe, has been the biggest or the best innovation of the Water Resource Institute, and we cannot thank you enough. Having been a member of this last cohort, it's been an amazing journey. 5 minutes are too little, but I'll just give a sneak peek. We learned so much, and one of the things that stood out for me is, for me and most of my colleagues, was that there was self-discovery. Discovering who we are or who I am. I may not be the PS, the commissioner, but whatever level I am at as a senior engineer, I have value to add. Underestimating or assuming that I don't matter was erased in this program. Because even if they are there in their offices, they need people to go and do topographic surveys. They need people to go and do site meetings. So I'm bringing value to the sector. So I celebrate myself in that way. The other part was communication. I think a lot of chaos happens in the world because of poor communication. So I learned that I must communicate the good news and the bad news in a way that's authentic. Because it's what drives the sector, it's what drives the world. If I've not performed well, what's the reason? Say it out. If I need help, say it out. But the best thing to do with communication are 3 things. Listen, listen, and listen some more. So it has helped me be able to appreciate that listening aspect as a good part of communication. And the other part was negotiation. Every day we're negotiating as we drive to work, as we choose things to cook as women in the home, as you know, as we're looking for the date when to put the meeting, that's also a negotiation. So we look at different aspects in negotiating. Why, what, when, where, and the biggest of them is why. We need the meeting, yes. Who is required, when, and how. So to look at the pros and the cons, to look at who is involved, and be able to get the best line of fit. So negotiation is a big, it's a big factor, and I have to negotiate for myself and for others. Not everything is about me. Other people matter. So as I would work, as I do my work to my benefit, I should think about others. Here in the ministry, out there in the community, and at home, negotiation is a key thing. Then the other bit, we also studied a lot of technical matters, policy making, project planning, strategic planning, climate change issues. At time before, I thought, I'm not in that sector, I'm not in that department, so it doesn't matter. I was concentrating on everything urban wash, everything urban sanitation. But through the mentorship, we learned that we need to know, I'm in the Ministry of Water. If I'm out there and people ask me about certain policies, I should be able to say something. So reading was emphasized, and networking, learning from our colleagues. In this mentorship, we had people from different regions. So we're able to discover our workmates that we have worked with for over 5 years, and yet we don't know each other. Sometimes we meet them at the entrance, and you think they're visitors. Yet we're colleagues. So it was a good opportunity to know each other. Going forward, there's so much I'm going to do. And first of all, I'm going to mentor others, because I've been blessed to go through this mentorship program. And we make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give out. So there's so much in me to give out to people younger than me, to people older than me. Honorable Amelia wants a spiritual mentor. Who knows? So I'm going to pray about it and see if I can get to you. Then the other bit is to show up anyway. If I'm called for something, it doesn't hurt. There's no law against showing up. So I will show up and see what I have to learn, or if there's value I can add to that community or to that gathering. And again, do things afraid. The people we admire who come here to talk to us are not have not figured out everything 100%. But they anyway come here and present, and we give them standing ovations, we clap for them. But sometimes they're also afraid, but they've come and presented, and they've done well. So I will also show up and do the assignment afraid. No one will see the fear inside, but I will do it anyway. So I'll offer myself, I don't think for political office, but for here. There will be opportunities that I'll vie for. So I'm grateful that I'm now more confident. And the other bit is to manage my time better. Annette talked about the fact that sometimes you're called for meetings, you think it's senior management or it's high level and you have nothing to offer. But if we have prepared, we cannot underestimate the power of preparation. We need to prepare, read about something, the topic at hand, Google, talk to people who know better than myself. And I go to a meeting prepared, ask a question, ask for clarification, lead a prayer, do something. But I must be known that I attended the meeting, and whatever I learn, I'm able to share with others that were not able to have that same opportunity. And finally, I know that I have also learned that mentoring is about picking the brain, an ear to listen, and a push into the right direction. So we're grateful for those who have pushed us in this season, and we're looking forward to pushing others. I know the sky is not the limit. There's so much more. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Engineer Sandra. And Please keep all the questions. We'll have a brief Q&A session at the very end. Would now like to listen to Rita.
Well, thank you to our moderator, Mentor Alan. Rita Chiteme is my name once again, a social scientist with the Albert Water Management Zone. I will start by appreciating management for bringing up this mentorship program. It has impacted many of our lives, and I strongly recommend that we do not stop at this. We shall continue with this program. To start with, when we were starting, that is around October, around that period, personally, I had requested for leave, and I was actually going on leave, and that is the period that the program started. But I had to consider that this was a capacity building initiative, and I had to prioritize this. Of course, the very first session was online, and I endeavored to attend that. Even the next session, I recall, was meant to be physical, and we had to come to Entebbe. So I had to, get out of the comfort zone, being around resting, and then get to it, because it is always important to attain knowledge and become better. So for the program, or the mentorship sessions, the sessions on the technical sessions as well as the leadership sessions, I should say they were all relevant for us within the sector, and they were all insightful, and we are very grateful to the Institute for putting all these and for scheduling these accordingly. Sometimes we think it is obvious that because you are a senior officer, you know what is happening all over, you possess all the leadership skills, but then it's actually not the case. You had to learn after we were taken through sessions. Many of us are able to identify our strengths, and at the end of the day, we are able to work around our weak areas. And so for the sharing from my experience, you will first of all start by commending the mentoring teams that we had, G4G, Contour Consults. They were very committed, at least I was able to note that. They were always readily available to help us out. And they were very effective and swift in communication, unless at any point we let them down, but all the evaluation forms were coming through on time at the end of every session. And then also, I would also appreciate the approach for the afternoon sessions. Normally the brains shut down after the mornings. So I also feel that was a great strategy, having the breakouts, group discussions, where everyone was able to engage. And then also, we appreciate this mentorship program because it also gave room for many of the girls. Usually we have so many things bothering us, but that was a platform where each could share from experience, maybe anything that could be hindering performance at work that you may not discuss with your boss because you do not want him to appraise you otherwise. But with such platforms, because we keep everything there, we had the opportunity to open up, and then you're helped out where you're having challenges. At least you're guided on how to improve, and at the end of the day, this would impact on your delivery when you're back at work. So what stood out for me, of course, we had a couple of sessions. Some could have been like refresher courses for those that, especially if that is aligned to your work. But for the leadership skills, as others mentioned earlier, there was a lot to take home. And then there was also a session on public service and running, and I also thought this was very key. As women, we are versatile individuals naturally. We have so much to run. You have to be at the workplace, but then you also have a home to manage. How do you go about this? So it was very important to listen from the others that are, they are women leaders that are having several roles, but at the end of the day, they are supposed to deliver, and you do not have to jeopardize your job while you're on service. So this was a very good, some of these sessions were insightful and very good for us to pick from and know how to improve, balance our home issues, but then at the same time do not jeopardize our work at the end of the day. And then, so personally, I was able to do self-assessment after this mentoring program. So it gave me that room to sit down, reflect on myself. As I'm in the ministry, am I relevant? Do I try to be available to help out here and there? So each time I'm trying to work wherever I am, we are in a meeting, for example, I will be looking around and seeing, is everything running okay? Everyone is seated, but do we have the publicity? Is someone taking pictorials? Are there updates going on? So at least there is that self-awareness. You have to get up and always ensure that you have to take on a task. And I would maybe conclude by highlighting maybe some of the what achievements I could say. I'm also happy to report that at this point, confidence, well, I sometimes feel I'm naturally confident, but then there are times I want to sit back and feel like, okay, people might think it's obvious, she's going to go for this, but then sometimes maybe you want to sit back and say, let so and so do. But I've gotten to the point whereby I feel like at any time you need to take on the extra tasks that come, and you do not just have to keep your candle down. And of course, also from the environment I'm coming from, my boss is the kind that will always put you to challenging tasks, and I'm also proud to say I've been able to take on some of these challenging tasks, and of course, speaking on from some of the sessions where we are told we need to develop our career journey, and of course, this all starts by taking on some of these tasks. In that way, you're able to develop and build on your weaknesses. I submit for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Rita. Could we have a round of applause? And that's two people from the ladies cohort. Let's listen to Richard from the first ever men's cohort. Richard, how was your experience?
Hey, the stakes are now high. Coming after two ladies. Right. Our sessions were categorized in technical and leadership. But I'd like to say that I was mostly impacted by the leadership sessions. I'm going to outline a bit of my key lessons, but they're going to be sort of mixed up, both technical and the leadership. I'll start with a quote. Life is in phases, men are in sizes. You only live one at a time. So my first lesson is life is lived in seasons.
Richard, just move closer to the mic or adjust it closer to you so that we can get you properly.
Did anyone catch that or I missed it? Okay, so I stated that life is lived in seasons, and I started with a quote. Life is in phases, men are in sizes. You only live one at a time. And that called us to being patient, especially for many of us who are at the junior level. We get to admire so many people who are above us and what they have. And we forget that they have earned the right to sit where they are seated. They have put in work. They have had so many dedicated years of things they have done over the years, and it has earned them the right to sit where they sit. So it was a lesson to be patient, to know that life is lived in seasons. That was one. The other was to always be ready and work on yourself holistically, because opportunity only favors the prepared. That was a session on personal management. The other was to embrace and appreciate who I am. That's me, Richard. And there was a session on self-discovery. We did something called SWOT analysis. You know your weaknesses, you know your strengths. And we were very much encouraged to play to our strengths, because that's when you go up. When you focus so much on doing what you already know you're weak at, you may not go far. Also, still part of personal management, we learned as men to learn to define what a good life means to each one of us. I believe each and everyone here in this room has a different definition of what a good life is for them. And each and every one of us should have their own definition. In that way, you'll not be comparing yourself to other people. You'll pursue your goal and you'll be focused. The other is more of organizational. Our organization is quite big with with different directorates, different departments. And I was probably one of those culprits who only focused on my department, what I do, interact with those I meet along work, and that was about it. This mentorship session opened me up to get to awareness that it's very important to know what the entire Ministry of Water is all about, to know how different departments and different directorates come together for us to deliver the mandate that we are called upon to do. And that made me change my approach to how I was doing work, thanks to this mentorship. Another lesson was strategic collaborations. Strategic collaboration, what I learned is that at every stage in our career and life, there are people that are around us. And how can we leverage those people to get where we want to go? Among those, we have coaches. Among those, we have mentors. Among those, we have sponsors. Among those, we have peers. Among those, we have mentees. But depending on how much time you spend in each of those boxes, it's also going to determine where you go. And how you communicate with those people, how strategically you communicate, is going to determine so much how far you go or how long you delay in a certain position. The other was the art of communication. And for me, what stood out for me most is how to communicate to people who are above me, and then to communicate to those who are below me, because the approaches are quite different. Yes. Then also, as a career person, to learn to allow yourself to grow and evolve in your career. The other is about entrepreneurship. As a man, we learned, and so we learned, that it is important to participate in entrepreneurship. And as the Bible says, cast your bread upon the waters, for you'll find it after many days. Give a portion to 7 or 8, for never know what disaster may happen. So that was a call for us to participate in entrepreneurship. You cannot just do one thing. You cannot just focus on one job. As a man, you cannot just do one thing. Many of us have families, others have dependents, and different things could happen with your job, and somehow you may not be able to survive. But it was a call for us to participate in entrepreneurship. And I remember one of the last questions our facilitator then, Mr. Peter Igaga, asked us, and he said, "So men, are you ready to start a business today?" And I recall the atmosphere in the room was quite silent. It was quiet, because it was a huge challenge on us. I hope today the men are prepared. And finally, health. It was also important that we take care of ourselves mentally, physically, also spiritually. Know when to rest, know when to take a break. Laugh, because it's medicine. Eat well, have fun, and exercise. It will be useless to accumulate all the money and wealth in this world, only to spend it on bills because you lived a lifestyle which you could also manage by simply exercising and doing the things which many think are obvious. What will I do after this mentorship? We were given a template. I thank God and I thank our facilitator, Alan, then for introducing me to this little tool. It was called a personal development plan. And in there was a column where you identify the gap, which could be something technical or personal, a gap that you have in your life, because I told you that we had where we identified our weaknesses and strengths. So there was a column which had a gap you need to identify because you need to progress again. Then what you need to do to address it, how to address it, what do you need to do? Then set a time frame and then create a cadence of accountability to make sure you actually follow up on what you need to accomplish. Opportunities. Again, opportunity meets the prepared. I learned that I need to avail myself, even to volunteer, and prioritize the networks that I make, keeping in mind that I am responsible for how people remember me or don't. First impressions matter a lot. That was under personal branding. It was also important to serve in community, in church, and other civil society organizations that we belong to. Thank you very much. I beg to stop here.
A round of applause to Richard. Very, very well done, Richard. And those are people who have actually gone through the sessions. And for Richard, part of the very first cohorts, we're glad that you have picked a thing or two. Now let's listen to the people who are steering and guiding them. And I'll begin with the gentleman on the far side, Joseph. How has your experience been, and how do you advise the mentees to actually utilize these capacity development programs to actually enhance their careers?
Thank you very much, Alan, and for the protocol observed. I'd like certainly to thank the mentees because they were really attentive and they were eager to learn. I think you are a very good team that you'd enjoy talking to, and you see that the knowledge is really coming out. And they are brilliant. I saw them. They are brilliant. Both, imagine academically, because professionally could see the way they discuss their topics in the different disciplines. They were really good. And this program was good. Also, it brought in that self-promotion, self-development, self-assessment, and self-branding. And really, they took it very keenly. Normally, engineers don't like being smart, but I saw most of them very smart in all those sessions. So I'm a civil engineer by training, and all along, I learned a lot when I was still working, very active, and still young in the National Water and Sewage Corporation. And I think National Water and Sewage Corporation, my boss don't quote me outside here, and some National Water staff are here. I think National Water and Sewage Corporation normally emphasizes professionalism, work, then improvement of performance. But it is also very important that self-assessment and promotion is very important. Love yourself, be smart. As the Uganda proverb says, people will judge you the moment they see you the first time. So you have to be smart. I see our guest speaker and the others are very smart. So if somebody says that you are not dressed properly, I think you tell them, no, we don't support the other dressing or what. Very smart, and you can see she's, if it was my place, I would say probably how many cows does she want? So please make sure that self-branding is important, and also we learned that you have to promote your employer. Make sure your employer is also branded. If you are a manager somewhere, make sure that your offices are clean. You also come to office when you are clean. Don't drive a car that is not washed yet, working with water. But mine was not very washed, but there was no parking inside here, so I hid it behind there. But it's not very dirty. I still had to keep it a bit clean. So, dear the mentees, you did a very good job, and I want you to promote this program encourage your colleagues to join, and make sure that you keep what you have learned. All those different topics, make sure that you always look at them. Don't spend it without looking at them. The notes which you are writing, remember them. Whatever you learned was very important. And for the mentors, I think they did a good job. I saw everybody was very eager to share the information very well. But before you clap, Anne called me and told me to join the mentorship group. And then I asked, what do I do? I thought I was going to read the book and probably start making presentations. She said, no, you just come. I got confused. I had to ask about 3 times or 4. She said, just come, you will find the topics there. And you just improve on the, react what is being presented. So, Anne, thank you very much for involving me. And I think we did a good job on behalf of the mentors, of course, very good. For the program organizers, the content was very good. It covered really everything. It was promoting a person holistically. So I think that one, you can maintain the program. If you want to improve, you can improve. Probably mentors could have other suggestions, something to add. For the funders, we thank you very much. I think we had good meals that time. So please continue funding. That is also very encouraging when you eat a good meal, then your mentorship wouldn't go very well if you were very thirsty or hungry. So the facilitators of the institute, Gwendolyn and the company, and Dr. Kalisti, I think you did a good job. The place is very good. So just as somebody said, that also the mentors learn, yes, I actually learned also a number of things. Or even if I knew, I did not know how to conceptualize them. So to conceptualize them was important way. Probably I knew I had something already knew, but it added value to my thinking and to my way of behavior. I have to motivate myself. As for the retirees, yes, we are retiring. We are also retiring. Amelia wanted some mentor, spiritual mentor or spiritual director. I would say yes. You need. I was in the seminary at one time. I would be a priest. I would have become a director, but what I would only say is there is a story of a lady. She was very muchakaze when she was young. Now, when she became old, she said a prayer. I think you will say this prayer. Ayikatonda nakuma ubuvubuka bwange nkwada ubukade bwange. So you can start from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joseph, for a wrap up of really, and it's inspiring to know that even the mentors did pick something. And I encourage you to please keep the mentees under your wings, because only then will you remain as youthful as you are. On to the next one, Madame Lucy. Please, it's your time. She is Assistant Commissioner, Wetlands Department. So we'd like to hear from you. How was your experience, and what advice might you have for the mentees going forward?
Thank you very much. And for me, I'll just add on to what my colleague has said. I have, for a long time before this, focused on mentoring school dropouts and making them something. So this was a bit different. And what threw me off the first time, I've been through the 3 mentorship programs, was a question in my group: how would you deal with a difficult female boss? I asked myself, I asked, is it me or? And then I also gave the opportunity for them to tell us, how have you dealt with difficult female bosses? And we reached a consensus. Then when I went to the males, the question that they asked the expectation, one serious expectation was, how are we going to deal with these girls that you have mentored? Because they are something else. And I said, what is it about now, really? But going back to the mentorship program, it's a very, very good program. It encourages self-awareness, confidence. I am proud that some of my mentors have been promoted. And by the way, this promotion is only if you take this mentorship program seriously. It's not a competition. You need to know where you want to go and also be supported to go where you want to go. Because we've also had incidences where a mentee, you're supporting and the mentee say, but for me, I don't want to do it like that. For me, I'm not going to do it like that. No, I have a different way. It's okay, but listen. So the style of mentorship that has been embraced is interactive engagement. Very, very important, and mutual learning. We as mentors also learned, and after a session, we would go back, review, and give recommendations based on what we have interacted with. But also, I want to thank the Institute because they took up our recommendations. And I think by the 4th, 5th mentorship program, we'll be better off. So the mentorship program demystifies certain mindsets. There are very many mindsets that we have. And also with the exposure, when the regional team talks to the people at the headquarters, they also get another perspective, which is very, very important. Now, the other very important, I'm the only ministry mentor, by the way, and this is something I want the Institute to think about. I'm the only ministry mentor, which is good, but we also need to be out there because the professionals you bring on board help us as well. We're able to be exposed and also manage to package what the mentees need to do in a certain way. So that is just feedback for that. It's a very unique experience. It cultivates resilience, breeds focus, and with that focus and purpose, you're sure to move forward. I kept on telling my female mentees, I was mentored by men. Yes, and it sort of makes me a little bit different, even in my family. But the issue is not who mentors you. It is what you get out of the mentorship. It's what makes you who you are. So I just want to encourage the mentees. It is not the graduation is not the end. We are just beginning. And we'll definitely be able to evaluate and see how far we have gone in the mentorship program. Thank you.
As articulate as they have been, can we have another round of applause for the sharing? It's not really easy to share. Do we have one or two questions from the floor before we step down and close the session? Any one or two questions? Oh, there's one right there in the corner. Somebody just come and help me take this microphone over to her. Okay.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Bridget Atwaide. I'm part of the mentees for this cohort. I just have a proposal. Alan, thank you so much. Maybe for the next programs, I would request the organizers to incorporate both male and female to be together, because I feel we would experience better from what I've shared with the male mentees. I would feel it would be very more impactful if we would be mentored in the same place or maybe in the same sessions. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Any other comments?
Well, mine is a recommendation. I would also request that to the sessions, we add session on documentation, considering that we have a big gap when it comes to documentation, and when we go into to unpack knowledge management, there is so much that needs to be unpacked. So I think this would be a good thing to take on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think that has been taken on. And just to make a wrap up, some of the things that the mentees have highlighted as learning points: self-discovery, and I think they really enjoyed that session; communication, how to break the good news and the bad news; negotiation, not only for self, but also for others; and showing up ladies in the public office, going for public office. I think that also stood out for them. How to show up and be excellent. I think this is something that we have to start even tomorrow. Given any task, can you show up and be excellent at it? Time management today was a true testament to one of those. We as mentees did not actually adhere to that. So something that we have to pick up and do. Pick on sacrifice to attend the sessions. It is never easy. Attaining knowledge is not easy. So even if they put us in Gulu, please, let's commit to attain knowledge. It will not always be that convenient for you. Room to share issues that affect our productivity in the groups that we had. The confidence, the ability to be self-aware, the pitching and challenging tasks. Please take on as much as you can for you to learn. Life is in phases. Personal branding and awareness. Networking all through the ministry and not just your department. Entrepreneurship. How many sources of income do you have? And the mentors, of course, have highlighted that you need to promote your employer. Let's promote the work that we do, because we do a very good thing, and everybody will bash us for only the bad things. All right? So if we don't put the good things out there, we will always be known for the bad things. Let's listen, let's learn, let's interact. For the mentees, the mentors are there for you. Grow, go out and soar, go out and be excellent. As I would like to request our mentors and mentees, thank you so much for sharing with us, and it would be rude for me to leave you on the stage. Can we give them a round of applause as they get back to their seats? We thank you so much. And to this, I would like to hand over, and thank you so much. Everybody, you've been amazing, and I hope you've picked a thing or two.
Thank you very much, Alan, and our dear mentees, graduates for that day. It was really heartwarming and encouraging to see you speak up here confidently and articulate the things that you learned and how you're going to use them. And we're expecting the best from you in the work that we are doing. It was also very heartwarming to hear that our mentors are also learning. So Water Resources Institute, I think you need to bring on other mentors so that the learning doesn't stop. Madame Lucy mentioned that the gentleman was saying that the ladies that have been mentored have become something else. That is actually something I hear in my office very often. But I will come to you so that you tell me what that something else means. Because they normally stop at, ever since you had mentorship, you guys became something else. So I'll come to you so that you break it down for me. And I know whether it's positive or negative. Yes, so at this juncture, I'd like to invite the director of the Directorate of Water Resources Management, Dr. Kalis Tindimugaya, who is overseeing the Water Resources Institute, and which you already had, is in charge of this program. He's very passionate about mentorship, and many of us have been lucky to actually sit at his feet and learn the best. So, Dr. Kalis, I invite you to give your remarks and invite our permanent secretary, who will in turn invite our guest of honor.
Thank you very much, Engineer Annette. Let's give her an applause. You can see the fruits of mentorship. I try to be very fast. We are not doing well. Our guest of honor. Yesterday, when I talked to the guest of honor, we spent some bit of time talking, and she was asking me, what is this all about? I actually took her through the programs we have in the institute, and she told me she's impressed. So guest of honor, I think we are doing a lot. Mentorship is one of the things we do at the institute, and I'm happy that we are doing all of this with the support of the leadership of the Ministry of Water and Environment. Let's give an applause to our permanent secretary. We get all of the support. PS, every time we talk to you, we never get a no. We always get encouragement. Let me also really tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we got support, a lot of support from the former Directorate of Water Resources Management, Dr. Florence Grace Adong. Can you stand up? Dr. Florence Grace Adong now is the new Executive Director of the Nile Basin Initiative, based in Entebbe, but she had to come because this has been her baby as well. So thank you very much. When we started this, it was a joke. Diana, where is Diana? Diana left. Before we started this mentorship program, we had many discussions with Girls for Girls. They didn't understand how government works. We told them this is what we want. They almost ran away. But finally they agreed. And when we started the mentorship program, we hit the road running. So I really want to thank Girls for Girls for shaping the mentorship program. Again, the team at Girls for Girls, can you stand up? The team at Girls for Girls. Yes, those are the ladies behind the program, the mentorship program. And of course, Contour Consult started the men. The men have actually been pushed forward by the ladies. So Anne and the team, thank you very much. But of course, the team at the Water Resources Institute. Gwendolyn, can you stand up and the team? The team at the Water Resources Institute, where are you? I supervise them, and you know how I had to work. Sometimes I put them against the wall, but they respond positively. Sometimes Gwendolyn will be, and I say, you are not going home until we finish this. And I think, Honorable Media, I think what you are talking about is what we need to develop in the government, that don't go home before you finish business. And I think that the team at the Water Resources Institute have learned that, and that's why they have been able to support this program. The mentorship, of course, cannot be there without the mentees. And many of the people here have been part of the mentorship program over the last 3 cohorts. Can I request those who have been part of the 3 cohorts stand up? Those of you who have been part of the mentorship program. Those who have completed previously and the new ones. I know some people are out in the field, but you can see a big number of people. We are almost actually running out of people to mentor. That's why we want to go out. So thank you very much, you can see. But of course, our mentors. We have had mentors, we don't pay them, they do it for free. There are those who started with the first cohort, they are still with us. Can you stand up, our dear mentors? And of course, Jane has been part, in addition to giving us resources, she has been part of the mentorship, and they are growing strong. They want to continue with us. We don't pay them, as we say, but normally when I talk with them, they tell me they are also being mentored. So again, thank you very much for accepting to be part of this arrangement. So PS, I think you know very well, we probably need to do more to get the sector stakeholders also to benefit from this. Because the water and environment sector is not Ministry of Water and Environment at all. It's broader stakeholders. And I think if we get everybody to behave like how these ladies and gentlemen have really demonstrated, we shall be having a vibrant sector. But I just want to tell those who have not been part of the sector, the water and environment sector has always been leading the way. We have always led in everything. But the problem we have is we don't know how to communicate our successes. That's why we work with the civil society. We do a lot, but very little is communicated. So many of us are technical. We are just happy to do it. Put in place water supply system. You say they will see it. You don't know how to communicate. So I think in the mentorship, let's also be taught how to communicate so that Ugandans can know what we do. Without spending a lot of time, I know we are hungry and tired. let me take this opportunity to invite the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, who is a fan of this mentorship program, who has given us all the support that we need to come forward and speak to us. And after that, we'll invite the guest of honor to formally preside over the graduation, and we'll call upon the mentees to come forward and graduate. Over to you, PS.
Thank you, Dr. Kalis. The Head of Civil Service and Secretary Cabinet, represented by the Deputy Head of Civil Service and Deputy Secretary Cabinet, our guest speaker, Honorable Melia, the Country Director, Water Aid, the Executive Director, Nile Basin Initiative, Directors, Commissioners from ministries, departments, and agencies of government, representatives of the development partners, civil society organizations, the private sector, the academia, our esteemed mentors and mentees, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to welcome you to the graduation ceremony for the mentees of the third phase of the Water Resources Institute Mentorship Program. This graduation comes at a time when we are celebrating the 7th Water and Environment Week under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment, and Climate Change in Uganda. We know that water and environment resources are at the heart of the health and prosperity of the people and the planet. It is therefore very important to build the capacity of the young men and women to elevate their participation in the sector, developing innovative solutions to water, environment, and climate change crisis in Uganda. Our chief guest, the Minister of Water and Environment, has been notoriously male-dominated because they are mainly engineers, hydrogeologists, etc. This is one of the reasons behind the implementation of the mentorship program, so that really the female staff in the ministry get the attention and get the opportunities they deserve, because there are too many men anyway. Okay, you're not too many. There are many men, and we need more women on the job, because the business of water and sanitation is more female-driven. The Water Resources Institute introduced a mentorship program, as mentioned, 3 years ago, and it has successfully run mainly for the first 2 years with women, and it is aimed at really having a holistic workplace. And now we have brought men alongside. Additionally, it is noted that men make the biggest component of the employees of the Ministry of Water and Environment. Therefore, it is deemed necessary for improvement in the work that we do here, that the men also benefit from the mentorship program, so that they also become holistic, transformative, and deliver better for the sector. We have noticed, based on merit, and we have deliberately also done it, and the mentees, really based on their merit in terms of performance, have justified the existence of this program. A number of them have been promoted based on merit and performance. So those of you who are in this program, the route to promotion is performance and merit, not being a mentee. It is upon this background that the financial year 2023-24, the mentorship for men was introduced, and a bigger number of mentees were brought on board. As you can see, those of us who are a bit senior in age and experience we are surely and slowly working ourselves out of the job. And these young men and women that you saw here, we are certain the future is bright for this ministry because they are very safe pairs of hands to give the ministry to. I would like to congratulate the graduates of today and implore you to use your knowledge, innovate, and create very healthy environment for all. We also have our chief guest programs that we run in the ministry, akin to the mentorship. But this, we get fresh graduates from the university. And every year, we get them, onboard them for 1 year. We have expanded this, and thanks, I've seen UNHCR, are you still around in the house? Yes, we have expanded it, and we have gotten 7 other sector players to support and fund. We get young professionals from the universities and give them, deploy them in the field with these partners, and 85% of them have been absorbed in gainful employment by these partners. Thank you, our partners. In a very special way, I'd like to say thank you to WaterAid for supporting the implementation of the mentorship program. And I would also like to thank all the mentors for sparing time to take the mentees through the various sessions. Specifically, I would like to thank the country director, the outgoing Jane, for the exemplary and selfless leadership and support to the Ministry of Water and Environment. We wish you success in your new endeavors, and we look forward to working with your successor in the same manner. I therefore would like to end here and gracefully invite our chief guest to come and address us. Madam Deborah, you're welcome. Thank you.
The Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Water and Environment, our guest speaker, Madam Amelia Ann Chambade, who is very well known to me because we worked together in cabinet, the directors and commissioners in the Ministry of Water and Environment, the country representative of WaterAid, and other development partners and civil society organizations, heads of various agencies and non-government organizations, our esteemed mentors and mentees of the Water Resources Institute Mentorship Program, and all the staff of the Ministry of Water and Environment, and all invited guests. First of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of the head of public service, who has not been able to be here. She's on leave. She therefore asked me to come and officiate at this program. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to officiate at this graduation of the mentees of the Water Resources Institute Mentorship Program. And I would like to congratulate the ministry, first of all, on organizing the Water and Environment Week, which is held every year, I think since 2018. I think this is a very good strategy of having Water and Environment Week because it enables the ministry to share information on various issues pertaining to water, environment, and environment sector with stakeholders. As has been said, public service, we do a lot of things, but we are not marketing our services to the public. So that is an area that we need to work around so that our stakeholders, the public, are able to know your contribution to their livelihood and well-being. I wish to thank the Ministry of Water and the Water Resource Institute for initiating this program to mentor the young professionals to become tomorrow's leaders with improved capacity to serve the public diligently. I've been impressed by the testimonies that are being given by the officers. And from the way they are talking from their heart, not from their mouth. Which means that this program has been very, very useful to them, and they will be able to apply that in their day-to-day work. I'm told this institute was launched, the program was launched way back in 2021 as a career development fellowship that seeks to mentor young and mid-career professionals, both men and women, in water environment-related fields of practice. I'm further informed that this is the third cycle of the mentorship program, which this time included more professionals, both men and women, in 2 separate cohorts, as has been said. And the good thing, they were selected from both the ministry headquarters and field offices. I would like to commend the PS and the Institute for this approach. More often than not, ministries tend to forget the field office staff and avail training opportunities to headquarters staff only. So thank you very much for including both and for being gender sensitive this time, including both men and women. I think that should do. The Minister of Gender would be happy to hear that, because when you are in cabinet, the issue of gender sensitive are always coming, even on the boards, when they bring from board members to be approved. If there are no women, the thing is deferred. So I'm so happy that now you're looking at both the male and the female. I was happy to note that the previous training programs that were conducted were not just for the sake of it, but that impact was assessed following the evaluation of the first and second programs. I'm sure that in that evaluation, lessons were learned and gaps informed the third cycle of the program. Of interest to me was that 4 mentees were promoted to the level of principal officer. I think that was a very, very good progress. I want to thank the PS and those who are involved for the effort of linking training to promotion. As you all know, it is not a guarantee that when a public officer undertakes training and adds on qualification, one will automatically move to the next level in the hierarchy. It not only gives an advantage over the others, and there are many challenges around that area, but I will not go into that, but I think the PS knows. Nevertheless, this program has enabled some officers get promotion, which is an inspiration to others and good for the promoted officer and the ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, there are many young people that are currently leaving universities and colleges with theoretical knowledge, but no skills. They are finding difficult to fit in the work environment and struggle to deliver on the tasks assigned them. Sometimes, like we, the administrator, you give an administrative officer to draft a letter, and you just have to tell him that this is not the way to do it. So such a mentorship program is key in imparting confidence and skills in these young people and to give them hope for the future. Currently, of course, we do not have structured mentorship programs in the public service. But I think mentorship has been going on, maybe unconsciously, in the public sector, in the public service. I recall when I joined the service, I joined as a human resource officer. That time they were called personnel officer. And I rose through the ranks up to the chief personnel officer, and then director, and then from director to PS. But I recall we had some mentors, not in a structured way, but for me, I will always remember. For example, I had a mentor called Mrs. Baingana. She was my boss, and she really taught me how to deal with staff. Because I used to find it difficult to deal with staff, but she really mentored me how to deal with staff and how to appreciate that not everybody is going to think like you. There are people who have their different issues. When I had just joined, there was Canon Ibikangaga. I don't know whether some of you know him. Canon Ibikangaga was the chairperson of the Public Service Commission, and I used to work on his board, interviewing board. That time we would go to Makere to select the best. That's where we would do our. But one thing he said, Deborah, I expect you to have confidentiality in the results we have here. I expect you to be organized. Every morning when we come for interview, everything must be in place. And I would advise you that for every session of interview we finish, you order the candidates, starting with those who have scored high, so that by the end of the exercise, you would be quickly able to produce the list in order of the scoring. I think I learned a lot from it. And then he was very cautious about time management. So we had mentorship, but it wasn't structured. Those who were lucky, they would be mentored. Those who were not, they would go wild and do whatever they want. This mentorship program, therefore, being the first of its kind in the public service, I would like to thank all of you that have been instrumental in the initiation, development, and delivery of this program since it started. And I would like an applause for them. I was further intrigued by the uniqueness of the strategies of the Institute, namely the multi-sectoral dialogues, the engagements of the youth through debates on sector issues, the establishment of an arm of consultancy comprising retired professionals to transfer knowledge and experience to the young professionals. And also the strategic alliances with the key stakeholders like cultural and religious institutions and other organizations. This is very, very commendable indeed. Now, turning specifically to the mentorship program, I have been told that all the mentees have attended the mentorship sessions and have performed to the expectation of the mentors and organizers. I therefore wish to congratulate all the officers or the graduates upon successfully completing this mentorship program at Water Resource Institute. I know currently there are so many personal issues one would want to concentrate on, business, family, and all this, but you sacrificed your time and in this program. I also want to thank all the mentors. Ladies and gentlemen, water and environment sector in Uganda needs people like you to practice what you have learned and represent us at both local and global scene. And I believe that this is possible because you have had an opportunity to listen to the experiences of so many others who have been able to achieve much more simply because they chose to utilize the opportunities that came their way. And what is more, I find it really appealing is that you look at both the technical and the non-technical areas. Because the non-technical areas actually are the ones facilitating the implementation of the technical areas. So balancing those two is really a very good strategy. As we all know, human resources who are well trained and committed are very instrumental in all the sectors of government. And therefore, building their capacity is an investment that should bring good returns to the sector and the public service as a whole. I do hope that this program has helped the mentees to develop new skills, and perhaps you could establish what we call a community of practice among the professionals. Now, a community of practice is a group of people who share common concerns or interests and provide mutual support to each other for purposes of growth, of their own growth, and for peer-to-peer learning, but also with an intention of addressing a particular concern through information and knowledge sharing. The group usually have common ground that inspires others to join, and that drives their learning activities. That community of practice is also it's like a learning forum. I would like to request that among the other things in the sector, you take on that common concern among others, and that is of increased access to clean and safe water and sanitation for the people of Uganda. Honorable Melia alluded to it, but of course I know your sector is wide. There are environmental issues, many of them, but as she said, water is life. It is the beginning of everything, and possibly it is the end of everything. Now, on Monday, 25th March 2020, for this next Monday, your minister will be presenting to Cabinet a Cabinet memo on the status of water coverage in Uganda. And we are looking forward to that presentation. I must say, whenever Minister of Water has a paper on water, the PS is personally present, and he answers very, very well the questions that I always put to him. So please, that means you are all supporting him to give him the information and the data so that he's able to answer them satisfactorily. I know Madam Adong also answers them, but he is so technical that he leaves people, he leaves cabinet sometimes wondering, but you can see the knowledge she has in explaining, and she tries to explain it in a layman's language. Sometimes they understand, sometimes they don't. Even me at times I don't understand. But that shows you the level of the capacity of the staff in the water and environment sector. I look forward to seeing the young people learning from their peers and mentors in order to accelerate their growth in the civil service, as well as contribute to economic growth. As I was informed, the 6-month program sought to enhance your career through training in communications, in leadership, project management, among others. And I would just like to make just to dwell on one, that is leadership. Being a leader is not really about you, it's not about me. It is about the people that are on your team and how you can help them be successful in their career or even outside the career. As you know, leadership is not a tangible result, like providing water source in the community, and then they move away from using unclean water to clean and safe water, and then they celebrate. No. There's a man called John Wooden. He's an American basketballer coach, I think of all times. And he said, the most powerful leadership tool you have is your own personal example. And actually, if you demonstrate your personal, you give that as your personal example to others, I'm sure, if you are an exemplary leader, you will get followers who want to emulate your actions, and of course they will follow you and do what you want them to do, because they will have confidence in you. As you've been told, mentorship is helping you to have the confidence and the skills. If they do not follow you, that is the followers, then you know that you are not a leader, because you cannot lead in a vacuum. Based on the success of this mentorship program, there is strong conviction that the mentorship program continues with more inclusion and engagement of other sector professionals, so that we have a community of practice I mentioned earlier. I think this is very, very necessary. I believe that other sectors of government can learn from the lessons and the experience of the mentorship program, so that we have this across the service and implemented across the service. Of course, bearing in mind the bigger picture is economic growth of our country, and what goes in economic growth is quite big. It's a big thing. Now, the economic subsectors like agriculture, energy, industry, service depend on water resources. And therefore, increased access and improved management would greatly contribute to economic growth through increased productivity and development in those sectors. The social and economic benefits must be explained well to the population by the professionals in the water and the environment subsectors. I was just coming and I was just wondering, with this heat wave, who are the professionals that should be explaining to the common man down as to the cause of this heat wave? You see, they don't read the papers, they don't do. Somebody needs to have that community and explain. I was in my village last weekend, and I asked, how are you finding this heat wave? They said, you know, God is angry with us. I said, God is angry with you. Do you know what you have done? They said, no, we don't know what we have done. Said, do you know the environmental degradation you have been involved? Then one said, you think we shall not eat? We need charcoal, we need firewood. So find a solution for us before you say we are responsible for degradation of the environment. So I think somebody needs to explain this area so that people can actually know. They don't have hearsays. Other people are saying it is accumulation of carbon in the atmosphere. Others are saying as a result of the green gases or something. One person said it's the movement of the sun. So scientists, please help us to explain this in the common man's language, so that we also extend that information to our village mates, our families, and also they may understand the connection about degradation of the environment and the climate change. This water and environment sector has an opportunity to demonstrate to other sectors the model of what we call a whole of government approach, which emphasizes collaboration and coordination across ministries, departments, and agencies and development partners to address common service delivery services. I wish, therefore, to request the Ministry of Water and the Environment and the Institute in particular to be ready to pass on the experience and lessons you have learned to others when called upon. On this note, allow me also add my voice to thank the Water Aid Uganda and other development partners and non-state actors for the continuous support to the water and environment sector, and in particular the Institute since its inception in 2018. This support has enabled the mentorship program to grow in terms of numbers of mentees and mentors. I request that you continue supporting that innovative program. I call upon other partners and stakeholders to emulate Water Aid Uganda and support this noble cause so that it can be scaled up to cover more young people. Lastly, I would like to thank the PS for inviting the head of public service to join this group. I have never been to this building. This was my first. It's a very beautiful building, a very good environment for work. So there is no excuse for not really working. The environment is good. The PS knows where we sit in office of the president. It's not as spacious as this. I want also to thank the mentees and the mentors for a job well done, and particularly trying to link the work with the technical with the non-technical issues. It's a very, very good model that should be emulated. I would like also to thank Madam Amelia Chambade for a very inspiring speech. Thank you very, very, very much. I know Madam Amelia, she was talking from her heart. When she was at PPS, you would not just walk in president's office and you would say you want to talk to the president, whoever you were, you had to make appointment with her. And a number of times she protected the president against all sorts of people with minor or petty issues. And she was one of the long-serving PPS to the president. And I want really to commend her. But even when she became the minister, her integrity is not questionable. She did a good job. That's why you see her looking well. She has no luggage or baggage bothering her when she was in the service. She's a free person and she's enjoying her retirement. You can see how she looks. You'd think she's a lady of 30 years, but she's a lady with family, and she has a positive mind. She has always had a positive mind, and even in cabinet, she used to challenge some of the issues the chair would bring. And then because when I sit there and you say, but why is she raising these things? Why doesn't she keep? But she was very, very bold in that. So Madam Amelia, I thank you so much for maintaining yourself and for being positive and for being a role model to all of us. I think that's a self-explanatory model. I want to thank also the commissioner who has been liaising with me for organizing this program and for being very, very passionate about this program. I will brief the head of public service. This is a model that needs to be replicated in other sectors. And because there is a missing gap in terms of capacity building, there is a missing gap. Once again, congratulations to the graduates, and thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country.
Please take your seats. I request our chief guest, Honorable Amelia, Jane, and Executive Director Adong to come forward, and we go through the few things that are remaining. The mentees have graduated, and we need to award them at least with the certificates. And be quick, we are many. So when they call your name, please quickly come forward so that we beat the time, because we have also to celebrate with that cake. The colors, Honorable Amelia, has nothing to do with any party. There is green and blue. Green is for environment, blue is for water. Yes. Okay. So Gwendolyn, read the name.
Daphne Anna. Daphne Anna. Sandra Atkunda. Rita Kiteme. Rita Kiteme. Rita Kiteme. Nabulo Fiona Ridian. Nalumansi Rebecca. Rita, you're here. Sandra. Okay, you delayed. Walk faster. Nabulo Fiona Ridian. You are Rebecca. You are Rebecca. Rebecca Nalumansi. Nyangoma Daphne. Nyangoma Daphne. Ouma Caroline. Pass very fast. Daphne. Caroline. It's too long. Too fast. Too fast. Daphne must have gone. Daphne Nyangoma. Hurry up. Ouma Caroline. Ouma Caroline. It's not around. Tsima Brenda. Reste Nyesigile. Reste Nyesigile. Appeal Janet. Janet. Fortunate Kemigisha. Hurry up, plus we are still young. You need to be fast. Brenda Nasasida. Fortunate. Okay. Fortunate to wait, okay. Janet. Janet is there. Janet. Fortunate after Janet. You are who? Nasasila? Okay. First, this Nasasila. Janet. Fortunate is here. Fortunate is there in front. Okay. You took a picture before taking a picture before. Nasasila. Then, okay. Birunji Jean. Birunji Jean. Birunji Jean. Are you around, Birunji Jean? Royce Kwichiriza. Fiona Arum. Fiona Arum. Fiona Arum. Is Fiona Arum around? No. Anita Patricia Nanyombi. Nanyombi's around. Nalunkuma Shimila. Or rather, she's called Shamila. Nalunkuma Shamila. She's not around. Nalunkuma, are you here? Okay. Yeah. Belinda Nyakecho. Belinda Nyakecho. Okay. This is Belinda's coming there. Belinda's there. Kawahuma Doreen. Kawahuma Doreen. Kawahuma Doreen. Aliemu Jane. Aliemu Jane. Okay, she's coming there. Aliemu Jane is coming there. Bridget at here. And Bridget is coming. Abba Anna Flora. Flora Anna. You pass this side to be fast. Anna Flora. Kahunde Ruth. Kahunde Ruth. Kahunde Ruth. Kahunde Ruth. Ampire Dana Daisy. Ampire Dana Daisy. Not around. Sharon. The name is too hard to read for me. Sharon Chelagat, I think. Sharon Chelagat. Sharon, sorry about that. Chep, a lot of chep. There is another chep, Maureen. I always cut them short. Another chep, Maureen. Chep Toyek. Chep Toyek, Maureen. Okay, you're around. Baba's Brenda. Sharon. Okay, Sharon, come around. Baba's Brenda. Baba's Brenda is around. You're Brenda? Okay. Chihumuro Josephine. Chihumuro Josephine, not around. Abigaba Leila Kamanyendwa. Is she around? Okay. Caroline Mwebaza, you're around at least. I know you. Abenyenda. Caroline Mwebaza. Kalunji Shira. That is Mwebaza. Kalunji Shira. Kalunji Shira, are you around? Kalunji Shira, not around. Tekua Noob. Tekua Noob, not around. Nachi Good Mary. Nachi Good Mary. Nachi Good Mary. Janet Laka Opila. Janet Lake. Okay. Janet Lake is not around. Campire Joan. Campire Joan. Cecilia, this one must be around. I hope Cecilia you're around. Alonyo Cecilia. She's not around. She was joke. Okay. Alonyo Cecilia. That's what I was wondering. I'd seen her. Cecilia. A joke Pasca. I'd rather a joke Pasca. A joke Pasca, he must be around. Someone speaking for her. A joke is not around. But happened she was around. Businje Genevieve Vivan. Namwaya Daphne Debra. Okay. Angundo Catherine. Come in. Angundo Catherine. Ashabahewa Prose. This is Catherine. Ashabahewa Prose. Ashabahewa Prose. Not there. Mukunde Face. Mukunde Face. Okay, she's there. Musime Lillian. Musime Lillian. Oyunji Nancy Grace. Oyunji Nancy Grace. She's here coming. She's the, hey, this is Lillian. That's the Musime Lillian. She's not around. She's pissed. And this one. Lakay Vicky Brenda. Lakay Vicky Brenda. Sandra, they've repeated it. Sandra already got. Sandra already got, isn't it? Sandra, this has been repeated. I name Baba's Helen. I name Baba's Helen. Rehema Birunji. Okay, goes this way. Rehema Birunji. Rehema Birunji. Not around? Okay. Kajumba Grace. Kajumba Grace. Atim Sharon. Atim Sharon. Okay. Acham Angel. That's how to pronounce it. Angel. Acham Angel. Acham Angel. Okay, she's here. That is Sharon. Cham is here. Cham is coming. Baba's Sandra. Baba's Sandra. Baba's Sandra. Naka is Irene. Irene? Okay. And in our way, scholastic rather. Nahawe Scholastic. Sorry. And Nawe Scholastic. Are you around in Scholastic? Okay, fine. Super, super. Arinda Ameria. Arinda Ameria. She's not around? Yes, please. Ampulire Xavier Brice. Kobusinje Elizabeth. Fiona Anyi, I don't know how to, this must be from the West Nile. I'm sorry, gentlemen, I didn't say ladies and gentlemen, but it seems the nature calls ladies and gentlemen. Can I have Richard Agaba, but a panelist? Kato Timothy Damba. Kato Timothy Damba. Selunkuma Hakim. Selunkuma Hakim. Selunkuma was around. Yeah. This is Kato first. Kato first. Kato. And Selunkuma. Asimwe Evaristo. Asimwe Evaristo. Meledu Emmanuel. Meledu Emmanuel. Meledu Emmanuel. Oyuru Henry. Oyuru Henry. Innocent is not around. Told me it's not around. Oyuru Henry. Innocent Ochaya, I think is not around. I saw a message. He's not around. Akampulira Ezra. Akampulira Ezra. Ezra, you're around. Has Ezra gone away? The tallest mentee. Akampulira Ezra was around. You around? Isaac Sechidi. Sechindi Isaac. Sechindi. Muhwezi Matthias. Muhwezi, this is Isaac Sechindi. Muhwezi Matthias. Chomhendo Geoffrey. Chomhendo Geoffrey. Chomhendo Geoffrey, okay. Mojisha Adam. Mojisha Adam. Endungu Jude. Jude Inosef. Odongo John Paul. Odong John Paul is coming. Odong John Paul is coming. Odong John Paul. Odong John Paul. Odong John Paul. Odong John Paul. It's not around. Bogere Muzamiru. Muzamiru Bogere. Kajimu Anthema. Kajimu. Semwanga Joshua. Kajimu. Semwanga Joshua. Okay. Kato Gabriel. Kato Gabriel. Kato Gabriel. Abaho Joseph. Abaho Joseph. Mwesigwa Davis. It's not here. Mwesigwa Davis. Mwesigwa Davis. So you take it. Baba's Patrick Pisanga. Michael Sempa. Michael Sempa is the one who heads the mentorship program at the Water Resources Institute. Chelimo Laban. Semakula Brian. Muzahura Rogers. He's coming. Semakula is that one. Robert Katumba Robert. The mentors also. Katumba Robert? Yes. Sebuyila Isaac Chitibwa. What to do to bring the words? What Chitibwa? Katumba Robert must be here. You are Chitibwa? Okay. Akandwa Naho Caleb, I think. He's the tallest guy. I have mistaken him as Ezra. Akandwa Naho Caleb. Akandwa Naho Caleb is there. Bakika Francis. Not around. Mugume Matthew. Are you still night? She's there. Okay. Odeke Julius coming. Gordon Vincent. Odeke Julius is coming. Gordon Vincent, the name is Chep. Kato Grant. Nguchu Emmanuel and Xavier Francis. Kato Grant. Okay. Nguchu Emmanuel. Okay. Nguchu Emmanuel. Chisto Francis Xavier. Chisto Francis Xavier must be around. He's still working. Then Haile Ismail. Oh, here. For mentors. It's okay. And now it is time for the mentors. We have got Miss Luce Yango. Engineer Simon Otai. Simon, sorry. Mr. Ndegeya Joseph. Dr. Kalis Tindimugaya. Mr. Mukonga Rogers, Mr. Mukongo Rogers, Menti, Mr. Mukongo Rogers. I have not seen Miss Edith Okia. Miss Edith Okia, is she around? She wasn't around. Miss Patricia Arom, Rosalind Mwanda, Akulut, Patricia is there. She's seated, she's coming. Akulut Alice. Is that Rosalind there? Akulut Alice. Dr. Joyce Mpalanyi Magala. Dr. Joyce Mpalanyi Magala. Akulut, this is Akulut Alice. Dr. Irene Nansubuga. She's coming, she was there. Has Joyce gone away? Joyce? She has left? I think she has left. Dr. Irene Nansubuga. Miss Brenda Achilo is not around. I haven't seen Brenda. Miss Faith Kanyango. Faith? Miss Patricia Tuliamuleba. But rather that is Patience. Sorry, dear. Miss Patience Tuliamuleba. Dr. Rose Christine Kagwa is not around. Miss Jane Nabunyamulumba. Miss Gloria Komukama. I've forgotten that. They didn't print Gloria to go. That's very bad. Well, you just take. They forgot Gloria. So forgot Gloria, but let her just get us someone and get a card. Gloria, come. Don't mind about that one. Miss Gloria Komukama, she has been leading the G4G mentors, and she's been also the administrating of that thing. Okay. If one mentee was forgotten, Alinda, one mentee is Lydia. Lydia, come over for the picture. We shall go to the ceremony. Let me get her something. Let me get her something for a picture. We shall get the certificate. Okay.
Now it is my honor. First and foremost, I start with the head of service, and I request the deputy to pass this and say thank you for the support and the guidance he continuously gives us and challenging us to improve on our performance. And we promise to do our part. And this is for the deputy head of service. And all the things we do when it comes to cabinet passes through our hands, and we look good because of her. And thank you so much for the policy guidance and for really correcting us all the time. Thank you. Yeah. And then and this is for our guest speaker. You give to our guest speaker. Wonderful. Wonderful. And then And without Jane, we would not have this program. Without Jane, we will not have this program, and we are saying thank you. Those ones are late. They will not sit. Okay. How could he forget you? And Alan. Where is Alan? Thank you. Alan, please come. Okay, this is for Alan. The people of the cake, can you please do us a favor? Now, all the mentees, can you come forward with your certificate and we take one big photo and then you cut the cake with our chief guests. And the mentors, please come forward too for the group photos. Hurry up. And some of you will have to go behind. The tall ones down here, the ones who are taller from the... No, you can't go the other side. Some of you can go behind. Go behind. Some of you go behind. Do this. Okay. Now we can all be seen. Put one more there. Okay, bring the cake and we cut. Okay, can you bring that cake and we can bring the cake? Bring the cake.
where are you going? This is your cake. You are going to cut it. Tap in the middle. Pull that chair back. Okay. Down for us.
There are no pictures.
Thank you.
Annette? 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 Booked it. Annette, booked it. That's booked it. That's the booked it. It's in the fourth floor.
Okay. Yeah, they have to sign, eh?
Guest speaker.
A land of breathtaking landscapes
Okay,
and vibrant communities.
we kindly
Welcome to
request
Uganda.
our guest of honor and our guest speaker to come and sign this commemorative painting. Our guest of honor is signing the commemorative painting for this year's event. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Deborah. We now have Honorable Chambade also signing. And she has written a message, water is life. We have our PS, Mr. Alfred Okoto Kidi, also signing. Thank you, PS. We request Jen, Madam Jen, the Country Director for Water Aid Uganda, also signing. We invite Dr. Florence, the Executive Director of NBI, to also sign. Thank you, Madam Jen. So Dr. Florence is also signing. Okay, we also invite the mentors to come forward and sign the same. Dr. Calist is also signing. Okay, our mentors, we invite you to sign the canvas. Those are our mentors for both the gentlemen and the ladies. I also want. Thank you, our dear mentors.
Mentors, have we all signed the commemorative? Mentors, have we all signed? Mentors, have we all signed? You're coming. I also want to take this opportunity to announce that we have a cocktail. Our host, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Water and Environment, is inviting us to a cocktail on the 4th floor. You're all invited. You're all invited for the cocktail. It's happening at the 4th floor. The cocktail is on. Make your way to the 4th floor. Make your way to the 4th floor. Media team, you can give us some nice music as people find their way out.